Preface of On the Irrawaddy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. On the Irrawaddy by G.A. Henty. Preface. With the exception of the terrible retreat from Afghanistan, none of England's many little wars have been so fatal, in proportion to the number of those engaged, as our first expedition to Burma. It was undertaken without any due comprehension of the difficulties to be encountered, from the effects of climate and the deficiency of transport. The power, and still more the obstinacy and arrogance of the Court of Ava, were altogether underrated, and it was considered that our possession of her ports would assuredly bring the enemy, who had wantonly forced the struggle upon us, to submission. Events, however, proved the completeness of the error. The Burman policy of carrying off every boat on the river, laying waste the whole country, and driving away the inhabitants and the herds, maintained our army as prisoners in Rangoon through the first wet season, and caused the loss of half the white officers and men first sent there. The subsequent campaign was no less fatal, and although large reinforcements had been sent, 50% of the whole died, so that less than 2,000 fighting men remained in the ranks when the expedition arrived within a short distance of Ava. Not until the last Burmese army had been scattered did the Court of Ava submit to the by no means onerous terms we imposed. Great, indeed, was the contrast presented by this first invasion of the country with the last war in 1885, which brought about the final annexation of Burma. Then a fleet of steamers conveyed the troops up the noble river, while in 1884 a solitary steamer was all that India could furnish to aid the flotilla of rowboats. No worse government has ever existed than that of Burma, when, with the boast that she intended to drive the British out of India, she began the war. No people were ever kept down by a more grinding tyranny, and the occupation of the country by the British has been an even greater blessing to the population than has that of India. Several works, some by eyewitnesses, others compiled from official documents, appeared after the war. They differ remarkably in the relation of details, and still more in the spelling of the names both of persons and places. I have chiefly followed those given in the narratives of Mr. H. Wilson and of Major Snodgrass, the military secretary to the commander of the expedition. End of preface. Recording by Mike Harris. Chapter 1 of On the Irrawaddy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. On the Irrawaddy by G.A. Henty. Chapter 1. A New Career. A party was assembled in a room of an hotel in Calcutta at the end of the year 1822. It consisted of a gentleman, a lady in deep mourning, a boy of between 14 and 15, and two girls of 13 and 12. "I think you had better accept my offer, Nellie," the gentleman was saying. "You will find it hard work enough to make both ends meet with these two girls, and Stanley would be a heavy drain on you. The girls cost nothing but their clothes, but he must go to a decent school, and then there would be the trouble of thinking what to do with him afterwards. If I could have allowed you a couple of hundred a year, it would have been altogether different, but, you see, I am fighting an uphill fight myself, and need every penny that I can scrape together. I am getting on, and I can see well enough that, unless something occurs to upset the whole thing, I shall be doing a big trade one of these days. But every penny of profit has to go into the business. So, as you know, I cannot help you at present, though by the time the girls grow up I hope I shall be able to do so, and that to a good extent. I feel sure that it would not be a bad thing for Stanley. He will soon get to be useful to me, and in 3 or 4 years will be a valuable assistant. Speaking Hindustani as well as he does, he won't be very long in picking up enough of the various dialects in Kathie and Chittagong for our purpose, and by 20 he will have a share of the business, and be on the highway towards making his fortune. It will be infinitely better than anything he is likely to find in England, and he will be doing a man's work at the age when he would still be a schoolboy in England. I have spoken to him about it. Of course he does not like leaving you, but he says that he should like it 1,000 times better than perhaps having to go into some humdrum office in England." "Thank you, Tom," Mrs. Brooks said with a sigh. It will be very hard to part with him, terribly hard, but I see that it is by far the best thing for him, and, as you say, in a monetary way it will be a relief to me. I think I can manage very comfortably on the pension, in some quiet place at home, with the 2 girls, but Stanley's schooling would be a heavy drain. I might even manage that, for I might earn a little money by painting, but there would be the question of what to do with him when he left school, and without friends or influence it will be hopeless to get him into a good situation. You see, Herbert's parents have both died since he came out here, and though he was distantly related to the Earl of Netherley, he was only a second cousin or something of that kind, and knew nothing about the family, and of course I could not apply to them." "Certainly not, Nellie," her brother agreed. "There is nothing so hateful as posing as a poor relation, and that is a connection rather than a relationship. Then you will leave the boy in my hands?" "I am sure that it will be best," she said, with a tremor in her voice, "and at any rate I shall have the comfort of knowing that he will be well looked after." Mrs. Brooke was the widow of a captain in one of the native regiments of the East India Company. He had 6 weeks before this been carried off suddenly by an outbreak of cholera, and she had been waiting at Calcutta in order to see her brother before sailing for England. She was the daughter of an English clergyman who had died some 17 years before. Nellie, who was then 18, being motherless as well as fatherless, had determined to sail for India. A great friend of hers had married and gone out a year before. Nellie's father was at that time in bad health, and her friend had said to her at parting, "Now mind, Nellie, I have your promise that if you should find yourself alone here you will come out to me in India. I shall be very glad to have you with me, and I don't suppose you will be on my hands very long. Pretty girls don't remain single many months in India." So, seeing nothing better to do, Nellie had, shortly after her father's death, sailed for Calcutta. Lieutenant Brooke was also a passenger on board the Ava, and during the long voyage he and Nellie Pearson became engaged, and were married from her friend's house a fortnight after their arrival. Nellie was told that she was a foolish girl, for that she ought to have done better, but she was perfectly happy. The pay and allowances of her husband were sufficient for them to live upon in comfort, and though when the children came there was little to spare, the addition of pay when he gained the rank of captain was ample for their wants. They had been in fact a perfectly happy couple. Both had bright and sunny dispositions, and made the best of everything, and she had never had a serious care until he was suddenly taken away from her. Stanley had inherited his parents' disposition, and as his sisters, coming so soon after him, occupied the greater portion of his mother's care, he was left a good deal to his own devices, and became a general pet in the regiment, and was equally at home in the men's lines and in the officers' bungalows. The native language came as readily to him as English, and by the time he was 10 he could talk in their own tongue with the men, from the 3 or 4 different districts from which the regiment had been recruited. His father devoted a couple of hours a day to his studies. He did not attempt to teach him Latin, which would, he thought, be altogether useless to him, but did give him a thorough grounding in English and Indian history, and arithmetic, and insisted upon his spending a certain time each day in reading standard English authors. Tom Pearson, who was 5 years younger than his sister, had come out to India 4 years after her. He was a lad full of life and energy. As soon as he left school, finding himself the master of £100, the last remains of the small sum that his father had left behind him, he took a second-class passage to Calcutta. As soon as he had landed, he went round to the various merchants and offices, and finding that he could not, owing to a want of references, obtain a clerkship, he took a place in the store of a Parsee merchant who dealt in English goods. Here he remained for 5 years, by which time he had mastered 2 or 3 native languages, and had obtained a good knowledge of business. He now determined to start on his own account. He lived hardly, saving up every rupee not needed for actual necessities, and at the end of the 5 years he had in all £150. He had, long before this, determined that the best opening for trade was among the tribes on the eastern borders of the British territory, and had specially devoted himself to the study of the languages of Kathee and Chittagong. Investing the greater portion of his money in goods suitable for the trade, he embarked at Calcutta in a vessel bound for Chittagong. There he took passage in a native craft going up the great river to Sylhet, where he established his headquarters, and thence, leaving the greater portion of his goods in the care of a native merchant with whom his late employer had had dealings, started with a native and 4 donkeys, on which his goods were packed, to trade among the wild tribes. His success fully equalled his anticipations, and gradually he extended his operations, going as far east as Manipur, and south almost as far as Chittagong. The firm in Calcutta, from whom he had, in the first place, purchased his goods, sent him up fresh stores as he required them, and soon, seeing the energy with which he was pushing his business, gave him considerable credit, and he was able to carry on his operations on an increasingly large scale. Sylhet remained his headquarters, but he had a branch at Chittagong, whither goods could be sent direct from Calcutta, and from this he drew his supplies for his trade in that province. Much of his business was carried on by means of the waterways and the very numerous streams that covered the whole country, and enabled him to carry his goods at a far cheaper rate than he could transport them by land. And for this purpose he had a boat specially fitted up, with a comfortable cabin. He determined from the first to sell none but the best goods in the market, and thus he speedily gained the confidence of the natives, and the arrival of his boats was eagerly hailed by the villagers on the banks of the rivers. He soon found that money was scarce, and that, to do a good business, he must take native products in barter for his goods, and that in this way he not only did a much larger trade, but obtained a very much better price for his wares than if he had sold only for money. And he soon consigned considerable quantities to the firm in Calcutta, and by so doing obtained a profit both ways. He himself paid a visit to Calcutta every 6 months or so, to choose fresh fashions of goods, and to visit the firm with whom his dealings every year became more extensive. But though laying the foundations for an extensive business, he was not, as he told his sister, at present in a position to help her, for his increasing trade continually demanded more and more capital, and the whole of his profits were swallowed up by the larger stocks that had to be held at his depots in Sylhet, Chittagong, and at the mouths of the larger rivers. Twice since he had been out he had met his sister at Calcutta, and when she came down after her husband's death, and heard from Tom's agents that he would probably arrive there in the course of a fortnight, she decided to wait there and meet him. He was greatly grieved at her loss, and especially so as he was unable to offer her a home, for as his whole time was spent in travelling, it was impossible for him to do so. Nor, indeed, would she have accepted it. Now that her husband was gone, she yearned to be back in England again. It was, too, far better for the girls that she should take them home. But when he now offered to take the boy, she felt that, hard as it would be to leave Stanley behind, the offer was a most advantageous one for him. The boy's knowledge of Indian languages, which would be of immense advantage to him in such a life, would be absolutely useless in England, and from what Tom told her of his business, there could be little doubt that the prospects were excellent. Stanley himself, who now saw his uncle for the first time, was attracted to him by the energy and cheeriness of manner that had rendered him so successful in business, and he was stirred by the enterprise and adventure of the life he proposed for him. More than once, in the little frequented rivers that stretched into Cathay, his boats had been attacked by wild tribesmen, and he had to fight hard to keep them off. Petty chiefs had, at times, endeavoured to obstruct his trading, and when at Manipur he had twice been witness of desperate fights between rival claimants for the throne. All this was, to a boy brought up among soldiers, irresistibly fascinating, especially as the alternative seemed to be a seat in a dull counting-house in England. He was then delighted when his mother gave her consent to his remaining with his uncle, grieved as he was at being parted from her and his sisters. The thought that he should, in time, be able to be of assistance to her was a pleasant one, and aided him to support the pain of parting when, a week later, she sailed with the girls for England. "I suppose you have not done any shooting, Stanley?" his uncle asked. "Not with a gun, but I have practised sometimes with pistols. Father thought it would be useful." "Very useful, and you must learn to shoot well with them, and with fowling piece and rifle. What with river thieves and dacoits and wild tribes, to say nothing of wild beasts, a man who travels about as I do wants to be able to shoot straight. The straighter you shoot, the less likely you are to have to do so. I have come to be a good shot myself, and whenever we row up a river I constantly practise, either at floating objects in the water or at birds or other marks in the trees. I have the best weapons that money can buy. It's my one extravagance, and the result is that, to my boatmen and the men about me, my shooting seems to be marvellous. They tell others of it, and the result is that I am regarded with great respect. I have no doubt whatever that it has saved me from much trouble, for the natives have almost got to believe that I only have to point my gun, and the man I wish to kill falls dead, however far distant." 2 days after the departure of Mrs. Brooke, Her brother and Stanley started down the Hooghly in a native trader." "She's a curious looking craft, Uncle." "Yes, she would not be called handsome in home waters, but she is uncommonly fast, and I find her much more convenient, in many ways, than a British merchantman." "Is she yours, Uncle?" "No, she is not mine, and I do not exactly charter her, but she works principally for me. You see, the wages are so low that they can work a craft like this for next to nothing. Why, the captain and his 8 men together don't get higher pay than the boatswain of an English trader. The captain owns the vessel. He is quite content if he gets a few rupees a month, in addition to what he considers his own rate of pay. His wife and his 2 children live on board. If the craft can earn 20 rupees a week, he considers that he is doing splendidly. At the outside, he would not pay his men more than 4 rupees a month each, and I suppose that he would put down his services at 8, so that would leave him 40 rupees a month as the profit earned by the ship. In point of fact, I keep him going pretty steadily. He makes trips backwards and forwards between the different depots, carries me up the rivers for a considerable distance, does a little trade on his own account, not in goods such as I sell, you know, but purely native stores, takes a little freight when he can get it, and generally a few native passengers. I pay him 15 rupees a week, and I suppose he earns from 5 to 10 in addition, so that the arrangement suits us both admirably. I keep the stern cabin for myself. As you see, she has 4 little brass guns, which I picked up for a song at Calcutta, and there are 24 muskets aft. It's an arrangement that the crew are to practice shooting once a week, so they have all come to be pretty fair shots, and the captain himself can send a 2-pound shot from those little guns uncommonly straight. You'll be amused when you see us practicing for action. The captain's wife and the 2 boys load the guns, and do it very quickly, too. He runs around from gun to gun, takes aim, and fires. The crew shout and yell and bang away with their muskets. I take the command and give a few pice among them, if the firing has been accurate. We've been attacked once or twice in the upper waters, but have always managed to beat the robbers off without much difficulty. The captain fires away till they get pretty close, and I pepper them with my rifles. I have 3 of them. When they get within 50 yards, the crew open fire, and as they have 3 muskets each, they can make it very hot for the pirates. I have a store of hand grenades, and if they push on, I throw 2 or 3 on board when they get within 10 yards, and that has always finished the matter. They don't understand the things bursting in the middle of them. I don't mean to say that my armament would be of much use if we were trading along the coast of the Malay Peninsula or among the islands, but it's quite enough to deal with the petty robbers of these rivers." "But I thought that you had a boat that you went up the rivers in, Uncle." "Oh, yes, we tow a rowboat and a store boat up behind this craft as far as she can go. That is, as long as she has wind enough to make against the sluggish stream. When she can go no farther, I take to the rowboat. It has 8 rowers, carries a gun. It's a 12-pounder howitzer that I have had cut short, so that it's only about a foot long. Of course, it won't carry far, but that's not necessary. Its charge is a pound of powder and a 10-pound bag of bullets, and at a couple of 100 yards the balls scatter enough to sweep 2 or 3 canoes coming abreast, and as we can charge and fire the little thing 3 times in a minute, it's all that we require for practical purposes. It's only on a few of the rivers we go up that there is any fear of trouble. On the river from Sylhet to the east, and its branches in Kathee, or as it is sometimes called, Kassi, the country is comparatively settled. The Goomti beyond the Udaipur is well enough, until it gets into the Kayan, which is what they call independent. That is to say, it owns no authority, and some villages are peaceful and well disposed, while others are savage. The same may be said of the Moonoo and the Feni rivers. For the last 2 years I have done a good deal of trading in Assam, up the Brahmaputra river. As far as Rungpur there are a great many villages on the banks, and the people are quiet and peaceable." "Then you don't go further south than Chittagong, Uncle?" "No, the Burmese hold Arakan on the south, and indeed for some distance north of it. There is no very clearly defined border. You see, the great river runs from Rangoon very nearly due north, though with a little east in it, and extends along at the back of the districts I trade with, so that the Burmese are not very far from Manipur, which indeed stands on a branch of the Irrawaddy, of which another branch runs nearly up to Rungpur. We shall have big trouble with them one of these days. Indeed, we have had troubles already. You see, the Burmese are a great and increasing power, and have so easily conquered all their neighbours that they regard themselves as invincible. Until the beginning of the 18th century, the Burmese were masters of Pegu. Then the people of that country, with the help of the Dutch and Portuguese, threw off their yoke. But the Burmese were not long kept down, for in 1753, Alumpra, a hunter, gathered a force round him, and after keeping up an irregular warfare for some time, was joined by so many of his countrymen that he attacked and captured Ava, conquered the whole of Pegu, and in 1759 the English trading colony at Negrais were massacred. This, however, was not the act of Alumpra, but of the treachery of a Frenchman named Levine, and of an Armenian, who incited the Burmese of the district to exterminate the English, hoping no doubt thus to retrieve in a new quarter the fortunes of France, which in India were being extinguished by the genius of Clive. The English were at that time far too occupied with the desperate struggle they were having in India to attempt to revenge the massacre of their countrymen at Negrais. Very rapidly the Burman power spread. They captured the valuable Tenasserim coast from Siam, repulsed a formidable invasion from China, and annexed Arakan and dominated Manipur, and thus became masters of the whole tract of country lying between China and Hindustan. As they now bordered upon our territory, a mission was sent in 1794 to them from India, with a proposal for the settlement of boundaries, and for the arrangement of trade between the two countries. Nothing came of it, for the Burmese had already proposed to themselves the conquest of India, and considered the mission as a proof of the terror that their advance had inspired among us. After the conquest by them of Arakan in 1784, there had been a constant irritation felt against us by the Burmese, owing to the fact that a great number of fugitives from that country had taken refuge in the swamps and islands of Chittagong, from which they, from time to time, issued and made raids against the Burmese. In 1811 these fugitives, in alliance with some predatory chiefs, invaded Arakan in force, and, being joined by the subject population there, expelled the Burmese. These, however, soon reconquered the province. The affair was, nevertheless, unfortunate, since the Burmese naturally considered that, as the insurrection had begun with an invasion by the fugitives in Chittagong, it had been fomented by us. This was in no way the fact. We had no force there capable of keeping the masses of fugitives in order, but we did our best and arrested many of the leaders when they returned after their defeat. This, however, was far from satisfying the Burmese. A mission was sent to Ava to assure them of our friendly intentions, and that we had had nothing whatever to do with the invasion, and would do all we could to prevent its recurrence. The Burmese government declined to receive the mission. We ourselves had much trouble with the insurgents, for, fearful of re-entering Burma after their defeat, they now carried on a series of raids in our territory, and it was not until 1816 that these were finally suppressed. Nevertheless, the court of Ava remained dissatisfied, and a fresh demand was raised for the surrender of the chiefs who had been captured, and of the whole of the fugitives living in the government of Chittagong. The Marquis of Hastings replied that the British government could not, without a violation of the principles of justice, deliver up those who had sought its protection, that tranquillity now existed, and there was no probability of a renewal of the disturbances, but that the greatest vigilance should be used to prevent and punish the authors of any raid that might be attempted against Arakan. A year later a second letter was received, demanding on the part of the king the cession of Ramoo, Chittagong, Murshidabad, and Dacca, that is to say, of the whole British possessions east of the Ganges. Lord Hastings simply replied that, if it was possible to suppose that the demand had been dictated by the King of Ava, the British government would be justified in regarding it as a declaration of war. To this the Burmese made no reply. Doubtless they had heard of the successes we had gained in Central India, and had learned that our whole force was now disposable against them. 3 years ago the old king died, and a more warlike monarch succeeded him. Since 1810 they have been mixed up in the troubles that have been going on in Assam, where a civil war had been raging. One party or other had sought their assistance, and fighting has been going on there nearly incessantly, and 2 months ago the Burmese settled the question by themselves, taking possession of the whole country. This has, of course, been a serious blow to me. Although disorder has reigned, it has not interfered with my trading along the banks of the river. But now that the Burmese have set up their authority, I shall, for a time anyhow, be obliged to give up my operations there, for they have evinced considerable hostility to us, have made raids near Rungpoor on our side of the river, and have pulled down a British flag on an island in the Brahmaputra. We have taken, in consequence, the principality of Cachar under our protection. Indeed, its two princes, seeing that the Burmese were beginning to invade their country, invited us to take this step, and we thus occupy the passes from Manipur into the low country of Sylhet." "I wonder that you have been able to trade in Manipur, uncle, as the Burmese have been masters there." "No, I am not trading with the capital itself, and the Burmese have been too occupied with their affairs in Assam to exercise much authority in the country. Besides, you see, there has not been war between the two countries. Our merchants at Rangoon still carry on their trade up the Irrawaddy, and in Assam, this spring, the only trouble I had was that I had to pay somewhat higher tolls than I had done before. However, now that the Cachar is under our protection, I hope that I shall make up for my loss of trade in Assam by doing better than before in that province." "I thought you called it Kathee, uncle." "Yes, so it is generally named, but as it is spoken as Cachar in the proclamation assuming the protectorate, I suppose it will be called so in the future, but all these names out here are spelt pretty much according to fancy." While this conversation had been going on, the boat had been running fast down the river, passing several European vessels almost as if they had been standing still. "I should not have thought that a boat like this would pass these large ships," Stanley said. "We have a good deal to learn in the art of sailing yet," his uncle replied. "A great many of these Indian dhows can run away from a square rigged ship in light weather. I don't know whether it is the lines of their hulls or the cut of their sails, but there is no doubt about their speed. They seem to skim over the water, while our bluff bowed craft shove their way through it. I suppose some day we shall adopt these long sharp bows. When we do, it will make a wonderful difference in our rate of sailing. Then, too, these craft have a very light draught of water. But on the other hand, they have a deep keel, which helps them to lie close to the wind, and that long overhanging bow renders them capital craft in heavy weather, for as they meet the sea they rise over it gradually, instead of its hitting them full on the bow as it does our ships. We have much to learn yet in the way of shipbuilding." The trader had his own servant with him, and the man now came up and said that a meal was ready, and they at once entered the cabin. It was roomy and comfortable, and was, like the rest of the boat, of varnished teak. There were large windows in the stern. It had a table with two fixed benches, and there were broad low sofas on each side. Above these the muskets were disposed in racks, while at the end by the door were Tom Pearson's own rifles, 4 brace of pistols, and a couple of swords. 10 long spears were suspended from the roof of the cabin in leather slings. The floor, like the rest of the cabin, was varnished. "It looks very comfortable, uncle." "Yes, you see, I live quite half my time on board, the rest being spent in the boat. My man's a capital cook. He comes from Chittagong, and is a Mug." "What are Mugs, uncle?" "Well, they are the original inhabitants of Aracan. He was one of those who remained there, after the Burmese had conquered it, and speaks their language as well as his own. I recommend you to begin with him, at once. If things settle down in Assam, it will be very useful for you in arranging with the Burmese officials. You won't find it very easy, though of course your knowledge of 3 or 4 Indian tongues will help you. It is said to be a mixture of old Tali, Sanskrit, Tartar, and Chinese. The Tartar and Chinese words will of course be quite new to you. The other 2 elements will resemble those that you are familiar with. I talked to the man in Hindustani. He picked up a little of it at Chittagong, and has learned a good deal more, during the 2 years that he has been with me, and through that you will be able to learn the Burmese." A week later the dhow entered the harbour. Stanley had passed most of his time in conversation with Ken, Tom's servant. The facility his tongue had acquired in the Indian languages was of great benefit to him, and he speedily picked up a good many Burmese sentences. For the next 6 months he continued with his uncle the work the latter had carried on, and enjoyed it much. They sailed up the sluggish rivers, with their low flat shores, in the dhow, towing the rowboat and the storeboat behind them. The crews of these boats lived on board the dhow until their services were required, helping in its navigation, and aiding the crew when the wind dropped and sweeps were got out. The villages along the banks were for the most part small, but were very numerous. At each of these the dhow brought up. There was, in almost all cases, sufficient water to allow of her being moored alongside the banks, and then, as soon as she did so, the natives came on board to make their purchases and dispose of their produce. In addition to the European and Indian goods carried, the dhow was laden with rice, for which there was a considerable demand at most of the villages. As soon as he had learned the price of the various goods, and their equivalent in the products of the country, Stanley did much of the bartering, while his uncle went ashore and talked with the headmen of the village, with all of whom he made a point of keeping on good terms, and so securing a good portion of the trade that might otherwise have been carried by native craft. 3 times during the 6 months that the dhow had gone back to Calcutta to fetch fresh supplies of goods and to take in another cargo of rice, while the trader proceeded higher up the river in his own boats. While on the voyage, Stanley always had the rifle and fowling piece that his uncle had handed over for his special use, leaning against the bulwark close at hand, and frequently shot waterfowl, which were so abundant that he was able to keep not only their own table supplied, but to furnish the crew and boatmen with a considerable quantity of food. They had had no trouble with river pirates, for these had suffered so heavily in previous attacks upon the dhow that they shunned any repetition of their loss. At the same time, every precaution was taken, for, owing to the intestine troubles in Cachar and Assam, fugitives belonging to the party that happened for the time to be worsted were driven to take refuge in the jungles near the rivers, and to subsist largely on plunder, the local authorities being too feeble to root them out. The boats, therefore, were always anchored in the middle of the stream at night, and 2 men were kept on watch. To the south, as well as in the north, the trading operations were more restricted, for the Burmese became more and more aggressive. Elephant hunters in the hills that formed the boundary of the British territory to the east were seized and carried off, 23 in one place being captured, 6 in another, all being ill-treated and imprisoned, and the remonstrances of the Indian government treated with contempt by the Rajah of Arakan. It was evident that the object of the Burmese was to possess themselves of this hill country, in order that they might, if they chose, pour down at any time into the cultivated country round the town of Ramoo. "There is no doubt, Stanley," said his uncle one day, "we shall very shortly have a big war with the Burmese. The fact that these constant acts of aggression are met only by remonstrances on our part increases their arrogance, and they are convinced that we are in mortal terror of them. They say that, in Assam, their leaders are openly boasting that ere long they will drive us completely from India, and one of their generals has confidently declared that, after taking India, they intend to conquer England. With such ignorant people there is but one argument understood, namely, force, and sooner or later we shall have to give them such a hearty thrashing that they will be quiet for some time. Still, I grant that the difficulties are great. Their country is a tremendous size, the beggars are brave, and the climate, at any rate near the sea coast, is horribly unhealthy. Altogether it will be a big job, but it will have to be done, or in a very short time we shall see them marching against Calcutta." End of Chapter 1. A New Career. Recording by Mike Harris. Chapter 2 of On the Irrawaddy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. On the Irrawaddy by G.A. Henty. Chapter 2. The Outbreak of War. On the last day of September, 1823, just a year after Stanley had joined his uncle, the dhow sailed into Chittagong, which had now taken the place of Sylhet as the trader's chief depot, the latter place being too near the Burmese in Assam for him to care about keeping a large stock of his goods there. He went ashore as soon as the dhow cast anchor, Stanley remaining on board. "Well, the fat is all in the fire, Stanley," Tom Pearson said when he returned. "The Burmese have attacked and killed some of our troops, and it's certain that the government cannot put up with that." "Where was it, uncle?" "Down at the mouth of the Naaf. As you know, that's the southern boundary of the province, and there was a row there in January. One of our native boats laden with rice was coming up the river, apparently, on our side of the channel, when an armed Burmese boat came across and demanded duty. Of course, our fellows said they were in their own waters, whereupon the Burmese fired upon them and killed the steersman. There were reports then that bodies of Burmese troops were moving about on their side of the river, and that it was feared that they would cross over and burn some of our villages. Accordingly, our guard at the mouth of the river was increased to 50 men, and a few of these were posted on the island of Shapuri. This island lies close to our shore, and indeed the channel between can be forded at low water. It has always formed part of the province of Chittagong, and there was never any question raised by the Burmese as to this. However, the Viceroy of Arakan called upon our resident here to withdraw the guard, asserting the right of the King of Ava to the island. Since then, letters have passed to and from, but I hear that the Burmese have settled the question by landing on Chupari. One night last week they attacked our post there, killed and wounded 4 of the sepoys, and drove the rest off the island. The Indian government have put up with a great deal rather than engage in so costly and difficult an operation as a war with Burma, but it's impossible that we can stand this. The Indian government, however, used every endeavour to avert the necessity for war, although the Rajah of Arakan lost no time in writing a letter to the government of Calcutta, stating that he had occupied the island of Shapuri, and that, unless they submitted quietly to his act of justice, the cities of Dhaka and Murshidabad would be forcibly seized. In order, however, to postpone, at any rate, the outbreak of war, the government of Bengal resolved to give the court of Ava an opportunity to withdraw from the position taken up. They therefore acted as if the attack on the guard at Shapuri had been the action of the Viceroy of Arakan alone, and addressed a declaration to the Burmese government, recapitulating the facts of the case, pointing out that Shapuri had always been acknowledged by Burma as forming part of the province of Chittagong, and calling upon the government to disavow the action of the local authorities. The Burmese considered this, as it was in fact, a proof that the government of India was reluctant to enter upon a contest with them, and confirmed Burma in its confident expectation of annexing the eastern portions of Bengal, if not of expelling the English altogether. In the meantime, Shapuri had been reoccupied by us. The Burmese, after driving out the little garrison, had retired, and 2 months after the attack, 2 companies with the 20th Native Infantry arrived by sea from Calcutta, and landed there. A stockade was built, and 2 6-pounders placed in position. Another company was stationed on the mainland, and the Planet and 3 gunboats, each carrying 12-pounders, were stationed in the river. The Burmese at once collected large bodies of troops, both in Arakan and Assam. The government of Bengal made preparations to defend our frontier, and especially the position in the north, as an advance of the Burmese in this direction would not only threaten the important towns of Dhaka and Murshidabad, but would place the invaders in dangerous proximity to Calcutta. Accordingly, a portion of the 10th and 23rd Native Infantry, and 4 companies of the Rangpur local force, were marched to Sylhet, and outposts thrown forward to the frontier. Seeing that the Burmese operations would probably commence in the north, Tom Pearson had, after completing his arrangements at Chittagong, sailed north to remove his depots from Sylhet and other places that would be exposed to an attack from that direction. They reached Sylhet the first week in January. By this time, Stanley, from his constant conversation with his uncle's servant, had come to speak Burmese as fluently as the Indian languages. He was now nearly 16, tall for his age, and active, but, owing to the hot climate and the absence of vigorous exercise, he was less broad and muscular than most English lads of his age. They found on landing that news had arrived 2 days before that a powerful army of Burmese had entered Cachar from Manipur and had defeated the troops of Jambir Singh, that 4,000 Burmese and Assamese had advanced from Assam into Cachar, and had begun to stockade themselves at Bikrampur, at the foot of the Borotka Pass, and that the 3rd Division was crossing into the district of Henty, immediately to the north of Sylhet. There was a complete panic in the town, and the ryots were flocking in from all the surrounding country with their families and belongings, and were making their way down the country in boats to Dhaka. "I am afraid, Stanley, that there is an end of trade for the present. What we see here is doubtless taking place all over Cachar, and it would be just as bad down at Chittagong. It's a heavy blow, for I have done remarkably well this year, and was building up the foundations for a good business. No doubt when this trouble is over I shall be able to take it up again, and maybe if we thrash the Burmese heartily, which we are sure to do in the long run, it may even prove a benefit. Still, there is no doubt that it's a very bad business for me. However, as just at present there is nothing whatever to be done, I propose, as soon as the goods are all on board, to take a holiday, and go out and have a look at the fighting." "You will take me with you, Uncle?" Stanley asked eagerly. "Certainly, lad. We don't mean to do any fighting ourselves, but only to look on, and it may be that, after it's over, you may be able to make yourself useful. if they want to ask questions of any Burmese prisoners. "Do you think there's any chance of their beating us?" "Oh, I should think not. Though, of course, there's no saying. Still, I don't think these fellows will be able to stand up against our troops. Of course, they have no idea whatever of our style of fighting, and have never met any really formidable foes, so that I imagine we shall make pretty short work of them. However, as we shall be mounted, for I will hire a couple of horses, there have been plenty of them driven into the town, we shall be able to make a bolt for it if necessary. Of course, we'll take our rifles and pistols with us." The goods were not placed on board the dhow, but in what was called the store boat, as the trader had determined to take up his abode in his rowboat, which could move about much faster than the dhow, and to allow the captain of that craft to make a good thing of it by taking down to Dacca as many of the fugitives as she would hold. Finding that the Burmese division that had entered Jintia was entrenching itself at a few miles' distance, Major Newton, the officer commanding on the Sylhet frontier, concentrated his forces at Jatrapur, a village 5 miles beyond the Sylhet boundary. Tom Pearson had introduced himself to Major Newton, and asked permission to accompany his force, saying that his nephew would be able, if necessary, to communicate with the Burmese, either before or after the action, and that both would willingly act as aides de camp. The offer was accepted with thanks, and they rode out with him, on the evening of the 16th of January, 1824, to Jatrapur. At 1 o'clock in the morning the troops were roused and marched an hour later. At daybreak they came in sight of the stockade, and a few shots were at once fired upon the advanced guard by the Burmese. A portion of their force was lying in a village hard by. Major Newton at once divided his command into 2 bodies. One of these was led by Captain Johnston against the front of the stockade. The other, under Captain Rowe, attacked the village adjoining. The Burmese stationed there gave way after a very faint resistance. They were accustomed to rely always on stockades, and this attack upon them, when not so protected, shook them at once. Those in the stockade, however, made a resolute resistance. Captain Rowe, after gaining possession of the village, and seeing the occupants in full flight, moved his force to aid the other division, and the Burmese, dispirited by the defeat of their countrymen, and finding themselves attacked on 2 sides, gave way and fled, leaving 100 dead behind them, while on the British side but 6 sepoys were killed. The Burmese fled to the hills at a speed that rendered pursuit hopeless by the more heavily armed troops, and the fugitives soon rallied, and effected their junction with the division advancing from Manipur. After the action, Major Newton returned to Sylhet, and a few days later Mr. Scott, who had been appointed commissioner, arrived there, and, advancing to Badrapur, opened communications with the Burmese. As, however, it became evident that the latter were only negotiating in order to gain time to entrench themselves near Jatrapur, to which they had returned, he again placed the matter in the hands of the military commanders. The Burmese force amounted to about 6,000 men. They had erected strong stockades on each bank of the river Surma, and had thrown a bridge across to connect them. Captain Johnston advanced with a wing of the 10th Native Infantry, a company of the 23rd Native Infantry, and a small party of men of a local corps. Small as was this force, he divided it into 2 parties. One of these, under Captain Rowe, crossed the river, and then both moved against the enemy. The Burmese opened fire as they advanced, but the sepoys marched gallantly forward, and drove the enemy out of their unfinished entrenchments at the point of the bayonet. The Assam division retreated hastily to the Bortuka Pass, while the Manipur force stockaded itself at Dood Patni. The Assam division was first attacked, and the stockade carried at the point of the bayonet. Lieutenant Colonel Bowen, who now commanded, then moved against the position at Dood Patni. This was very strong. Steep hills covered the rear, while the other faces of the entrenchments were defended by a deep ditch, 14 feet wide, with a chevaux de frise of pointed bamboos on its outer edge. Although the position was attacked with great gallantry, it was too strong to be captured by so small a force, and they were obliged to withdraw to Jatrapur, with the loss of 1 officer killed and 4 wounded, and about 150 sepoys killed and wounded. However, their bravery had not been without effect, for the Burmese evacuated their stockade and retreated to Manipur, leaving Cachar free from its invaders. Thus, in less than 3 weeks, the Burmese invasion of the northern provinces had been hurled back by a British force of less than 1/10 of that of the invaders. Stanley and his uncle had been present at all these engagements, and, in the absence of any cavalry, had done good service in conveying messages and dispatches, and the lad had several times acted as interpreter between the officers and the Burmese prisoners. Both received letters from the commissioner, thanking them for the assistance they had rendered. That last affair was unfortunate, Stanley, and it's evident that these stockades of theirs are nasty places to attack, and that they ought to be breached by guns before the men are sent forward to storm them. However, as the Burmese have gone, our repulse does not matter much. Well, I felt sure that we should thrash them, but I certainly gave them credit for having a great deal more pluck than they've shown. As it is, if there is nothing fresh takes place here, the natives and the little traders will soon be coming back from Dacca, and business will be better than before, for the Burmese have been talking so big for the last 3 years that no one has bought more than would just carry him on, while now they'll be more inclined to lay in good stocks of goods. Tomorrow we will start for Chittagong. You see, I have a considerable store there, and there's a chance of much more serious fighting in that quarter than this little affair we've seen. The governor of Aracan has all along been the source of troubles, and we may expect that he will cross into the province at the head of a large force, and may do an immense deal of damage before we can get enough troops up there to oppose him. Descending the river, they coasted along until they arrived early in March at Chittagong. They found that great alarm reigned there. In January, Bandoola, the greatest military leader of the Burmese, who was known to have been one of the most strenuous supporters of the war policy at the court of Ava, had arrived at Aracan and taken the command of the troops collected there, and had brought with him considerable reinforcements. A wanton outrage that had been committed by the Burmese showed how intent they were upon hostilities. Owing to the unhealthiness of the islet of Shapuri, the sepoys stationed there had been withdrawn, and the company's pilot vessel, Sophia, was ordered to join the gunboats off that island. 4 deputies from the Burmese court arrived at Mungdu, on the opposite shore, and these invited the commander of the Sophia to come on shore, in order that they might talk over with him, in a friendly way, the situation of affairs. He unsuspectingly accepted their invitation and landed, accompanied by an officer and some native seamen. The party were at once seized and sent prisoners to Aracan, where they were detained for a month, and then sent back to Mungdu. This wanton insult was followed by a formal declaration of war by the government of India, and a similar document was issued by the court of Ava. The force at Sylhet was reinforced, and that in Chittagong increased. It consists of a wing of the 13th and of the 20th native regiments, and a battalion of the 23rd with a local levy, amounting in all to some 3,000 men. Of these, a wing of the 23rd with 2 guns, and a portion of the native levies were posted at Ramoo, which was the point most threatened by an invasion from Aracan. It was in the north that hostilities first commenced, a force moving into Assam and driving the Burmese before them. Several sharp blows were dealt the enemy, and had it not been for the setting of the wet season, they would have been driven entirely out of Assam. "I think, Stanley," his uncle said, after he had been a short time at Chittagong, "you had better go up to Ramoo and see about matters there. Of course, until the Burmese move, we cannot say what their game is likely to be, but it will be as well to get the stores ready for embarkation, in case they should advance in that direction. If they do so, get everything on board at once, and you can then be guided by circumstances. As the dhow came in yesterday, I can spare both our boats, and shall, of course, ship the goods here on board the big craft. Even if the Burmese come this way, I have no fear of their taking the town, and shall, of course, lend a hand in the defence, if they attempt it. You can do the same at Ramoo, if you like. I was chatting with Colonel Shatland yesterday. He tells me that a large fleet has been collected, and that an expedition will be sent to capture Rangoon, so in that case, it's likely that Bandoola and his force will march off in that direction. I think Government are wrong. It will be impossible for the troops to move when the wet season once sets in, and they will lose a tremendous lot of men from sickness if they are cooped up in Rangoon. They had very much better have sent a few thousand men down here to act on the defensive and repel any attempted invasion until the rains are over, when they could have been shipped again and joined the expedition against Rangoon. It seems to me a mad-headed thing to begin at the present time of the year. We put up with the insults of the Burmese for so long that we might just as well have waited for the favourable season before we began our operations in earnest." Accordingly, on the following day, Stanley started south for Ramoo, and on arriving there took charge of the trading operations. Shortly after, meeting Captain Noton, who commanded there, in the street,
He recognized Noton as an officer who had been stationed at the same cantonment as his father, and whom he had, 4 years previously, known well. "You don't recognize me, Captain Noton," he said. "I am the son of Captain Brooke, of the 33rd. "Well, I certainly did not recognize you," the officer said, "but I am glad to meet you again. Let me think. Yes, your name is Stanley, and a regular young pickle you used to be. What on earth are you doing here? Of course, I heard of your poor father's death, and was grieved indeed at his loss. And where is your mother? She is well, I hope?" "She went back to England with my sisters 2 months after my father's death. I joined my uncle, her brother. He is a trader, and carries on business in the district between here and Sylhet, trading principally on the rivers. But of course the war has put a stop to that for the present. We saw the fighting up in the north, and then came down to this district. He's remained in Chittagong, and I'm in charge of goods here. I speak Burmese fairly well now, and if I can be of any use to you, I shall be very glad to do so. There's not much business here, and the Parsee clerk, who is generally in charge, can look after it very well. I acted as interpreter with the troops in the north, and have a letter from Mr. Scott, the commissioner, thanking me for my services." "Yes, I remember you used to be able to talk 4 or 5 of the native languages. But how did you come to pick up Burmese?" "Actually, from a servant of my uncle's, we thought that there'd be sure to be war, sooner or later, and that after it was over there'd be a good chance of profitable trade on the Burmese rivers. I had no great difficulty in learning it from my uncle's man, who is a native of Aracan." "I have no doubt you'll find it very useful. What a big fellow you've grown, Stanley. At least as far as height is concerned. Let me see. How old are you now?" "I'm past 16, Stanley replied. "I've had several touches of fever, caught, I suppose, from the damp on the rivers. But I think that I'm pretty well acclimatized now. I know I don't look very strong, but I've had not much active exercise, and, of course, the climate is against me." "Yes, very much so. I wonder that you have kept your health as well as you have in this steamy climate. I'm going to the mess room now. You'd better come and lunch with me, and I'll introduce you to the other officers. We're very strong in comparison to the force, for, counting the assistant surgeon, there are 10 of us." "I shall be very glad, sir," Stanley said. "I have certainly been feeling rather lonely here, for I know no one, and there is very little to do. During the last year I have often gone up one of the rivers by myself, but there's always been occupation, while at present things are pretty much at a standstill. I tell you what, Brooke, if you'd like it, I can appoint you interpreter. There's not one of us who speaks this mug language, which is, you know, almost the same as Burmese, and the officers in charge of the native levy would be delighted to have someone with them who could make the fellows understand. I can appoint you a first-class interpreter. The pay is not very high, you know, but you might just as well be earning it as doing nothing, and it would give you a sort of official position. And as the son of a British officer, and my friend, you would be one of us." "Thank you very much, Captain Noton. I should like that immensely. Should I have to get a uniform?" "There will be no absolute necessity for it, but if you get a white patrol jacket like this, and a white cap cover, it will establish you in the eyes of the natives as an officer, and give you more authority. By the way, you need not get them, for one of our lieutenants died the other day of fever. His effects have not yet been sold, but you may as well have his patrol jackets and belts. We can settle what you are to pay for them afterwards. It will only be a matter of a few rupees anyhow." They now arrived at the house that had been taken for the use of the officers. On entering, Captain Noton introduced him to the others, and as several of these had at various times met his father, in cantonments or on service, he was heartily welcomed by them, and at luncheon they listened with great interest to his accounts of the fighting in Cachar with the Burmese. "I fancy we shall find them more formidable here if they come," Captain Noton said. "Bandoola has a great reputation, and is immensely popular with them. From what you say, a considerable proportion of the fellows you met up there were Assamese levies, raised by the Burmese. I grant that the Burmese themselves do not seem to have done much better, but they would never have conquered all the peoples they have come across, and built up a great empire, if there had not been good fighting stuff in them. I have no doubt that we shall thrash them, but I don't think we shall do it as easily as our troops did in the north." The time now passed pleasantly with Stanley. He had, after thinking it over, declined to accept payment for his services, for this would have hindered his freedom of action, and prevented his obeying any instructions that his uncle might send him. He therefore joined as a volunteer interpreter, and was made a member of the officers' mess. he was specially attached to the native levy, and soon acquired their words of command, assisted its officers in drilling into something like order. Early in May a Burmese division, 8,000 strong, crossed the Naaf, and established itself at the Ratnapulong, 14 miles south of Ramoo. As soon as Captain Noton learned that the Burmese had crossed the river, he sent news of the fact to Chittagong, with a request that reinforcements should be at once sent to him, and then moved out with his force from Ramoo to ascertain the strength of the enemy. The Burmese were seen upon some hills where they were constructing stockades. A small British force advanced against them, drove them off the hills, and, following them, prepared to attack them in the plain beyond. The guns, however, had not come up, partly owing to the cowardice of the elephant drivers, and partly to the fact that it was found that several of the essential parts of the guns had been left behind. Without their assistance to clear the way, Captain Noton felt that it would be imprudent to attack so great a force, and therefore fell back to Ramoo. Here he was joined by 3 companies of the 20th Native Infantry, bringing up his force to close upon 1,000, of whom about half were sepoys, and the rest native levies. Had any energy whatever been shown by the officer in command of Chittagong in sending up reinforcements, which he could well have spared, now that the point of attack by the Burmese had been made clear, Captain Noton might have taken the offensive, in which case serious disaster would have been avoided, and the Burmese would have been driven back across the Naaf. None, however, came, and on the morning of the 13th of May the enemy appeared on the hill east of Ramoo, being separated from the British force by the river of the same name. There was some difference of opinion among the officers as to whether it would be better to maintain a position outside the town or to retreat at once, but the belief that reinforcements might arrive at any hour caused Captain Noton to determine to keep in the open, and so to cover the town as long as possible. On the evening of the 14th the Burmese came down to the river as if to cross it, but retired when the 2 6-pounder guns opened fire upon them. That 2 small guns should produce such an effect confirmed the British officers in their opinion that the Burmese, although they might defend stockades well, were of little use in the open. The next morning, however, the enemy effected the passage of the river farther away, and then, advancing, took possession of a large tank surrounded by a high embankment. Captain Newton placed his force in an enclosure with a bank 3 feet high. His right flank was protected by the river, and a small tank some 60 paces in front was occupied by a strong picket. On his left, somewhat to the rear, was another tank, and at this the native levies were placed. The main position was held by the sepoys with the 2 6-pounders. As the Burmese advanced, a sharp fire was opened upon them, but they availed themselves of every irregularity of the ground and of cover of all kinds, and threw up shelter banks with such rapidity that the fire was by no means so effective as had been expected. During the day, news came that the left wing of the 23rd Native Infantry had left Chittagong on the 13th, and, as it should arrive the next day, Captain Noton determined to hold his ground, though the Burmese continued to press forward, and a good many men, as well as 2 or 3 officers, had been wounded by their fire. At nightfall a consultation was held. The reinforcements were expected in the morning, and although the native levies had shown signs of insubordination, and evidently could not be relied upon to make a stand, if the Burmese attacked in earnest, it was resolved to retain the position. During the night the Burmese pushed forward their trenches. A heavy fire was maintained on both sides during the day, but it was with considerable difficulty that the officers in command of the levies kept the men from bolting. "Things look very black," Captain Pringle said to Stanley when the firing died away at nightfall. "Reinforcements should have been here today. It's scandalous that they should not have been pushed forward at once when we asked for them. Still more so that, when they once started, they should not have come on with the greatest possible speed. I doubt whether we shall be able to hold these cowardly curs together till tomorrow. If they bolt, the sepoys will be sure to do so too. In fact, their position would be altogether untenable, for the Burmese could march round this flank and take them in the rear. I wish to heaven we had 2 or 3 companies of white troops to cover a retreat. There'd be no fear of the sepoys yielding to a panic if they had British troops with them. But when they're outnumbered, as they are now, one can hardly blame them if they lose heart, when the enemy are 10 times their strength, and will be 20 to 1 against them if our fellows here bolt." The next morning the Burmese had pushed up their trenches to within 12 paces of the British lines, and a tremendous fire was opened. At 9 o'clock, in spite of the efforts of their officers to keep them steady, the native levies bolted, and the officers with them dashed across the intervening ground toward the main body. One of them fell dead, and 2 others were wounded. Stanley was running when he fell headlong, without a moment's thought or consciousness. The Burmese occupied the tank as soon as the levies had abandoned it, and their fire at once took the defenders of the main position in flank. A retreat was now necessary, and the Sepoys threw off in good order, but as the exulting Burmans pressed hotly upon them, and their cavalry cut off and killed every man who fell wounded from their ranks, they became seized with a panic. In vain their officers exhorted them to keep steady. Reaching a rivulet, the men threw down their rifles and accoutrements as they crossed it, and took to headlong flight. The little group of officers gathered together and fought to the end. Captains Noton, Truman, and Pringle, Lieutenant Grigg, Ensign Bennett, and Maysmore the doctor were killed. 3 officers only made their escape. Of these, 2 were wounded. The fugitives, both natives and Sepoys, continued their flight, and when 2 or 3 days later they straggled into Chittagong, it was found that the total loss in killed and missing amounted to about 250. Those taken prisoners numbered only about 20. All these were more or less severely wounded, for no quarter had been given. They had in the pursuit been passed over as dead, and when after this was over they were found to be alive, they were spared from no feeling of humanity, but that they might be sent to Ava as proofs of the victory obtained over the British. The number actually found alive was greater, but only those were spared that were capable of travelling. Among these was Stanley Brooke. He remained insensible until the pursuit had been discontinued. A violent kick roused him to consciousness, and sitting up he found that half a dozen Burmese were standing round him. His first action on recovering his senses was to discover where he was wounded. Seeing no signs of blood on his white clothes, he took off his cap and passed his hand over his head, and found that the blood was flowing from a wound just on the top, where a bullet had cut away the hair and scalp, and made a wound nearly 3 inches long, at the bottom of which he could feel the bone. Looking up at the Burmese, he said in their own language, "That was a pretty close shave, wasn't it?" 2 or 3 of them laughed, and all looked amused. 2 of them then helped him to his feet, and the group, among whom there were some officers, then took him some distance to the rear, where he was ordered to sit down with 3 wounded Sepoys who had been brought in. End of Chapter 2. The Outbreak of War. Recording by Mike Harris.
Chapter 3 of On the Irrawaddy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. On the Irrawaddy by G.A. Henty. Chapter 3. A Prisoner. The little group of prisoners received several additions, until the number mounted up to 20. The spot where they were placed was close to the bank of the river, and as all were suffering severely from thirst, Stanley asked and obtained permission from the guard to fetch some water. He first knelt down and took a long drink. Then he bathed his head, and, soaking his handkerchief with water, made it into a pad, placed it on the wound, and put his cap on over it. Then he filled a flask that he carried and joined his companions. These were permitted to go down one by one to the river to drink and bathe their wounds. Stanley had already learned from them all they knew of what had happened after he had been stunned by the bullet. 2 of them had crossed the rivulet before being wounded, and these said that they believed all the white officers had been killed, but they thought most of the troops had got away. "It's more than they deserved," Stanley said indignantly. "I don't say much about the Mugs. They had very little drill or discipline, and naturally were afraid of the Burmese, who had long been their masters. But if the Sepoys had kept together under their officers, they might all have escaped, for the Burmese would never have been able to break their ranks." "Some of the officers had been killed, and most of them wounded, before the retreat began, Sahib," one of the Sepoys said apologetically, "and they were 10 to 1 against us." "Yes, I know that. But you who had fought before should have known well enough that, as long as you kept together, you could have beaten them off, and they would have been glad enough to have given up the pursuit at last. No doubt they all wanted to have a share in the plunder of Ramoo." "What do you think they are going to do with us, Sahib?" "From what they said, as they brought me here, I think that we shall be sent to Ava, or Amapura. They lie close together, and the court is sometimes at one place and sometimes at the other. What they will do with us when we get there, I don't know. They may cut off our heads. They may put us in prison. Anyhow, you may be sure that we shall not have a pleasant time of it. All we have to hope for is that the capture of Rangoon by our fleet may lower their pride and bring them to treat for terms. It sailed nearly 6 weeks ago from Calcutta, and was to have been joined by one from Madras, and, allowing for delays, it ought to have been at Rangoon a fortnight since. and would certainly capture the place without any difficulty. So possibly by the time we reach Ava we shall find that peace has been made. Still, the Burmese may not consider the loss of Rangoon to be important, and may even try to recapture it, which you may be sure they won't do, for I heard at Chittagong that there were some 20,000 troops coming, which would be quite enough, if there were but good roads and plenty of transport for them, to march through Burma from end to end. In the evening food was brought to the prisoners, and, talking with some of the Burmese who came up to look at them, Stanley learned that Bandoola himself had not accompanied the forces across the Nap, and that it was commanded by the rajahs who ruled the 4 provinces of Arakan. Upon the following morning the prisoners were marched away under a strong guard. 6 days later they reached the camp of Bandoola. They were drawn up at a distance from the great man's tent. He came down, accompanied by a party of officers, to look at them, and he beckoned to Stanley. "Ask him if he is an officer," he said to an interpreter standing by his side. The man put the question in Hindustani. Stanley replied in Burmese: "I am an officer, your lordship, but a temporary one only. I serve in the Mug levy, and was appointed for my knowledge of their tongue." "How is it that you come to speak our language?" Bandoola asked in surprise. "I am a trader, your lordship, but when our trade was put an end to by the outbreak of the war, I entered the army to serve until peace was made. I learned the language from a servant in the service of my uncle, whose assistant I was." The Burmese general was capable of acts of great cruelty, when he considered it necessary, but at other times was kindly and good natured. "He is but a lad," he said to one of his officers, "and he seems a bold young fellow. He would be useful as an interpreter to me, for we shall want to question his countrymen when we make them all prisoners. However, we must send him with the others to Ava, as he is the only officer that we have taken. But I will send a message to some of my friends at the court, asking them to represent that I consider he will be useful to me, and praying that he may be kept for a time and treated well, and may be forwarded to me again when I make my next move against the English." The following day the prisoners started under the escort of 20 soldiers, commanded by an officer of some rank, who was specially charged to take them safely to Ava. It was a fortnight's march to the Irrawaddy. Until they neared the river the country was very thinly populated, but when they approached its banks the villages were comparatively thick, standing for the most part in clearings in a great forest. On the march the Burmese officer frequently talked with Stanley, asking him many questions about England and India, and was evidently surprised and somewhat sceptical as to the account the lad gave him of the fighting strength of the country. He treated him with considerable indulgence, and sent him dishes from his own table. When not talking with him, Stanley marched at the head of the little party of prisoners, all of whom were sepoys, no quarter having been given to the native levies. Of an evening Stanley endeavoured to keep up the sepoys' spirits by telling them that probably, by this time, the British expedition had arrived at Rangoon and captured it, and that peace would most likely follow, and they might be exchanged for any Burmese who fell into the hands of the English. When they reached a village on the bank of the river, the population, on seeing them, came round and would have maltreated them, had not the officer interfered, and said he had Bandoola's orders to carry them safely to the court, and that anyone interfering with them would be severely punished. The head man of the village bent low on hearing the general's name. "I ask your pardon, my lord. The prisoners shall not be touched. But have you heard the news?" "I have heard no news," the officer said. "It arrived yesterday, my lord. The barbarians have had the audacity to sail up with a great fleet of ships to Rangoon. They had vessels of war with them, and though our forts fired upon them, they had so many cannon that we could not resist them, and they have captured the town. This happened a fortnight since." The officer stood thunderstruck at what appeared to him to be an act of audacious insolence. However, after a moment's pause, he said wrathfully: "It is of little matter. The town was weak and in no position for defence, but a force will soon go down to sweep these barbarians away. Now get ready your war galley as soon as possible." Each village on the river was compelled by law to furnish a war galley for the king's service whenever it might be required. These carried from 50 to 100 men, and some 300 of these boats were always available for service, and constituted one of the strongest divisions of the fighting force of the Burman Empire. The village was a large one, and in half an hour the crew of the galley were on board, and, rowing 40 oars, started up the river. "What think you of this news?" the officer said, beckoning to Stanley to take his place in front of him. "These men must be mad to tempt the anger of the Lord of the Golden Stool, the mighty Emperor. Had you heard aught of this?" "I heard but a vague rumour that a fleet had been collected, but I heard nothing for certain as to its destination." "It is madness," the officer repeated. "We shall sweep them into the sea. How many of them are there, do you think?" "As to that I can say little, my lord. I only heard a report that some ships and troops were to sail, some from Madras and some from Calcutta; but of the number of the men and ships I know nothing for certain." "They have taken evil counsel," the officer said gravely. "I have heard that they gained some slight advantage in Cachar, but there they had but irregular troops to meet, largely Assamese, who are but poor cowards. This little success must have turned their heads. They will now have our regular forces to deal with, and these will number 100,000, or twice as many if necessary. Think you that the handful that would be transported in ships can stand against such a host?" "There may be more than you think, my lord. Many of the ships will be very big, much bigger than those that trade with Rangoon, and some of them will carry as many as 500 men." "Even so," the officer said scornfully, "if there were 25 such ships, or even 50, the force would be as nothing to us. They will have to take to their vessels as soon as our army approaches." "It may be so, sir, but I think that they will scarce go without fighting. I would represent to you that, although much fewer in numbers than your army which attacked us at Ramoo, the troops made a stout fight of it, and that they fought steadily until the Mugs ran away. After that, from what I hear, I admit that they fled shamefully; but the troops that came to Rangoon will be better than those were, for there will be white regiments among them, and though these may, as you say, be overpowered with numbers and destroyed, I do not think that you will see them running away." "And you think that they will really venture to withstand us?" "I think they will endeavour to do so, yes." "Why, there will scarce be an occasion for fighting," the officer said disdainfully. "They were mad to come. They are madder still to come now. The rainy season is just at hand. In another week it will be upon us. The rivers will spread, the flat country will be marsh. Even we, who are accustomed to it, suffer. In places like Rangoon, fever and disease will sweep them away, and when the dry season comes and our troops assemble to fight them, there will be no one left. They will die off like flies. We shall scarce capture enough to send as prisoners to the Emperor." Stanley felt, in this respect, the Burman's prophecies were but too likely to be fulfilled. He knew how deadly were the swamp fevers to white men, and that, in spite of his comfortable home on board the dhow and boat, he had himself suffered, although during the wet season his uncle made a point of sailing along the coast, and of ascending only rivers that had flowed between high banks, and through a country free from swamps. He remembered that his uncle had spoken very strongly of the folly of the expedition being timed to arrive on the coast of Burma at the beginning of the wet season, and had said that they would suffer terribly from fever before they could advance up the country, unless it was intended to confine the operations to the coast towns until the dry season set in. It would indeed have been impossible to have chosen a worse time for the expedition, but doubtless the government of India thought chiefly of the necessity for forcing the Burmese to stand on the defensive, and of so preventing the invasion of India by a vast army. Unquestionably, too, they believed that the occupation of Rangoon and the stoppage of all trade would show the court of Ava that they had embarked in a struggle with no contemptible foe, and would be glad to abate their pretensions and to agree to fair terms of peace. The Bengal force that had been embarked consisted of 2 British regiments, the 13th and 38th, a battalion of native infantry, and 2 batteries of European artillery, amounting in all to 2,175 men. The Madras force, of which one division was sent on at once, the other was to follow shortly, consisted of the 41st and 89th Regiments, the Madras European Regiment, 7 battalions of native infantry, and 4 batteries of artillery, amounting to 9,300 men, making a total of 11,475 fighting men, of whom nearly 5,000 were Europeans. In addition to the transports, the Bengal force was accompanied by a flotilla of 20 gun brigs and as many rowboats, each armed with an 18-pounder. The Larne and the Sophia sloop, belonging to the Royal Navy, several of the Company's cruisers, and the steamboat Diana. General Sir A. Campbell was appointed to the chief command, and Colonel Macbean, with the rank of Brigadier General, commanded the Madras force. The Bengal squadron sailed from Saugur in the middle of April, and reached the rendezvous, Port Cornwallis, in the Andaman Islands at the end of the month. The Madras First Division sailed at the same time and joined them a few days later, and the whole force, under the escort of Her Majesty's frigate Liffey and the Stanley sloop of war, left Port Cornwallis on the 5th of May, and arrived on the 9th of May at the mouth of the Irrawaddy. Forces were detached for the capture of the islands of Chuduba and Negre. On the 10th the fleet entered the river and anchored within the bar, and on the following morning proceeded with the flood tide up to Rangoon, the Liffey and the Larne leading the way. A few shots were fired as they went up the river, but the Burmese were taken wholly by surprise, the idea that the English would venture to invade them never having entered their minds. There was considerable disappointment on board the fleet when Rangoon came into sight. It was situated on the north bank of the main branch of the river, 30 miles from the sea. It extended about 900 yards along the bank, and was 600 or 700 yards wide at its broadest point. Beyond the town were some suburbs outside the palisade that enclosed it. The palisades were 10 or 12 feet high, strengthened by embankments of earth thrown up against them on the inner side. One face of the defences ran along the river bank, while the others were protected by a shallow creek communicating with the river. The town itself consisted for the most part of miserable and dirty hovels, and of a few official buildings of larger size. At 12 o'clock the Liffey anchored abreast of the principal battery, close to the water gate, the transports being ranged in a line in rear of her. A proclamation had been sent on shore on the previous day, giving assurances of protection to the people at large and to all who should offer no resistance. When the guns of the fleet were loaded, a pause ensued. The town was evidently incapable of offering resistance, and it was hoped that it would capitulate. The Burmese were seen standing at their guns, but they also remained inactive, apparently paralyzed at the appearance of this great fleet of vessels, of a size hitherto undreamt of by them, and the threatening guns pointing toward them. However, they were at last goaded by the orders and threats of their officers to open fire upon the ships. The frigate at once replied with a broadside. In a very few minutes every gun on shore was silenced, and the Burmese fled in confusion from their works. As soon as they did so, the signal for disembarkation was made. The troops crowded into the boats which rowed for the shore, and the soldiers entered the town without resistance, and found it completely deserted. The whole of the population had been driven out by the governor on the previous day, and, according to Burmese custom, the men had all been formed into a levy, while the women and children were held under guard as hostages for their husbands and fathers, their lives being forfeited in case of desertion or cowardice by their male relations. The foreigners in the town had all been seized. They were few in number, consisting of some 8 or 10 British traders and American missionaries. These, after being fettered, were taken to the Custom House prison. They were brought up and tried early on the morning of the attack, and were accused of having arranged the assault on the town. They naturally urged that if they had had the least knowledge that it was going to be made, they would have left the place in time, but the Burmese at once condemned them to death, and they were taken back to the prison to be executed. The sentence, however, was not carried out. The Burmese had intended to execute them on the walls in sight of their countrymen, and the authorities had all assembled at the prison for the purpose, when, fortunately, a shot from the first broadside fired passed through the building, causing an instant stampede. The chiefs at once left the city, and the prisoners, heavily chained, were marched some distance into the country. A party of British troops were, however, pushed forward in advance of the town as soon as it was occupied, and the guard, in alarm for their own safety, placed the prisoners in a house and made off, and a patrol found them there on the following morning and brought them into the town. The great pagoda, standing 2.5 miles from the town, was at once occupied as an advanced position by the British. It stood upon a conical hill rising 75 feet above the plain. The area on the top was somewhat over 2 acres, and in the centre rose the pagoda, 338 feet high. Every boat on the river was found to have been removed. In spite of proclamations promising good treatment, none of the inhabitants returned to the town, being prevented from doing so by the Burmese authorities and troops. No stores whatever had been found, and till the end of the wet season the army had to depend entirely upon the fleet for provisions, and remained cooped up in the wretched and unhealthy town, suffering severely from fever and malaria. The boat in which Stanley and the other prisoners were conveyed was changed at every village going up the river, as the officer was carrying the dispatches from Bandoola to the court. A flag was hoisted as the boat came in sight of a village. This was the signal that another was required, and within 2 or 3 minutes of their arrival, the prisoners, their guard, and officer were on their way again. Thus they proceeded night and day, and in 4 days arrived at Ava. Leaving the prisoners in charge of the guard, the officer at once proceeded to the palace. In an hour guns were fired, drums beat, and the bells of the pagodas rung, to give notice to the population that a great victory had been won over the English, and their army annihilated by Bandoola and his valiant troops. This obliterated the impression produced by the news that had arrived, a few days previously, of the landing at Rangoon, and there were great rejoicings among the population. An officer from the palace presently came down to the boat, and the prisoners were marched through the streets to a jail amid the jeers of the mob. Stanley was surprised at the meanness of the town, the great majority of the houses being built of bamboo and thatched with grass, and having a very poor appearance. The public buildings and the houses of the great officers were constructed of planks and tiled, but were heavy and tasteless, and it was only upon the innumerable pagodas in and around the town that any care seemed to have been bestowed. He had wondered much at the numerous pagodas that they had seen, near every town and village, as they passed up, but the officer had informed him that these were all private property, and that it was considered the most meritorious of actions to erect one. Consequently, every man who had means to do so built a pagoda, large or small, in proportion to the sum that he could bestow upon it. On Stanley's remarking upon the great number that were in ruins, the officer replied that it was considered so much more meritorious an action to build a pagoda than to repair one, that after the death of the founder they were generally suffered to fall into decay. For some days the prisoners were taken out every day and marched about the town for some time, so as to afford the population ocular proof of the victory gained by Bandoola. The place in which they were confined was small and filthy, but at the end of a week Stanley was taken out and placed in a room by himself, and here the officer who had charge of him paid him a visit an hour or two later. "I have expressed to the court," he said, "the wishes of the general, and have had permission according for you to receive different treatment from the others, partly because you are an officer, but principally because the general thinks that you may be made useful to him. I have informed the officer of the prison that you are to be at liberty to walk about in the city when you please, but to protect you from violence an officer and 2 soldiers are to accompany you, so long as you may think such a precaution necessary. I have ordered a dress of our fashion to be brought to you, as otherwise you could not go into the streets without being mobbed." Stanley expressed his gratitude to the officer for obtaining these indulgences, and the latter replied: "I acted upon the orders of the general, but it has been a pleasure to me, for I see that you are a young man of merit, and have longed much from you about your people during the journey, and have seen that, foolish as they have been to undertake to match themselves against us, there are yet some things that might be learned from them, and that, if they had remained in their island many months' journey from here, they might have been worthy of our friendship." A short time after the officer had left, a soldier brought up some food of a very much better nature than that which Stanley had been hitherto supplied. Half an hour later the dress arrived. It was that of a Burmese official of inferior grade, and consisted of a tunic of thick cloth, coming down to the knees, leathern sword belt, a sort of tippet resembling that of an English coachman, with 3 layers of cloth thickly quilted, and a leathern helmet, going up to a point in the centre, with a flap to protect the neck and ears. With it were worn tight-fitting stockings of cloth and low shoes. Presently an officer came in. "I am ordered to go out with you once a day, at whatever hour you may desire. I am a relative of the officer who brought you here, and he has requested me to look after your safety." "I am much obliged to you, sir," Stanley said, "and shall be glad, indeed, to go out to see the city. Your kinsman has kindly sent me a dress, and if I am not to be noticed, it will be necessary for me to stain my face and hands somewhat." "That I have thought of," the officer said, "and have brought with me some dye which will darken your skin. It would be worse than useless for you to dress as a Burman unless you did so, for it would seem even more singular to the people in the streets that a white man should be seen walking about dressed as an officer, than that a white prisoner should be taken through the streets under a guard. I am ready to go out with you now, if you wish it." "I shall be ready in a few minutes," Stanley replied, and on being left alone, at once changed his attire and stained his face and hands. He had just finished when the officer returned. He smiled and said: "There is no fear of your being suspected now, and you might really go about safely without a guard, unless you were to enter into conversation with anyone. You speak the language very well, but your accent is not quite the same as ours here, though in Aracan it would pass unremarked." As they went out from the prison, the officer told 2 soldiers who were waiting there to follow at a distance. "Do not approach us," he said, "unless I call you up." The houses were not constructed in continuous rows, but were very scattered, each having its enclosure or garden. The population was very small in comparison to the area occupied by the town. This was divided into 2 parts, the inner and outer town. The whole was surrounded by a brick wall, 5½ miles in circumference, some 16 feet high and 10 feet in thickness, strengthened on the inside by a great bank of earth. The inner town was enclosed by a separate wall with a deep ditch on 2 sides, the river Irrawaddy on the third, and a tributary river on the fourth. A considerable portion of the enclosed area was occupied by the royal quarter, containing the palace, the court of justice, the council chamber, arsenal, and the houses of the ministers and chief officials. This was cut off from the rest by a strong and well-built wall, 20 feet high, outside which was a stockade of the same height. The total population of Ava was about 25,000. The officer did not take Stanley to the royal quarter, observing that it was better not to go there, as although he had leave to walk in the town, it might give offence were he to show himself near the palace. But after going through the wall they visited 2 or 3 of the markets, of which there are 11 in the town. The markets consisted of thatched huts and sheds, and were well supplied with the products of the country. Here were rice, maize, wheat, and various other grains, sticks of sugar cane, tobacco, cotton, and indigo. Mangoes, oranges, pineapples, custard apples, and plantains were in abundance. Also peacocks, jungle fowl, pigeons, partridges, geese, ducks, and snipes. But little meat was on sale, as the Burman religion forbids the killing of animals for food. Venison was the only meat allowed to be sold in the markets, but there were lizards, iguanas, and snakes which were exposed freely for sale, and there were large quantities of turtle and tortoise eggs which had been brought up from the delta. Stanley saw that there had really been no great occasion for him to stain his skin, as the people were for the most part lighter in colour than the Hindus. Many of the men had, however, stained their faces to a darker colour, and all were tattooed, more or less. Men, women, and children were all smoking, and frequently, when both hands were required for any purpose, thrust their cigars into the large holes bored into the lobes of their ears. Both men and women were somewhat short in stature, but squarely built and muscular, and in the majority of cases inclined to be fat. The men wore a sort of kilt consisting of a doubled piece of cloth wrapped round the body and falling to the knee. Over this was a loose tunic with sleeves open in front. The headdress was a scanty white turban. The dress of the women was somewhat similar to that of the Hindus, consisting of a single garment like a sheet wrapped round the body, fastening under the arms and falling to the ankles. Those of the upper classes were more elaborate. The rank among the women was distinguished, so Stanley's guide pointed out to him, by the manner in which the hair was plaited and twisted, and by the ornaments in it. The men, like the women, wore their hair long, but while the men wore theirs in a knot at the top of the head, the women gathered it in at the back. Their faces were broad at the cheekbones, but narrowed in sharply both at the forehead and chin. The narrow and oblique eyes showed the relationship between the Burmese and their Chinese neighbours. They seemed to Stanley a light-hearted, merry people, going about their business with much chatter and laughter, and the sound of musical instruments could often be heard inside the houses. Several men in bright yellow garments mingled with the crowds in the market. These were priests, the officer told him, and it would be a mortal act of sacrilege for anyone else to wear that colour. Stanley remarked upon seeing so few soldiers, and the officer told him that there was no regular army in Burma. Every man capable of carrying guns was obliged to serve in case of war, but with the exception of the king's bodyguard and a very small body of men who were police rather than soldiers, there was no force permanently kept up. Every man was expected to know something of military duty, and all were able to build stockades. From the fact that the flesh of wild fowl formed one of the principal articles of food, the peasantry throughout the country were all accustomed to the use of the gun, and were fair marksmen. "But you yourself are an officer," Stanley said. "At present, yes, but tomorrow I may return to my land. It's the same with the highest minister. One day he may be a traitor, but if recommended to the king as one possessing ability, straightway he is chosen to be a high official. If he does not please the king, or fails in his duties, then the next day he may be selling cloth in the bazaar again. Everything is at the will of the king. Nobody is born with fortune or rank, for everything belongs to the king, and at a man's death all goes back to him. Thus everyone in the land has an equal chance. In war the bravest becomes a general. In peace the cleverest is chosen as a councillor." Walking about, Stanley soon found that there were a great variety of dialects talked in the street, and that the language of the Burmese of the coast, of the natives of Pegu and the Central Province, and of those from districts bordering on the Shan states or the frontiers of China, differed as widely as those of the most remote parts of Great Britain did from each other. This being so, he was convinced that there would be no difficulty whatever in passing as a native, without attracting any observation or inquiry, so far as the language went. His features, and still more the shape of his face, might, however, be noticed by the first comer in the daytime. He thought, indeed, that a little tinge of colour in the corner of the eyes, so as to lengthen their appearance and give an oblique cast to them, would make a difference. The general shape of the head was unalterable, but the Burmese nose and mouth did not differ very greatly from the European, except that the nostrils were smaller, and in shape were round rather than oval. For 3 weeks he continued the same life, and then the Burmese officer, with whom he had now become very friendly, said when he entered one morning: "You must not go out today. There is news that your people have made 2 forward marches. The first was against a stockade which they took, and killed many of our men. The other time they marched out 4 or 5 miles, had a fight with our troops, and again killed many. These things have angered the king and the people. Of course it is nothing, for our troops are only beginning to assemble, but it is considered insolent in the extreme, and the king's face is darkened against your countrymen. 4 of the prisoners have been taken out this morning and publicly executed, and if the news of another defeat comes, I fear that it will be dangerous, even for you." "What had I best do, my friend?" "I would fain save you, for we have come to know each other, and I see that there is much good in your ways, though they differ greatly from ours. Were I to take you out, as usual, you might be killed in the streets. Were you to slip away and escape, I should assuredly be put to death. But if any way I can help you, I would fain do so. My relation who brought you up here left a fortnight since to rejoin Bandoola, so his influence cannot serve you. I do not say that you might not escape from this prison, since you are not, like the others, confined in a dungeon, but I see not what you could do, or where you could go. Were you to disappear, orders would be sent down the river to every village, and every passing craft would be examined, and you would be sure to be detected, while it would be well nigh impossible to travel the country on foot, for it is but thinly inhabited. There are often very long distances between the villages, and much of the country is swamp and forest without paths, for the village trade goes by the river, and they have little communication with each other. I know that, from what you say, you think that your troops will beat ours, even when we assemble in large numbers. Were this so, I fear that there would be little chance of your life being spared. Were it not for that, I should say that, Bandoola having recommended you, you would be in no danger here, and had better remain until peace is made. What think you yourself?" "It is very difficult to reply at once," Stanley said, "but I thank you greatly for your offer to befriend me, in any way you can. I do not say that I had not thought of escape, for I have of course done so, but it seemed to me a thing in the distance, and that, at any rate, until the rains were over and the rivers had sunk, it would be useless to attempt it. I see now that it will be safest for me to try without delay. If you will come in again this afternoon, I will tell you what I have thought of." "I will do so, and I myself will try to think how best the matter can be managed. We must remember that the great thing is for you to find concealment for the present. After the search for you has been made for some time, it will die away, and it will then be the easiest plan for you to make your way down the river." End of Chapter 3. A Prisoner. Recording by Mike Harris. Chapter 4 of On the Irrawaddy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. On the Irrawaddy by G.A. Henty. Chapter 4. A Ruined Temple. After the officer left him, Stanley sat thinking for a long time. He himself inclined strongly toward the river, but he saw that, at present, the difficulties would be very great. The war boats were passing up and down, and bodies of troops were being carried down in large craft. In every village, the men he knew were assembling and drilling. Even in Ava he could see the difference in the population, the proportion of men to women having markedly decreased since his arrival. As to the journey by land, it appeared to him impossible. He was, too, altogether without money, and whether by water or land it would be necessary to go into the villages to buy provisions. Indeed, money would have been almost useless, for there was no coined money in Burma, payments being made in lead for small amounts or in silver for large ones, the quantity necessary being cut off from small sticks or bars or paid in filings. It seemed to him that the best thing would be to take to the forest for a time, and endeavour to subsist upon wild fruits, or, if these were not to be found there, to go out into the fields and orchards at night, and so manage to hold on for a few weeks. His friend told him that in the forests along the principal lines of route to the capital were many bad characters, persons who had committed crime or fled from justice.
Some were cultivators who, having been unable to pay their taxes, had deserted their land and taken to the woods. All committed depredations, and traders coming into the town from the Shan states, or from the country where rubies and emeralds were found, always travelled in caravans for mutual protection. At times levies were called out, and many of these marauders were killed. Stanley then had hit upon nothing definite when the officer returned in the afternoon, and in reply to the latter's question he acknowledged at once that the only thing he could see was to take to the forest, until the active search for him had ceased. "You would find it difficult to maintain yourself. I have thought of a better way than that. I am acquainted with a Fungee who lives in a temple in a lonely spot 4 miles away. He is a good man, though somewhat strange in his habits, and I feel sure that on my recommendation he would take you in. There would be little chance of your being discovered there. You could not go dressed as you are, but must disguise yourself as a peasant, though it might be well to retain your present attire, which may be useful to you afterwards. I fear that you will fare badly with him in the way of food. There will be enough to eat, but it will be of the simplest. So that there is enough to keep life together, it matters little what it is. Then that is settled. Now, about making your escape from here. Your door is closely barred at night, and there is no window save those 4 little holes high up in the wall, which scarce a bird could get through." "Oh, I could cut through the thatch above," Stanley said, "if I had but something that I could stand upon to do so. There are some bamboos lying just at the bottom of the steps. With these and some cord I might make a sort of ladder, and should then be able to get at the thatch. I will bring you some cord tomorrow for that, and to let yourself down to the ground. Then I will arrange where to meet you, and will guide you out of town and take you to the priest. I will bring a disguise for you, and some stain for your body and arms, for as a peasant you would be naked to the waist. I can think of nothing better." "I thank you most heartily," Stanley said, "and trust that you may get into no trouble for the kindness that you have shown me." "Oh, there is no fear of that, my friend. No one will know that I have been away from the town. I am greatly afraid that this will be all that I shall be able to do for you, for I am told that I am to go down the river with the next batch of troops, which will start in 3 days. I have only been informed of it since I saw you this morning. Had it not been for you, I should have been glad, for it is in wartime only that one can obtain honour and promotion." "I am sorry that you are going, sir. I shall miss your kindness sorely, but I can understand your desire to go to the front. It is the same with us. When there is a war, every officer and soldier hopes that his regiment will be sent there. However, I shall see you again. Has Bandoola's army moved yet?" "No, nor do I think that it will do so. It is a long march down to Rangoon for Ramoo, and I believe that he will remain where he is, until he sees how matters go at Rangoon. As soon as your people are driven out, he will be joined by a great army, and will march to Dacca. There our troops from the north will join him, and then he will go to India, we think." "I fancy," Stanley said with a smile, "that if he waits until we are turned out from Rangoon, his stay at Ramoo will be a long one." The next day the officer brought several yards of strong cloth, such as was worn by the peasants, a piece of muslin to make the circular band that was worn by the lower class instead of a complete turban, and a lot of horsehair to be worn on the top of the head. "Now," he said, "strip to the waist, and I will dye your body. I have dyes of 2 colours here, one for the skin and the other to draw lines on the face, so as to make you look older, and with this I can also imitate tattoo marks on your chest and shoulders. Here is a long knife, such as everyone wears, and here is the cord. As soon as it is getting dark, you must carry up 2 of the bamboo poles, taking care that no one observes you do so. There is seldom anyone in the courtyard. I have had the knife sharpened, and it will cut through the thatch easily enough. When you get away, walk straight to the market that lies nearest to it. I will be at its entrance. It will take you, I suppose, 2 hours to make your ladder and get out. You cannot begin until the guard closes your door. You tell me he never comes in. No, he brings the last meal an hour before sunset. I generally sit on the top of the steps till he comes up to lock the door, which is about 9 o'clock, and I don't see him again until he unbars the door in the morning. I should not think that it will take as long as 2 hours to make the ladder and cut the thatch. At any rate, by 11 I ought to join you. I suppose the gates are open." "Oh, yes, they are never closed, though of course they would be if an enemy were near. There is no guard anywhere." After staining Stanley's skin, the officer waited a quarter of an hour for it to dry thoroughly, and then proceeded to draw lines on his face across the forehead and from the corners of his eyes, and then spent nearly an hour in executing rough tattoo marks on his body and arms. "This dye is very good, and will last for weeks before it begins to fade. I will bring with me another bottle tonight, so that you can at least re-dye your skin. Here is some wax. You must turn your hair up from the neck, and plaster it into its place with it. The turban will prevent anyone seeing how short the hair is. There is a little bottle of black dye.
with which you had better colour it before fixing it with the wax." Stanley's hair had not been cut for some time before he had been captured by the Burmese, and in the 2 months that had since elapsed it had grown very long, and could therefore be turned up as the officer suggested. Putting on his usual garments, he sat at his place at the door of the cell until the guard brought up his evening meal. Having eaten this, he dyed his hair, and half an hour later turned it up, plastering it with wax, and tied a bit of fibre cord round where the turban would come. By this time it was getting dusk. He sat at the door at the top of the steps until he saw that the courtyard was deserted, the guard at the gate having gone outside to enjoy the coolness of the air. Then he ran down the steps, took 2 bamboo poles about 10 feet in length, and 2 short pieces of the same wood, no thicker than his finger, and hurrying up the steps with them, laid them down against the side of the room. Then he went to the steps again, and sat there until he saw the guard coming across to fasten his door. Then he went in, and, as soon as he heard the bars put up, began his preparations. First he lashed the short pieces across the ends of the 2 bamboos so as to keep them a foot apart. Then he put ratlines across, and soon had the ladder completed. He made up his clothes into a bundle, wrapped the rough cloth round his waist, adjusted the knot of horsehair on the top of his head, and fastened it there with wax. He wound the turban round below, and his disguise was complete. Fixing the ladder against the wall, he climbed it, and it was not long before he cut a hole through the thatch of sufficient size to pass out. The work had taken him longer than he had expected, for it had to be done in absolute darkness. However, he was sure that he was well within his time. Fastening the end of the rope to one of the bamboo rafters, he descended the ladder and picked up his bundle, then climbed up again, got halfway out the hole, and listened intently. Everything was quiet in the street, and in another minute he stood on the ground. When he turned into the principal street, there were still many people about. Sounds of music and singing came from the windows, for the Burmese are very fond of music, and often pass the whole night in playing and singing. There was no risk whatever of detection now, and he stepped briskly along until he came to the open space with its rows of little thatched huts. Here he paused for a minute, and the officer stepped out from behind a house and joined him. "I was not sure at first that it was you," he said. "Your disguise is excellent. You had better follow me now until we get beyond the busy streets." Keeping some 20 yards behind his guide, Stanley went on until, after nearly half an hour's walking, they passed through a gate in the city walls. He now closed up to the officer, and, after another half hour's walk across a cultivated country, they entered a forest. The ground now rose steadily, and after keeping on for about 2 miles, they emerged from the trees at the top of a hill. The space had been cleared of timber, but it was nearly covered with bushes and young trees. In the centre were the ruins of a temple that had evidently existed long before the Burmese dynasty occupied the country, and had been erected by some older race. It was roofless, the walls had in places fallen, and the ruins were covered with vegetation. The Burman ascended some broken steps, entered the temple, and crossed to one of the opposite corners. A dim light was burning in a small apartment which had been roofed with thatch. A man was lying, dressed, on a heap of leaves at one side. He started up as the officer entered. "Who is it who comes here at this hour?" he asked. "Thekin," the officer answered. "I am glad to see you," the Fungi said. "Whatever may bring you here, you have not fallen into trouble, I hope?" "In no way, good priest. I am starting in 2 days down the river to fight the barbarians, but before I go, I want you to do me a favour." The Fungi smiled. "Beyond naming you in my prayers, Thekin, there is but little that a hermit can do for any man." "Not so in this case," the officer said. "I have one here with me who needs rest and concealment. I would rather that you did not ask who he is. He has done no crime, and yet he is in danger, and for a month maybe he needs a shelter. Will you give it to him for my sake?" "Assuredly I will," the priest said. "Your father was one of my dearest friends in the days when I dwelt in the city. I would gladly do all in my power for his son, and this is but a small thing that you ask. Let him enter." Stanley went in. The priest took down the little lamp from a shelf on which it stood, and held it near the lad's face. Then he turned with a smile to Thekin. "The painting is but clumsily done," he said, "though maybe it would pass without close examination. He is a stranger, and comes of a race unknown to me, but, as you said, it matters not to me who he is, sufficient that he is a friend of yours. He is welcome to a share of my shelter and my food, though the shelter is rough and the food somewhat scanty. Of late, few indeed have sought me, for, as I hear, most of the men have gone down to the war." "I have brought you some food," the officer said, for Stanley had observed that he also carried a bundle, a larger one than his own. "Here is a supply of rice that will last for some time, and this, with your offerings, will suffice to keep things going. My friend is not, like you, bound by his religion not to take life, and I know that snakes are very plentiful round here." Snakes had formed a frequent article of his diet since he had been captured, and Stanley had lost the repugnance to them that he had at first felt, so the prospect of their forming the staple of his diet was not disagreeable to him. It would also afford him some employment to search for and kill them. "I shall be well content," he said, "with anything that I can get, and trust that I shall be no burden upon you." "You will assuredly be none," the priest replied. "Here must be at least 30 pounds of rice, which alone would keep 2 men alive for a month. As regards the snakes, though I may not kill them, I may eat them when killed, and indeed there are few things better. In truth, I should not be sorry to have some of the creatures out of the way, for they swarm around here so thickly that I have to pay great heed when I walk, lest I step upon them." "Have you been troubled with robbers of late, Father?" Deacon asked. "Oh, they trouble me not at all," the priest said. "Men come sometimes. They may be robbers or they may not. I ask no questions. They sometimes bring fruit and other offerings, and I know that I need not fear them. I have nought to lose save my life, and he would be indeed an evil man who would dare to lift his finger against a priest, one who harms not anyone, and is ready to share what food he has with any man who comes to him hungry." "Well, Father, I will say goodbye. I must be back to the city before men are about, as I would not that my absence should be discovered." "Peace be with you, my son. May you come back safe from the wars. My prayers will be said for you night and morning. Be in no uneasiness as to your friend. If any should ask me about my companion, I shall reply that he is one who has undertaken to rid me of some of the snakes, who dispute the possession of this place with me." Thekin motioned to Stanley to come outside the hut with him, and when he did so, handed to him a small but heavy bag. "This is lead," Thekin said. "You will need it when you start on your journey down the country. There are 8 pounds of it, and from what you have seen in the market you will know how much food you can get for a small amount of lead. I would that I could do more for you and assist your flight." "You have done much indeed," Stanley said, "very much, and should I regain my friends I will endeavour to do as much by one of your countrymen for your sake. I hope that when the war is over I may meet you again." "I hope so also," the Burmese said warmly. "I cannot but think that you will succeed in getting away." "My son," the old priest said when Stanley returned to his cell, "I am going to my prayers. I always rise at this hour and pray till morning, therefore you may as well lay yourself down on these leaves. There is another cell like this in the opposite corner of the temple. In the morning you can cut boughs and roof it like this, and make your bed there. There is no room for another here, and it will doubtless be more pleasant for you to have a place to yourself, where you can go and come as you like, for in the day women come up to consult me and ask for my prayers. But mind how you enter it for the first time, as like as not there will be snakes sheltering there." Stanley lay awake for a time, listening to the monotonous voice of the priest as he repeated his prayers, but his senses soon wandered, and he slept soundly till daybreak. His first step was to cut a stout stick, and he then proceeded to the other cell, which was partially blocked up with stone from the fallen roof. It took him 2 hours to carry this stuff out, and he killed no less than 9 snakes that he disturbed in his work. The prospect of sleeping in a place so frequented was not a pleasant one, especially as the cell had no door to it, and he resolved at once to erect some sort of bed place where he might be beyond their reach. For this purpose he cut 2 poles, each 3 or 4 inches longer than the cell. One end of each he sharpened and drove in between the interstices of the stone, at a distance of some 2.5 feet apart, and 4 feet from the ground. The other ends he hammered with a heavy stone against the opposite wall, until they would go down no further. Then he split up some more wood and lashed strips almost touching each other underneath the 2 poles by the aid of some strong creepers. Then he filled up the bed place between the poles with dry leaves. On one end of the bed was some inches higher than the other. This was immaterial, and he felt satisfied that even the craftiest snake could not reach him. As to the roof, he was by no means particular about it. In this part of Burma the rainfall is very small, the inundations being the effect of heavy rains in the distant hill country, which, as they come down, raise the level of the rivers in some cases as much as 18 feet, and overflow the low-lying country. Before beginning to construct the bed, he had carried the snakes into the fongee, after first cutting off their heads, which, as he knew, the Burmans never touch. "This is good indeed, my son," the priest said. "Here we have our breakfast and dinner. I will boil some rice and fry 4 of them for breakfast." The bed was but half completed when he heard the priest sound a bell. It was doubtless used as a call to prayer. However, Stanley rightly conjectured that in this case it was a summons to a meal, and he was soon seated on the ground by the side of the priest. Little was said at breakfast, which Stanley enjoyed heartily. "So my friend Thikin is starting for the wars. What think you of it, my son? Shall we easily overpower these barbarians? We have never met them in war before, and doubtless their methods of fighting are different from ours." "Quite different. Their men are trained as soldiers. They act as one man, while the Burmese fight each for himself. Then they have cannon with them, which they can drag about quickly and use with great effect. Although they are few, in comparison with the armies going down to attack them, the latter will find it very difficult work to turn them out of Rangoon." "Do you think that they will beat us, then?" "That I cannot say, but I should not be surprised if it were to prove so." "The Burmese have never been beaten yet," the priest said. "They have been victorious over all their enemies." "The Burmese are very brave," Stanley agreed, "but hitherto they have only fought against people less warlike than themselves. Now they have to deal with a nation that has made war a study, and which always keeps up a large army of men who are trained to fight, and who spend all their time in military exercises. It is not that they are stronger than the Burmese, for the Burmese are very strong men, but only that men who are trained to act together must, necessarily, possess a greater advantage over those who have had no such training, who simply take up arms for the occasion, and when the trouble is over return to their homes and lay them by, until called out to fight again. Besides, their weapons are better than yours, and they have many cannon, which by practice they can load and fire very quickly, and each of which, when the armies are near each other, can fire 50 or 60 bullets at once." "I have heard a strange story that the barbarians have a ship without sails, with a great chimney that pours out quantities of black smoke, and a wheel on each side, and as the wheels move round the vessel can go straight up the river against the tide, even if the wind is blowing strongly down." "It is true, Father. There are many such ships, but only 2 or 3 have made the long voyage across the stormy seas to India." "It is wonderful how these men can force fire to be their servant, and how it can make the wheels of the ship to move round." "I cannot explain it to you, Father. I have never seen one of these vessels, though I have heard of them." The priest said no more, but evidently fell into a profound meditation, and Stanley, getting quietly up, returned to his work. The priest came in just as he had completed his bed. "Oh, that is well," he said, looking at it approvingly. "I myself, although I know that until my time has come no creature can harm me, cannot resist a shudder when I hear one rustling amid the leaves of my bed. For they come in, although some of my friends have had a door placed to exclude their entry at night. I wander but little from my cell, and always close the door after me, but they enter sometimes when I am meditating, and forgetful of earthly matters, and the first I know of their presence is the rustling of the leaves in the bed at night. Here I, as strong in my faith as I should be, I would heed it not. I tell myself so, but my fear is stronger than my will, and I am forced to rise, turn up the leaves with a stick until I find them, and then I open the door and eject them, with as much gentleness as may be." "I should get no sleep at all," Stanley said. "I don't think that even a door would make me feel any safer, for I might forget to shut it sometimes. Tomorrow, Father, I will wage war with them, and see if I cannot decrease their numbers considerably." Stanley's first task was to clear the bushes away from the court of the temple, and this, after several days' hard work, he carried out, although he soon saw that by so doing he would not diminish the number of the snakes, for the greater portion of the area was covered with blocks of fallen stone, among which the reptiles found an impenetrable shelter. The clearance effected, however, was so far useful that, while the creatures were before altogether hidden from sight by the bushes, they could now be killed when they came out to bask in the sun on the uncovered stones, and he could, every day, destroy a dozen or more without the slightest difficulty. 10 days after he had finished the work, he heard the sound of men's voices, and, peeping out, saw a Burmese officer with a party of 8 armed men going to the Fungi's cell. It was possible that they might have come on other business, but it was more probable that they had come in search of him. Some of the women who had come up to the hermit had seen him at work, and might have mentioned on their return that the priest had a man at work clearing away the bushes. The matter might have come to the ears of some officer anxious to distinguish himself, and the idea that this was the prisoner for whom a search was being made occurred to him. Stanley shrank back into his cell, took up the bundle of clothes that served as his pillow, got onto the bed, and standing on it was able to get his fingers on to the top of the wall. He hoisted himself up, made his way through the boughs of the roof, and dropped onto the ground outside. Then he went round by the back of the temple until he stood outside the priest's cell and could hear the voices within without difficulty. "Then you know nothing whatever of this man?" "Nothing whatever," the priest replied. "As I have told you, he came to me and asked for shelter. I gave him such poor assistance as I could, as I should give it to anyone who asked me. He has been no burden upon me, for he has killed enough snakes for my food and his own." "You know not of what part he is a native?" "Not at all. I asked him no questions. It was no business of mine." "Could you form any idea from his speech?" "His speech was ours. It seemed to me that it was that of a native of the lower provinces." "Where is he now?" "I know not." "You say that at present he is away?" "Not seeing him in front, I thought he had gone out, for he comes and goes as he pleases. He is not a hired servant, but a guest. He cut down the bushes here in order that he might more easily kill the snakes, for which indeed I am thankful to him, not only for the food that they afford, but because they were in such abundance and so fearless that they often came in here, knowing that they had naught to fear from me." "Then you think that he will return soon?" "As he told me not of his intention of going out at all, I cannot say. He is away sometimes for hours in the forest." "Well, in any case we shall watch here until his return. It may be that he is some idle fellow who prefers killing snakes to honest work, but it may also be that he is the escaped prisoner of whom we are in search." "I hear little of what passes in the town," the priest said quietly. "News would disturb my meditations, and I never question those who come here to ask for my prayers. I have heard of the escape of no prisoner." "It was a young English officer who got away. There has been a great stir about it. Every house in the town has been searched, and every guard boat on the river has been warned to allow no boat to pass without assuring themselves that he is not on board." "This was a brown man like ourselves, clad only in a petticoat of rough cloth like other peasants." "He may have dyed his skin," the officer said. "At any rate, we will stay until he returns and question him. 2 of my men shall take their places just inside the entrance, and seize him as he enters. Has he arms?" "None, save his knife and the stick with which he kills the snakes. It may be that he has seen you coming hither, and, if he has committed any crime, he would flee and not return here at all." "If he does not come back before it is the hour when I must return to the town, I shall leave 4 men to watch for him, and they will wait here, if it is for a week, until he comes back again." "You can do as you please," the priest said. "Only, I pray you, withdraw your men from the neighbourhood of this cell. I would not that my meditations were disturbed by their talk. I have come hither for peace and quietness, and to be apart from the world and its distractions." "You shall not be disturbed," the officer said respectfully, and Stanley heard a movement of feet, and then the closing of the door. Thinking it probable that the officer might make a search round the temple, he at once made off into the wood behind the temple. As soon as he was well among the trees, he exchanged his cloth for the disguise he had worn in the town, and, folding it up to be used as a blanket at night, he went further into the wood, sat down, and proceeded to think what his next step had best be. It was evident that he could not return to the temple for the present, and it was clear, too, that the search for him was still maintained, and that it would not be safe to attempt to descend the river. He regretted that he had been obliged to leave the place without saying goodbye to the priest, and again thanking him for the shelter that he had given him, but he was sure that, when he did not return, the old man would guess that he had caught sight of the officer and his party entering the temple, and had once fled. Had he not known that the guard would remain there, he would have waited until they had returned to the town, and would then have gone in and seen the priest, but as they would remain there for some days, he thought it as well to abandon all idea of returning, as the suspicions that he might be the man sought for would be heightened by his continued absence, and the watch might be continued for a long time on the chance of his coming back. He concluded that, at any rate, his best course would be to endeavour to make his way for a considerable distance down the country, and then to try and get a boat. He knew that the country near the river was comparatively thickly populated, and that the distances between the villages were not great, so that he would find no difficulty in purchasing provisions. The dress he had brought with him was not altogether unfavourable for such a purpose, as he could easily pass as a sub-officer whose duty it was to inquire whether the villages had each sent all their able-bodied men to the war. The only drawback to it would be that, if instructions for his arrest had been sent down to the villages along the road, as well as those by the river, they would have probably been directed to specially look for one clad in such attire. However, it would be open to him at any moment to take to his peasant's disguise again. He at last determined to make a start, and by nightfall had traversed several miles through the great forest stretching along by the side of the Panlong river. He had asked many questions of his friend the officer as they went up to the temple as to the roads. He was told there was one running almost due south to Ramothane, by which he could travel down to Rangoon by way of Tanu. This, however, would take him a long distance from the main river, and he decided that he would presently strike the road that ran about halfway between the hills and the Irrawaddy. He would follow that for a time, and would try and strike the river somewhere between Melloon and Kilwan. Below this point there was a network of rivers and but few villages, and the country was swampy and unhealthy. He infinitely preferred the risks of the descent by the river to those by road, and it seemed to him that if he could but obtain possession of one of the small native fishing boats, he could drop down at night unnoticed, as the width of the river at Ava was upwards of 1,000 yards, and below that town often considerably exceeded that breadth. When it became too dark to proceed further, he sat down at the foot of a tree. He regretted that he had no means of lighting a fire, and determined that, at any risk, he would obtain the means for doing so at the first village he came to, for he knew that there were both tigers and leopards in the jungles. He thought, however, that they were not likely to be numerous so near the capital, and the old priest had never alluded to them as a source of danger, though indeed it had never occurred to him to ask. In the morning he continued his way. He had gone but a mile when he heard a sudden scream in the wood a short distance to his left. Feeling sure that it was a human being in great fear or pain, he drew his knife and ran at the top of his speed in the direction of the cry, thinking that it might be some man or woman attacked by the robbers of the forest. Suddenly he came upon a small open space some 20 yards in diameter. He hesitated when his eyes fell on a group in the centre. 2 men were lying on the ground, and a leopard stood with a paw on each of them. They had guns lying beside them, and a fire was burning close by. He guessed that the animal had sprung from a tree, one of whose boughs had extended almost as far as the centre of the opening. Probably it had killed one of the men in its spring, for at the moment when he saw the animal it was licking the blood from the shoulder of the man on whom his right paw rested. The other was, as far as Stanley could see, unhurt. His tread in the light Burmese shoes had been almost noiseless, and the leopard, which was keeping up a low growling and whose back was toward him, had apparently not noticed it. He hesitated for a moment, and then decided to endeavour to save the man who was still alive. Creeping up stealthily, he gave a sudden spring upon the leopard, and buried his knife to the hilt in its body, just behind the shoulder. With a terrible roar it rolled over for a moment, and then struggled to its feet. The time had been sufficient for Stanley to pick up and cock one of the guns, and as the leopard turned to spring at him, he aimed between its eyes and fired. Again the beast rolled over, and Stanley caught up the other gun, thrust the muzzle within a foot of its head, and fired. The leopard gave a convulsive quiver and lay dead. End of Chapter 4. A Ruined Temple. Recording by Mike Harris. Chapter 5. On the Irrawaddy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. On the Irrawaddy by G. A. Henty. Chapter 5. With Brigands. Stanley uttered an involuntary hurrah as the leopard expired, and at the sound the Burman, who had been lying motionless, leaped to his feet. He looked at the leopard and then at his rescuer, and exclaimed in a tone of astonishment, "You have slain the beast alone, and with no weapon but your knife?" "No," Stanley replied. "I began the fight with my knife only, but caught up one of these guns when I wounded him, and fired as he charged me. Then I finished him with the other." "Comrade," the Burman said, "you have done a great deed with courage. I, who am esteemed no coward, would never even have thought of attacking that great leopard with but a knife, and that to save the life of a stranger. I saw the guns lying on the ground. Had it not been for that, I should not have dared to attack the leopard, for it would have been certain death." "Certain death, indeed. But tell me first how you did it. It seems to me well nigh a miracle." "I was passing along not far distant when I heard your cry," Stanley said. "Thinking that it was some person in distress, I ran hither, and saw you both lying with the leopard's forepaws upon you. The beast's back was turned to me, and as it was growling, it had not heard my approach. Seeing the guns lying there, and having no doubt that they were loaded, I stole up, sprang suddenly on the leopard, and drove my knife into it behind the shoulder. The blow rolled it over, and gave me time to pick up the gun. The rest was easy." The man, without a word, examined the body of the leopard. "It is as you say," he said. "It is well struck, and it would probably have been fatal, but the animal would have torn you in pieces before he died, but for the guns. Well, comrade, you have saved my life, and I am your servant so long as I live. I thought all was over with me. The leopard, as it sprang, threw its full weight on my comrade here. We had just risen to our feet, and the blow struck me also to the ground. I raised that cry as I fell. I lay there immovable. I felt the leopard's paw between my shoulders, and heard its angry growlings, and I held my breath, expecting every moment to feel its teeth in my neck. I had but one hope, namely that the beast would carry off my comrade, who I was well assured was dead, to the jungle to devour him, and would then come back to fetch me. I managed to breathe once, very quietly, when I felt a movement of the leopard, and hearing a low sound, guessed that he was licking my comrade's blood. But slightly as I moved, the leopard noticed it, and stood straight up again over me. I dared not breathe again, but the time had come when I felt that I must do so, though I was sure that it would be the signal for my death. Then I knew not what had happened. There was a sharp pain as the leopard's claws contracted, and then there was a loud roar, and its weight was removed from me. Then I heard it snarl as if about to spring. Then came the sound of a gun, a fall, and a struggle, and then the sound of another gun. Then I heard your shout, and knew the beast was dead. Now, sir, what can I do for you? Shall I first skin the leopard?" "I care not for the skin," Stanley said. "It would be of no use to me." "Then, with your permission, I will take it off and keep it, as long as I live, as a remembrance of the narrowest escape that I ever had." "Is your comrade dead?" "Yes," the man replied. "The leopard struck him between the shoulders, as you see, and the force of the blow and the weight of the spring must have killed him instantaneously." "Then I will take his sword, gun, and cartridges." So Stanley undid the sword belt and buckled it round him, put the bandolier of cartridges over his shoulders, and took up the gun and reloaded it, while the man was at work skinning the leopard. This operation the man performed with great speed. It was evidently one that he had done before. As soon as the beast was flayed, he rolled up the skin and placed it on his shoulder. "You are an officer, sir?" he asked. "No, I am a fugitive." While he had been watching the man, Stanley had debated over whether he should confide in him, and thought that, after the service he had rendered him, he could do so with safety. "I am an Englishman. I was captured by Bandoola at Ramoo, and sent a prisoner to Ava. I have escaped, and want to make my way down to Rangoon, but I heard that orders have been sent along the river to arrest me, and I do not, at present, know how to make my way down." "Come with me," the man said. "I have friends in the forest, some distance from here. They will receive you gladly, when I tell them what you have done for me, and you will be safe until you choose to go. We are outlaws, but at present we are masters of the forest. The government has its hands full, and there is no fear of their disturbing us." Stanley thought over the matter for a minute or two. Doubtless it was a robber band that he was asked to join, but the offer seemed to promise safety, for a time. "I agree," he said, "so that you do not ask me to take part in any deeds of violence." "About that you shall do as you like," the man said, "but I can tell you that we make good hauls sometimes. Our difficulty is not to capture booty, but to dispose of it. Have you a turban? For that helmet of yours is out of place in the woods. The rest of your dress is nothing peculiar about it, and would attract no attention." "I have a turban. I have been lately in the dress of a peasant. The cloth I wore lies 50 yards away. I dropped it as I ran. It will be useful to cover me at night, if nothing else." Stanley exchanged the helmet for the turban that he had before worn, and fetched the cloth. "Will you bury your companion?" he said. "It would be useless. He will sleep above ground as well as below, and if we are to reach my comrades tonight, it is time for us to be moving." They at once set out. After 5 hours of walking, they came upon the river Maitinge, the tributary that falls into the Irrawaddy at Ava. It was some 400 yards across. The Burman walked along its banks for a short distance, and then pulled from a clump of bushes a small boat, that was just capable of carrying two. He put it in the water. They took their seats, and paddled across to the other side, where he carefully concealed it, as before. "This is our ferry boat," he said. "It is not often used, for our headquarters are in the great forest we shall presently come to, but it is as well, when occasionally parties are sent out to hunt us, to have the means of crossing to the other side." Another 2 hours' walking, through cultivated fields, brought them to the edge of the forest. "Here you are as safe as if you were in Rangoon," the Burman said. "In another hour we shall reach my comrades. As a rule, we change our headquarters frequently. At present, there is no question of our being disturbed, so we have settled ourselves for a time." "Why were you and your comrade on the other side of the river?" "His village lies 5 miles beyond that forest," the man said. "At ordinary times he dared not venture there, but he thought that, at present, most of the able men would be away, and so he could pay a visit to his friends. He asked me to accompany him, and as I had nothing better to do, I agreed to go. A convoy of traders, too strong to be attacked, had passed down from the hill country the morning before we started. There was not much probability that anyone would come again for a few days." "They bring down rubies from there, do they not?" "The mines are the property of the emperor," the man said, "and the gems are sent down once every 2 months, under a strong guard. but for all that, many of the traders bring rubies down from there, of course secretly. The men who work the mines often conceal stones that they come upon, and sell them for a small sum to the traders. Besides, sometimes the peasants pick them up elsewhere, and these too make haste to sell them for anything that they can get. We do not care for them much, for it is a risky business going down to Ava to sell them, and the traders there, knowing that, at a word from them, we should be arrested and mostly executed, will give us next to nothing for them. We prefer silver and lead for money, and garments, arms, and set jewels. Each man takes his share of what is captured, and when we have enough, we go home to our villages. A pound of silver or 2 or 3 pounds of lead are generally quite enough to buy the goodwill of the head man of the village. We give out that we had been working on the river or in Ava since we left, and everyone knows better than to ask questions. In another hour they reached the encampment. It was now dusk, and some 25 men were sitting round a great fire. A number of leafy arbours had been constructed in a circle beyond them. "What, returned so soon?" one of the men said, as Stanley's guide came near enough for the firelight to fall on his face. "But where is Ranji, and whom have you brought here? A new recruit?" "Not exactly, Parnik, but one to whom I have promised shelter for a while. Ranji is dead. I should have been dead too, and eaten, had it not been for my comrade here. Here is the skin of the beast who slew Ranji, and when I tell you that the leopard stood with one paw on me, you may guess that my escape was a narrow one." "The brute was a large one," one of the other men said, as Meinik, for such was the name of Stanley's companion, unrolled and held the skin up. "I see it had a bullet between the eyes, and another just behind the ear, and there is a knife cut behind the shoulder. It must have been hot work when it came to knives with a beast of that size." "Give us some food and cocoa. We have eaten nothing today, and have walked far. When we have fed, I will tell you my story." The Burman's recital of the adventure with the leopard excited great applause and admiration from his comrades. "'Tis wonderful," one said. "Not so much that our comrade should have killed the leopard, though that was a great deal, a major feat, but that, armed only with a knife, he should attack a beast like this to save the life of a stranger. Truly, I never heard of such a thing. Has he all his senses?" Meinik nodded. He had received permission from Stanley to say who he was. Stanley had consented with some reluctance, but the man assured him that he could trust his companions as well as himself, and that it was much better to tell the truth, as it would soon be seen that his features differed altogether from their own, and that therefore he was some strange person in disguise. "He is in his senses," he said, "but he does not see things as we do. He is one of those English barbarians who have taken Rangoon, and against whom our armies are marching. He was captured at Ramoo, and sent by Bandoola as a prisoner to Ava. He has made his escape, and will in a short while go down the river, but at present the search is too hot for him. So you see that he is, like ourselves, a fugitive." "What is his age?" one of the men asked, after a silence, during which they all gazed at the newcomer. "He is but a lad, being, as he tells me, between 16 and 17, but you see his skin is stained and his face marked, so as to give him the appearance of age." "If the men of his race are as brave as he is, Meinik, our troops will truly have harder work than they think to drive them into the sea. Does he speak our tongue?" "Yes," Stanley answered for himself. "I have been more than 2 years in the province of Chittagong, and learned it from one who was in our service." "And would many of your people risk their lives in the way you did, for a stranger?" "Certainly. Many men constantly run risks as great to save others." "One life is all a man has," the Burman said. "Why should he give it for a stranger?" "I don't think that we stop to think of that," Stanley said. "It seems to us natural that if we see another in danger of his life, we should try to save it, whether it is a man or a woman, whether it be from fire or from any other fate." "You must be a strange people," the Burman said gravely, "and I should scarce have credited it, had I not heard that you had done it yourself. But it is wonderful, and you too, a lad who has not yet come to his full strength. We should be glad to have such a man for our comrade, my friends. Whether he be Burman or English matters little. He has risked his life for one of us, and he is our brother as long as he likes to stay with us." There was a warm exclamation of assent round the circle, and Stanley felt that he had no cause for uneasiness as long as he remained with them. In the evening the men sang many songs, and at their request Stanley sang some English ones, choosing some with lively airs. The Burmese were much pleased and surprised at this, and joined merrily in the chorus. Half a dozen of them then set to work with their knives, cut down some saplings and boughs, and constructed for Stanley an arbour similar to the others. and he lay down well satisfied with the results of his adventure, and feeling that he could remain with these merry fellows, criminals though they might be, until it would be safe to make his way down the river. In the morning the men started early, leaving him to charge the fire. They went off in parties of 4 or 5 to watch the various roads leading to the capital, 2 or 3 of them dressed as peasants, going to towns where travellers would halt, so as to gain information as to any party coming down. When they gathered again at dusk, one party only had had any success. They had met 6 merchants coming down with horses laden with spices, indigo, and cotton. These had offered no resistance, and they had taken as much as they could carry, and then allowed them to go on with the rest of their goods. There was a general feeling of regret that the party had not been more numerous, and some expressions of anger at the spies on the road by which the traders had come, for not letting them know beforehand, so that they could have placed their whole force there and carried away all the goods. "These are the things that suit us best," Meinik said to Stanley. "You see, one can go down with a parcel of cinnamon or pepper, or a bag of dyes, or 50 pounds of cotton into the town, and sell it in the market at a fair and proper price. Of course, one dresses oneself as a small cultivator, and there is no suspicion whatever that all is not right. We shall keep a sharp lookout for the men as they come back again, and relieve them of the silver or goods they may have taken in exchange, that is, if they come by the same road. But it is more likely that, after their adventure today, they will choose some other, or take a guide and travel by village tracks. No doubt they think that they have got off easily, for they have not lost more than a quarter of their goods. It's war time now, and there is no fear of a force being sent against us, but usually we do not have to take so much as a quarter of the merchandise. Were they to lose everything, they would make complaints, and then we should have a force sent up against us, and be obliged to move away for a time. But as it is, they are so pleased with getting the greater part of their goods safe to market that they do not care to make a fuss about it, for they might have to pay the court officials and others more than the value of the goods lost." "They do not often resist, then?" Stanley asked. "Not often. If a man loses his goods he can gather more again, but when his life has gone, everything has gone. Besides, as a rule, we take care that we are so strong that they see at once that resistance would be hopeless. Sometimes they bring armed guards with them. These are men who make it their business to convoy traders down when the times are troubled. Sometimes we have fights with these, but as a rule we seldom attack them, unless we are so strong that they do not dare to oppose us. Still, we do have fights sometimes, for these Shan guards are brave fellows. Their convoys are generally rich ones, for it would not pay small traders to hire men to protect them. In times of peace we seldom stop long in one neighbourhood, for when it once becomes known what road we are lying near, they come along in parties too strong to be attacked, and as it matters little to us where we live, we move away perhaps 100 miles, and then settle on another line of traffic. We have not been here long. We were last down by Tanu, and did well for a long time there, until at last the governor raised all the villagers and hunted the woods, and we found that we had to leave. I expect we shall stay here some time now. There is no fear of troops being sent out, and we can afford not to press too hardly on travellers, for we have done so well of late that we could separate and return to our homes, each with a good store of booty. Half our number did leave when we came up from the south, and more of us would go if it were not for this order that everyone shall join the army. It's much more pleasanter to live here, free to do as we like, than to be driven down like a herd of beasts to fight. Besides, we have no quarrel with your people. It was the officials of Aracan who began it. Let them fight if they like." Stanley remained a fortnight with the band. At the end of that time they heard that a party of 30 traders were coming down together, and that if they had with them 10 armed guards. This, they no doubt supposed, was ample protection, for as the band generally worked in such small parties, it was believed that there were but a few outlaws in the forest. All the band went out and returned in the evening, laden with spoil. 2 or 3 of them were wounded, but not severely. "So you had resistance today, Meinik?" "It lasted only for a minute," the man said. "As soon as they saw how strong we were, the guard were glad enough to put up their swords and let us bind them hand and foot, while we searched the merchants. As you see, we have made a good capture, though we have not seized more than a fifth of what they brought down with them. But it will take them some time to pack their bales again, for we searched everything thoroughly, and made all the merchants strip, and searched their clothes and their hair." "What did you do that for?" "Well, it was this way. I said to my comrades as we went along this morning, 'The Englishman is going to leave us in a day or two. I have not forgotten what I owe him, and should like to make him a present. I propose that we search all the party thoroughly today. For what we heard, some of them come from the ruby country, and are pretty sure to have gems concealed about them, or in their baggage. I propose that all the stones we find we will give to our friend." They all agreed at once, for, as you know, they all like you, and rubies, as I told you, are of little use to us, for we cannot dispose of them without great risk. So they did as I proposed, and had good fortune. 12 out of the number had gems hidden about them, and some of them a good lot. You need not hesitate to take them, for you may be sure that they bought them for next to nothing, from poor fellows who had risked their lives to hide them. There they are. We have not looked at them, but just emptied the parcels into this bag, as we found them. Of course, they are all rough stones. You must take them as a present from all of us, and as a proof that a Burman, even if he is but a robber, is grateful for such a service as that you rendered him." Stanley felt that he could not refuse a gift so offered, even though the goods were stolen. As Meinik said, the gems were of little use to the robbers, since they were afraid to try and dispose of them, and their owners had themselves broken the law in having purchased them, and had doubtless given sums bearing no proportion to their real value. Therefore he thanked Meinik very heartily, and also, after they had had their meal, the rest of the band, who made very light of the matter. The things were useless to them, they said. If it had been silver or even lead, it would have been different, but to endeavour to sell rubies they had to risk their lives, and goods that they had got that day would fetch them far more money than the rubies, and could be sold without difficulty, and as soon as the war was over and they could go down to their villages, the bands would break up. They had enough silver and lead hidden away to keep them for years, even if they never did any work whatever. "What do you do with it when you get back?" "We hide it. It would never do to enter a village with 10 or 12 pounds weight of silver, and 3 or 4 times as much lead, for the headman might take it into his head to have us searched. So we generally dig a hole at the foot of a tree in some quiet spot, and take perhaps a pound of silver and 2 or 3 of lead with us. A gift of half that silver is enough to convince the headman that we are honest fellows, who have been working hard since we went away, and from time to time we can go to our store and get what we want from it, and can build a house and marry and take up a field or two, and perhaps become headmen ourselves before very long." "Well, I am sure I wish you all well," Stanley said. "You have all been very kind to me since I joined you, and I shall be glad to think of you all as settled quietly down in your villages, rather than as remaining here when, some day or other, you might all be captured and harm come to you." The next morning Stanley started with Meinik, who was a native of a small village on the river, some 40 miles below Ava, and who had resolved to accompany Stanley down to Rangoon. "I shall be able to get a boat and some nets for a pound or 2 of lead. If we are hailed, I can do the talking, and can land and buy provisions if wanted. I have arranged with my comrades to take my share of the silver and lead we have stored up at once, for it is likely that they shall also have gone to their homes before I shall have returned, and we have changed everything into money except what we took yesterday." Before starting, Stanley was again dyed, and the tattoo marks imitated, far more carefully than before, 3 or 4 of the men operating upon him at once. His face was almost entirely covered with these marks. Some liquid was applied that extracted the colour from his eyebrows, and left them snow white. Some of his hair was similarly treated, and, looking at himself in a pool of water, Stanley did not in the least degree recognize himself, and felt certain that no one would suspect him of being the young English captive. Resuming his peasant's cloth, he took a hearty farewell of the band, and started with Meinik. The latter carried a bundle slung on his gun. It contained some clothes, and did not look heavy, but in the centre were 2 parcels that weighed some 40 pounds. Stanley carried a bundle with his other clothes, and several pounds of rice. 2 days' walking took them to Meinik's village. Once out of the forest, they travelled at night, and reached the village just as the people were astir. The place consisted of 10 or 12 huts, and Meinik created quite an excitement among the few people who inhabited. These consisted of 2 or 3 old men, some women, and children. "Where have you been for the last year and a half, Meinik, if I may ask?" "Working near Ava," he said. "Just as I should have to go to war if I had remained there, I thought that I would come back and see how you all were. I have saved a little money, and may settle down, but whether here or elsewhere I have not yet made up my mind." "You will have to go to the war," one of the old men said. "There is scarce a day that one of the war canoes does not stop here, to see if there are any able-bodied men. They have taken 8, and they will assuredly take you." "Then I shall get a boat," Meinik said, "and take to fishing. The war cannot last long, and I shall do my best to keep out of the way of the war canoes until it is over. If any of you have a boat to sell, I will buy it." "I will sell you mine," the old man said. "Both of my sons have been taken to the war, and I am too old to work it myself. It is a good one. My sons made it only last year. Whom have you with you?" Stanley had remained a short distance off, while Meinik was talking to his friends. "He is an old man I joined along the road. He is a skilful fisherman, and he has agreed to go with me if I can get a boat." "Is there an empty hut?" "Yes, 6 of them. Of course, when the men were taken, they carried off the wives and children, as usual, as hostages for their conduct." Meinik nodded. He felt no surprise, as it was the custom in Burma to hold the women and children of all the men going to the war, as guarantees that their husbands would not desert or show cowardice in battle. In either event, their relatives would be at once put to death. "My companion is tired," Meinik said. "We walked all night, so we will cook some food, and he will sleep." They at once took possession of one of the empty huts, which was just as it was left by its proprietor. One of the women brought a brand or two from her hearth. An earthen cooking pot was filled with water and placed above it, and a few handfuls of rice dropped in. 2 or 3 snakes, cut up into small pieces, and some pepper pods were added, and then Meinik went out, talking to his acquaintances, and arranged for the purchase of the boat. Stanley watched the fire. In an hour, Meinik returned. "The boat is a good one," he said, "and the nets are in fair order. I have bought them for 2 pounds of lead, and have promised that, when the war is over, and the man's sons return, it is to be free to them to buy it back at the same price." After eating their meal, they both lay down and slept until late in the afternoon. Then Meinik bought an earthenware pot, and a flat slab of the same material for making a fire on, some peppers and capsicums, and a little cinnamon and nutmeg, a basket of mangoes, and some tobacco. As soon as it became dusk, they took their places in the boat, Meinik carrying down 2 or 3 faggots of wood. The boat was a canoe, hewn out of a pine log. It would have carried 4 people comfortably, and there was plenty of room for them both to lie down at full length. It was very light, the wood having been cut away until it was little thicker than cardboard. This was the almost universal method of construction, even the war canoes that would carry 60 paddlers, sitting 2 by 2 on a bench, and 30 soldiers, being hewn from great single logs of teak. The nets were stowed 1 at each end. In the middle was the fireplace, on which the brands of the fire had already been laid. Near it were the faggots and stores. Meinik and Stanley sat down on the nets, each with a paddle. The former had hidden the greater portion of his store of money in the ground before entering the village. As soon as they had fairly started, Stanley said: "Had we not better get rid of the fire, Meinik? Its light should draw attention to us." "That matters little," the Burman replied. "There are not likely to be war canoes about at night, and I expect that most of them will have gone down the river. People fish either by night or by day, and even if a war canoe came along, they would not trouble about it, for of course many men too old to go to the war remain here, and go on fishing. People cannot starve because there is fighting. The old men and women must cultivate the fields, and fish, or both they and the people of their towns would starve. Many even of the young men do not go. They keep away from their villages during the day, and work in the fields, and the headmen shut their eyes, for they know that, if the fields are not cultivated, the people cannot pay their share of the taxes. Still, it is as well to be on the safe side. When the fire has burnt low, we will lay a cloth over the top of the boat, so that the glow of the embers will not be seen." They kept their course near the middle of the river, partly because the current there was stronger, partly because any war canoes that might be coming up would keep close to one bank or the other. They kept on their way until there was a faint gleam of light in the sky, and then paddled in to the shore, chose a spot where some bushes drooped down into the water, and, forcing the canoe in behind these, so as to be entirely concealed from the sight of any passing boat, cooked some food, and, having eaten their breakfast, lay down and slept until evening. Night after night the journey was continued. Their supply of food was ample to last them, and there was therefore no occasion to stop at any village to purchase more. The river at the point where they had started was about 2 miles wide, but at some point it was double that width, while at others it contracted to a little over a mile. Its level was much lower now than it had been when Stanley ascended it 2 months before. Sometimes at night they towed one of their nets behind them, and obtained an ample supply of fish for their wants. Each night they made, as Stanley calculated, about 40 miles, and after 10 days' travel they came to the point where the great river divided, one small arm running down to Rangoon, another descending into Bassein, and then falling into the sea at Cape Negre, while a large proportion of the water found its way down by innumerable branches between the Rangoon and Bassein River. For the last 2 or 3 days they had been obliged to observe great caution, for below Prome there were numbers of boats all going down the river, laden with men and stores. These, however, only travelled by day, and the canoe was always at that time either floating in the shelter of bushes, or hauled up on the bank at spots where it could be concealed from view by thick growths of rushes. "We shall never be able to get down to Rangoon by water," said Meinik. The river will be crowded with rowboats near the town, and there will be no chance whatever of making our way through them. At the next village we come to I will go in and learn the news. Your countrymen may have been driven out by this time, and in that case there will be nothing to do but to travel north on foot until we reach Chittagong." "Oh, I have no fear that we shall be driven out, Meinik." This conversation had occurred on the night when they had passed the point of division of the two arms of the river. They had caught a larger supply of fish than usual and, as soon as the boat was laid up, Meinik started along the bank, with a number of them, for the nearest village. He returned in 2 hours. "It is well I landed," he said, "for the point where the greater portion of our people are gathered is Irrawaddy, only some 15 miles further on. You are right, your people have not been driven out. A large number of our troops are down near Rangoon, but in the fighting that has taken place we have gained no advantage. Your people marched out at the end of May, carried a stockade, and advanced to Joazwang, and attacked some villages defended by stockades, and carried them, after having killed 100 of our men. Then a great stockade on a hill near the river, 3 miles from Rangoon, which our people thought could not be taken, so strongly was it protected, was attacked. The guns of your people made a great gap in a stockade a mile in front of it. 200 men were killed, and also the commander. Then your people marched on to the great stockade of Kemendine. Your troops, when they got there, saw how strong it was and were afraid to attack it. They lay down all night close to it, and we thought we should destroy them all when they attacked in the morning. But their ships that had come up with them opened fire at daybreak. As the stockades were hidden from the sight of those on the river, we had thought that the ships could do nothing, but they shot great balls up into the air, and they came down inside the stockade, where they burst with an explosion like the noise of a big gun, and killed so many that the troops could not remain under so terrible a fire, and went away, leaving it to your people to enter the stockade without fighting." End of chapter 5, with Brigands. Recording by Mike Harris. Chapter 6 of On the Irrawaddy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. On the Irrawaddy by G. A. Henty. Chapter 6, Among Friends. "It certainly seems to me," Stanley said, when he heard the Burman's account of the state of things below, "that it will not be possible for us to go any further by water." "It would be very dangerous," Meinik said. "It is certain that all men in this part of the country have been obliged to go with the army, and even were we both natives, and had no special reason for avoiding being questioned, we should be liable to be seized and executed at once, for having disregarded the orders to join the army. Assuredly we cannot pass down farther in our boat, but must take to the land. I should say that we had best get spears and shields, and join some newly arrived party." "But you forget that, though my disguise as a native is good enough to mislead anyone passing us on the road," said Stanley, "or in the dusk after sunset, I should certainly attract attention if travelling with them by day." "Oh, I forgot that. I have grown so accustomed to seeing you that I forget that to other people your face would seem strange, as it at first did to me in the forest. Indeed, you look to me now like one of ourselves, but were we to join a band, someone would be sure to ask questions concerning you ere long. What then do you think we had best do?" "From what I heard of the country from one of your comrades, who is a native of this province, it would be impossible for us, after crossing the river, to make our way down on the opposite side, since the whole country is swampy and cut up by branches of the Irrawaddy. On this side there are a few obstacles of that kind, but on the other hand, we shall find the country full of troops going down toward Rangoon. Your comrade told me that the hills that we saw to the east, from the forest at Ava, extended right down into Tanarassaram, and were very high and could not be traversed, for that no food could be obtained, and that tigers and wild animals and other beasts abounded. But he said that the smaller hills that we crossed on the way to your village, which he called the Pegu Yoma Hills, some of those swells come down to the bank, extending all the way down to the sea between the Irrawaddy and the Sitang rivers, and that from them streams flowed to one river or the other. Therefore, if we could gain that range, we should avoid the swamp country altogether. A few miles back we passed a river coming in from the east, and if we followed that up as far as there is water, we shall be among the hills. He said there were no mountains at all there, just rounded hills, with many villages and much cultivated ground, so there ought to be no difficulty in making our way along. we shall be able to gather food in the fields, or can go into villages and purchase some, for the men will all be away. Besides, we can get spears and shields, and can say that, having been away from home on a journey, when the men were all ordered to war, we returned too late to go with the rest of the villagers, and are making our way down to join them. Many others must be doing the same, and the story will be likely enough. In that way, we can get down till we are close to the troops around Rangoon, and must then take our chance of getting through them." "Yes, that seems better than the other way," Meinik said. "There is such a river as you speak of, above Sarawa. We can paddle back tonight, and hide near the town. Then I can go there in the morning, and buy a couple of spears and shields, and get some more rice and other things. We have plenty of ammunition for our guns, which we may want if we meet any wild beasts." "You don't think there will be any danger in your going in there, Meinik? Of course, there is no absolute occasion for us to have spears and shields, as we have guns." "We ought to have shields," Meinik replied, "and it were better to have spears, too, and also for us to carry axes. Everyone carries an axe in wartime, for we always erect stockades, and though a very poor man may only have his knife, everyone who can afford it takes an axe. Most people have such a thing, for it is wanted for cutting firewood, for clearing the ground, for building houses, and for many other things, and a Burman must be poor indeed who does not own one." "By all means, then, get them for us, Meinik. Besides, we may find them useful for ourselves." They now lay down and slept until evening, and then started up the river again, keeping close in under shadow of the bank, and 2 hours before daylight concealed the canoe, as usual, at a spot 2 miles above Sarawa. Meinik started at daybreak, and returned 3 hours later with 2 axes, spears, and shields. That night they turned into the river running to the east, and for 4 nights paddled up it. The country was now assuming a different character, and the stream was running in a valley with rising ground, from 100 to 150 feet high on each side, and was narrowing fast. Toward morning on the 5th day, the river had become a small stream of but 2 or 3 feet deep, and they decided to leave the boat, as it was evident that they would be able to go but a short distance further. "We may as well hide her carefully," Stanley said. "It is certainly not likely that we shall want her again, but there is never any saying, and at any rate there is no great trouble in doing it." They cooked a meal, and then started at once, so as to do a few hours' walking before the sun became high. They determined to keep on eastward, until they reached the highest point of the dividing ridge between the 2 main rivers, and then to follow it southward. The country was now well cultivated, and they had some trouble in avoiding the small villages dotted thickly about, as the course they were following was not the one they would take if making straight to join the army. They slept for 3 or 4 hours in the heat of the day, and then, pushing on, found themselves before sunset on what seemed to them the highest point of the divide. To the right they could see the flat country stretching towards the Irrawaddy. To the left the ground was more sharply undulating. 2 miles away was a stream of fair size, which they judged to be the river that runs down to Pegu, and afterwards joins the Rangoon River below the town. Stanley thought that the hill on which they stood was some 500 feet above the low country they had left. A great part of the hills were covered with trees, although at the point where they had made their way up the hillside was bare. They went on until they entered the forest, and there set to work to chop firewood. Meinik carried a tinder box, and soon had a fire blazing, and by its side they piled a great stock of wood. "I do not know that there are any leopards so far south as this," he said, "but at any rate it will be safer to keep a big fire blazing. I never used to think much about leopards, but ever since I had that great beast's foot upon my back, I have had a terror of them." The next morning they continued their journey south, going along boldly and passing through several villages. "You are late for the war," an old man said, as they went through one of them. "I know we are," Meinik replied, "but we are away with a caravan of traders when the order came, and so instead of going down the river we have had to journey on foot. But we shall be there in time. From what we have heard, there has not been much fighting yet." "No, the white barbarians are all shut up in Rangoon. We have not attacked them in earnest, but we shall soon do so, and moreover, they will soon be all starved, for the country has been swept clear of all cattle for 20 miles round, the villages deserted, and everything laid waste, and we hear that half their number are laid up with sickness, and that a great number have died. I wish that I were younger, that I, too, could help to destroy the insolent foes who have dared to set foot on our sacred soil." There was no need for haste now, and they travelled by easy stages until, by the smoke rising from different parts of the forest, they knew that they were approaching the spot where the Burmese forces lay around Rangoon, and indeed could see the great pagoda rising above the surrounding country. They had heard, at the last villages through which they had passed, that there had been an attack made upon the pagoda on the 1st of July. On that day the Burmese, in great force, had moved down in a line parallel to the road between the pagoda and the town, along which a considerable number of our troops were encamped. They had advanced until within half a mile of Rangoon, then had changed front and attacked the British position near the town. They occupied a hill near our line, and opened fire from there with jingals and small cannon, but 2 British guns firing grape soon silenced their guns, and a Madras regiment charged the hill and recaptured it. This entirely upset the plan of the Wungee in command of the Burmese. The signal for the whole of the army to attack was to have been given as soon as their left had broken through the British line, and had thus cut off all the troops on the road leading to the pagoda from the town. Seeing that this movement had failed, the general did not give the signal for the general attack, but ordered the troops to fall back. He had been recalled in disgrace to Ava, and a senior officer, who arrived just after the battle, assumed the command. He at once set to work to make a very strong stockade at Kummeroot, 5 miles from the great pagoda, and also fortified a point on the river above Kemmerdine, the stockade that had been captured by the British, and intended from this point to send down fire rafts to destroy the British shipping, and at the same time make continuous attacks at night on the British lines. The rains at this time were falling incessantly, and the Burmese did not think that the British would be able to move out against them. The position on the river was connected with that at Kummeroot by strong stockades, and the Burmese general was convinced that, if an attack was made, it could be easily defeated. However, 8 days after the repulse of the Burmese first attack, the vessels came up the river, while a land column moved against Kummeroot. The position was a strong one. The river was here divided into 2 branches, and on the point of land between these the principal stockade was erected, and was well provided with artillery, while on the opposite banks of both rivers other stockades with guns were erected, so that any attack by water would be met by the direct fire from the great stockade, and a cross fire from those on the banks. 4 ships came up, and the Burmese guns opened upon them, but the heavy fire from the men of war was not long in silencing them, and then a number of boats full of troops had landed and stormed the stockade and driven out the Burmese. The land column had been unable to take guns with them, owing to the impossibility of dragging them along the rain-sodden paths, and the Burmese chiefs, confident in the strength of their principal post, which was defended by 3 lines of strong stockades, one above another, and in their immensely superior force, treated with absolute contempt the advance of the little British column, of which they were informed as soon as it started by their scouts thickly scattered through the woods. The general, Soomba Wongee, was just sitting down to dinner when he was told that the column had nearly reached the first stockade. He directed his chiefs to proceed to their posts and drive the audacious strangers away, and continued his meal, until the heavy and rapid musketry of the assailants convinced him that the matter was more serious than he had expected. As a rule, the Burmese generals do not take an active part in their battles, but Soomba Wongee left his tent, and at once went toward the point attacked. He found his troops already retreating, and that the 2 outer stockades had been carried by the enemy. He rallied his men, and himself led the way to the attack, but the steady and continuous fire of the British rendered it impossible for him to restore order, and the Burmese remained crowded together in a hopeless confusion. However, he managed to gather together a body of officers and troops, and, with them, charged desperately upon the British soldiers. He, with several other leaders of rank, was killed, and the Burmese were scattered through the jungle, leaving 800 dead behind them. The fact that 10 stockades, provided with 30 pieces of artillery, should have been captured in one day by the British, had created a deep impression among the villagers of the neighbourhood, from whom the truth could not be concealed, and indeed all the villages for many miles round the scene of action were crowded with wounded. They told Meinik that the army was, for a time, profoundly depressed. Many had deserted, and the fact that stockades they had thought impregnable were of no avail whatever against the enemy, whose regular and combined action was irresistible, as against their own isolated and individual method of fighting, had shaken their hitherto profound belief in their own superiority to any people with whom they might come in contact. Since that time no serious fighting had taken place. Occasional night attacks had been made, and all efforts on the part of the invaders to obtain food, by foraging parties, had proved unsuccessful. The boats of the fleet had gone up the Puzendown River, that joined the Rangoon River some distance below the town, and had captured a large number of boats that had been lying there, waiting until Rangoon was taken, before going up the river with their cargoes of rice and salt fish. but they had gained no other advantage, for although the villages were crowded with the fugitives from the town, these were driven into the jungle by the troops stationed there for the purpose, as soon as the boats were seen coming up the river. In some cases, however, the boat had arrived so suddenly that there had not been time to do this, and the fugitives had been taken to Rangoon, where it was said they had been very well treated. Great reinforcements had now come down from the upper provinces. 2 of the king's brothers had arrived to take command of the army. One had established himself at Donabew, the other at Pegu. They had brought with them numbers of astrologers to fix upon a propitious time for an attack, and the king's invulnerables, several thousands strong, a special corps whom neither shot nor steel could injure, were with them. About the 6th of August, a strong position that had been taken up by a force sent by the prince at Pegu, in the old Portuguese fort of Syriam, had been attacked, with orders that the channel of the Rangoon river should be blocked, so that none of the strangers should escape the fate that awaited them. The position was a very strong one. The trees and brushwood round the fort had been cleared away. Wherever there were gaps in the old wall, stockades had been erected, and great beams suspended from the parapet, in order that, if an attack was made, the ropes could be cut, and the beams fall upon the heads of the assailants. The British had, however, thrown a bridge across a deep creek, pushed on against the place, and carried it in a few minutes, the garrison flying, as soon as the assailants gained the ramparts, to a pagoda standing on a very steep hill, defended by guns, and assailable only by a very steep flight of steps. The troops, however, pressed up these fearlessly, and the garrison, discouraged and shaken by the reports of the fugitives from the lower fort, had fled as soon as the British arrived at the top of the steps. Notwithstanding this and other as successful attacks upon their stockades, the Burmese troops now felt confident that with their numerous forces they would be victorious whenever the astrologers decided that the favourable moment had arrived. Meinik had ascertained from the villagers the name of the leader and the locality to which the corps belonged that was posted nearest to Rangoon. As soon as it was dark, he and Stanley entered the forest. The smoke had served as a guide to them as to the position of the different corps, and they were able to make their way between these without being questioned. Presently, however, they came upon a strong picket. "Where are you going?" the officer in command asked. "To join the corps of the Woondock Snodee," Maniki replied. "We were away at Bono when the order came, and the rest had gone down the river before we got to Mew, so we came on by ourselves, not wishing to fail in our duty." "You are just in time," the officer said. "The Woondock is a quarter of a mile away, on the left." They moved off in that direction, but soon left the track, and, avoiding the camp, kept away until they reached the edge of the forest. Then they crept forward through the jungle and brushwood, pausing to listen from time to time, and 3 times changing their course to avoid parties of the Burmese acting as outposts. On issuing from the jungle, they crawled forward for 300 or 400 yards, so as to be beyond musket shot of the outposts, and then remained quiet until morning broke. Then they could perceive redcoats moving about in a small village before which a breastwork had been thrown up, some 400 yards away from them, and, getting up to their feet, ran toward them. Several shots were fired at them from the jungle behind, and some soldiers at once appeared at the breastwork. Supposing that the 2 figures approaching were Burmese deserters, they did not fire, and Stanley and his companion were soon among them. They were soldiers of one of the Bengal regiments, and Stanley, to their surprise, addressed them in their own language. "I am an Englishman," Stanley said. "I am one of the prisoners whom they took at Ramoo, and have escaped from their hands. Are there any of your officers in the village?" "I will take you through them," a native sub-officer said, and Stanley in a minute or 2 entered a cottage, in which 4 English officers were just taking their early breakfast, preparatory to turning out on duty. "Whom have you got here, Jemadar?" one of them asked, in Bengali. Stanley answered for himself. "I am an Englishman, sir, and have just escaped from Ava." The officer uttered an exclamation of surprise. "Well, sir," the senior of them said, as he held out his hand to Stanley, "I congratulate you on having got away, whoever you are, but I am bound to say that, if it were not for your speech, I should not have believed you, for I have never seen anyone look less like an Englishman than you do." "My name is Stanley Brooke, sir. I am the son of the late Captain Brooke of the 15th Native Regiment." "Oh, then I should know you," one of the other officers said, "for I knew your father, and I remember seeing your name on the list of officers killed at Ramoo, and wondered if it could be the lad I knew 5 or 6 years ago." "And I recollect you, Captain Cook," Stanley said. "Your regiment was at Agra when we were there." "Right you are, and I am heartily glad that the news of your death was false," and he shook hands cordially with Stanley. "And who is your companion?" the major asked. "Is he an Englishman, too?" "No, sir, he is a native. He is a most faithful fellow. He has acted as my guide, all the way down from the point we started from, 20 miles from Ava. I could never have accomplished it without his aid, for although I speak Burmese well enough to pass anywhere, my face is so different in shape from theirs that, if I were looked at closely in the daytime, I should be suspected at once. I could never have got here without his aid." "How was it that you came to help you, sir?" Major Pemberton asked. "As far as we can see, the Burmese hate us like poison. Even when they are wounded to death, they will take a last shot at any soldiers marching past them." "Well, I happened to save his life from a leopard," Stanley said, "and truly he has shown his gratitude." "Jemadar," the major said, "take that man away with you. See that he is well treated. Give him some food, of course. He will presently go with this officer to the general." Stanley said a few words in Burmese to Meinik, telling him that he was to have food, and would afterward go with him to the general. He then, at the invitation of the officer, sat down with them to breakfast. While eating it, Stanley told them something of his adventures. After the meal was over, the major said: "You had better go with Mr. Brooke to the general, Captain Cook. I cannot well leave the regiment. We can let you have an outfit, Mr. Brooke, though we are, most of us, reduced pretty well to our last garments. What with the jungle and what with the damp, we have nearly all arrived at the last state of dilapidation. But I am sure the general would like to see you in your present disguise." "It makes no difference to me, sir," Stanley said with a laugh. "I am so accustomed to this black petticoat now that I should almost feel strange in anything else. I am afraid this dye will be a long time before it wears itself out. It is nearly 3 weeks since I was dyed last, and it has faded very little yet." "Oh, you need not take your arms, anyway," Captain Cook said. "You will attract less attention going without them, for it will only be supposed that you are one of the natives who have been brought in by the boats." Meinik was sitting on the ground contentedly outside the cottage, the jemadar standing beside him. "Have you had any food, Meinik?" Stanley asked. The man nodded. "Good food," he said. "That is all right. Now, come along with us. You can leave your weapons here. They won't be wanted." Meinik rose and followed Stanley and Captain Cook. There were houses scattered all along the roadside. These were now all occupied by officers and troops, and there were so many of them that it had not been necessary to place any of the men under canvas, an important consideration during the almost continuous rain of the last 3 months. "Why, Cook, I did not know that you talked Burmese," an officer standing at one of the doors remarked, as the officer came up, chatting with Stanley. "You don't know all my accomplishments, Phillipson," the captain laughed, for the idea that there existed such a thing as a Burmese peasant who could talk English had not occurred to the other officer. "I am taking him to the chief to show off my powers," and passed on, leaving the officer looking after him with a puzzled expression on his face. On their arrival at Sir Archibald Campbell's headquarters, Captain Cook sent in his name, and as the general was not at the moment engaged, he was at once shown in, followed by Stanley. Meinik waited without. "Good morning, sir. I see you have brought in a deserter," the general said. "No, he is not a deserter, sir. He is an escaped prisoner who has made his way down from Ava through the enemy's lines. This is Mr. Brooke. He was serving as an officer with the native levy at Ramoo, and was reported as killed. However, he was fortunately only stunned, and being the only officer found alive, was sent by Bandoola as a prisoner to Ava. I might say that he is a son of the late Captain Brooke of the 15th Native Infantry." "Well, you are certainly wonderfully disguised," the general said, "and I congratulate you heartily on your escape. I should have passed you by as a native without a second glance, though, now that I am told you are an Englishman, I can see that you have not the wide cheekbones and flat face of a Burman. How did you manage to make your way down?" "I travelled almost entirely by night, sir, and had with me a faithful guide. He is outside. I don't think that I should ever have got down without him, though I speak Burmese well enough to pass, especially as the language differs so much in the different districts." "Is he a Burman?" "Yes, General." "Have you arranged with him for any particular sum for his services? If so, it will of course be paid." "No, sir. He came down simply in gratitude for a service I rendered him. I do not know whether he intends to go back, but I hope that he will remain here with me." "I have brought Mr. Brooke here, sir," Captain Cook said, "at the request of the major, thinking that you might like to ask him some questions as to the state of things in the interior." "I should like to have a long talk with Mr. Brooke," the general said. but unless he has any certain news of the date they intend to attack us, I will not detain him now. The first thing will be for him to get into civilized clothing again. By the way, poor young Hitchcock's effects are to be sold this morning. I should think that they would fit Mr. Brooke very well. Let me see. Of course, your pay has been running on since you were taken prisoner, Mr. Brooke." "I am afraid, sir, that there is no pay due," Stanley said. "I happened to be at Ramoo at the time, looking after some goods of my uncle, who carries on a considerable trade on the coast, and as I talked the language, and there were very few who did so, I volunteered to act as an officer with the native levy. I preferred to act as a volunteer, in order that I might be free to leave at any time, if I received an order from my uncle to join him at Chittagong. I could give an order on him, but I don't know where he is to be found. I have with me some uncut rubies, though I have no idea what they are worth, for I have not even looked at them yet, but they should certainly be good security for £50. "We can certainly settle that presently, Mr. Brooke. I will write an order on the paymaster for 500 rupees, and you can talk the matter over afterwards. I am afraid that you will have to pay rather high for the clothes, for almost everyone here has worn out his kit, and Mr. Hitchcock only joined us a fortnight before his death, so that his are in very good condition. Of course, they are all uniform. He was on my staff, but that will not matter. You could hardly be going about in civilian clothes here. I shall be very glad if you will dine with me at 6 o'clock this evening. Have a talk with your man before that, and see what he wants to do. If he is a sharp fellow, he might be very useful to us." The general wrote the order on the paymaster, and Captain Cook took Stanley across to the office, and obtained the cash for it. Making inquiry, he found that the sale was to come off in a quarter of an hour. "I will do the bidding for you, if you like, Brooke," Captain Cook said. "I dare say you would rather not be introduced generally in your present rig." "Much rather not, and I shall be much obliged by your doing it." "All right. I will make your money go as far as I can. Of course, the poor fellow brought no full dress uniform with him, or anything of that sort." "You will find me here with my Burman," Stanley said. "We will stroll around the place for half an hour, and then come back here again." There was really very little to see in the town. Meinik was astonished, when they mounted the river bank and had a view of the ships lying at anchor. For a time he was too surprised to speak, never having seen anything larger than the clumsy cargo boats which made a voyage once a year up the river. "It is wonderful," he said at last. "Who would have thought of such great ships? If the Emperor could but see them, I think that he would make peace. It is easy to see that you know many things more than we do. Could one go on board of them?" "Well, not as I am at present, Meinik, but when I get English clothes on again, and rid myself from some of this stain, I have no doubt I shall be able to take you on board one of the ships of war. And now, will you let me know what you are thinking of doing? I told the general that service you had rendered me, and he asked me what you were going to do. I told him that as yet I did not know whether you were going to stay here or go back again." "Are you going to stay here?" "I think so, at any rate, for a time. I do not know where the uncle I have told you about is at present. At any rate, while this war is going on, he can do very little trade, and can manage very well without me." "As long as you stay here, I shall stay," the Burman said. "If I went back, I should have to fight against your people, and I don't want to do that. I have no quarrel with them, and from what I see, I am not so sure as I was that we shall drive you into the sea. You have beaten us whenever you have fought, and I would rather stay with you than be obliged to fight against you. Not many men want to fight. We heard that in the villages, and that those who have not got wives and children held as hostages for them get away from the army and hide in the woods. You will be a great man now, and if you will let me stop, I will be your servant." "I will gladly keep you with me, Meinik, if you are willing to stay, and I am sure that you will be better off here than out in the woods, and a good deal safer. At any rate, stay until after your people make their next attack. You will see then how useless it is for them to fight against us. When we can attack them in their stockades, although they are 10 to 1 against us, and drive them out after a quarter of an hour's fighting, you may be sure that in the open ground, without defences, they will have no chance whatever. I hope they will soon get tired of fighting, and that the court will make peace. We did not want to fight with them. It was they who attacked us, but now that we have had all the expense of coming here, we shall go on fighting till the Emperor agrees to make peace. But I don't think we shall ever go out of Rangoon again, and believe that we shall also hold the ports of Tenasserim that we have captured." "Oh, the Emperor will never agree to that," Meinik said, shaking his head positively. "Then, if he does not, he will see that we shall go up the river to Ava, and in the end, if he goes on fighting, we shall capture the whole country, and rule over it, just as we have done the greater part of India." "I think that would be good for us," the man said philosophically. "It would not matter much to us to whom we paid our taxes, and you would not tax us more heavily than we are now, For as we came down, you saw many villages deserted, and the land uncultivated, because the people could not pay the heavy exactions. It is not the king. He doesn't get much of it, but he gives a province, or a district, or a dozen villages to someone at court, and says, 'You must pay me so much, and all that you can get out of it besides is for yourself.' So they heap on the taxes, and the people are always in great poverty, and when they find that they cannot pay what is demanded and live, then they all go away to some other place, where the lord is not so harsh. I am sure that it would be a very good thing for them, Meinik. The people of India are a great deal better off under us than they were under their native rulers. There is a fixed tax, and no one is allowed to charge more, or to oppose the people in any way. But now we must be going. I said that I would be back at the place we started from in half an hour." End of Chapter 6. Among Friends. Recorded by Mike Harris. Chapter 7 of On the Irrawaddy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. On the Irrawaddy by G.A. Henty. Chapter 7. On the Staff. Captain Cook had done his best, previous to the beginning of the auction, to disarm opposition, by going about among the officers who dropped in with the intention of bidding, telling them something of Stanley's capture, adventures, and escape, and saying that the general had himself advised him to obtain an outfit by buying a considerable portion of the young officer's kit. "I have no doubt that he will put him on his staff," said Cook. "From his knowledge of the country, and the fact that he speaks the language well, he would be very useful, and as he has gone through all this from serving as a volunteer without pay, I hope you fellows won't run up the prices, except for things that you really want." His story had the desired effect, and when Captain Cook met Stanley, he was able to tell him that he had bought for him the greater portion of the kit, including everything that was absolutely necessary. "Are there any plain clothes?" Stanley asked, after thanking him warmly for the trouble he had taken. "No. Of course, he left everything of that sort at Calcutta. No one in his senses would think of bringing mufti out with him, especially to such a country as this." "Then I shall have to go in uniform to the general's," Stanley said, in a tone of consternation. "It seems to me that it would be an awfully impudent thing to go in staff uniform to dine with the general, when I have no right whatever to wear it." "Well, as the general advised you himself to buy the things, he cannot blame you for wearing them, and I have not the least doubt that he is going to offer you a staff appointment of some sort." "Oh, I should like it very much, as long as the war lasted, Captain Cook, but I don't think that I should care about staying in the army permanently. You see, my uncle is working up a very good business. He has been at it now 7 or 8 years, and he was saying the last time that I was with him that, as soon as these troubles were over, and trade began again, he should give me a 4th share of it, and make it a 3rd share when I got to 21. "Well, then you would be a great fool to give it up," Captain Cook said heartily. "A man who has got a good business out here would have an income as much as all the officers of a regiment together. He is his own master, and can retire when he likes, and enjoy his money in England. Still, as trade is at a standstill at present, I think it would be wise of you to accept any offer that the general might make to you. It might even be to your advantage, afterwards. To have served on Campbell's staff will be an introduction to every officers' mess in the country, and you may be sure that not only shall we hold Rangoon in the future, but there will be a good many more British stations between Assam and here than there are right now, and it would be a pull for you, even in the way of trade, to stand on a good footing everywhere." "Oh, I quite see that," Stanley agreed, "and if the general is good enough to offer me an appointment, I shall certainly take it." "Well, you have almost a right to one, Brooke. In the Peninsula, lots of men got their commissions by serving for a time as volunteers, and having been wounded at Ramoo, and being one of the few survivors of that fight, and having gone through a captivity, at no small risk of being put to death the first time that the king was out of temper, your claim is a very strong one indeed. Besides, there is hardly a man here who speaks Burmese, and your services will be very valuable. Here are 50 rupees," he went on, handing the money to Stanley. "It is not much change out of 500, but I can assure you that you have got the things at a bargain, for you would have had to pay more than that for them in England, and I fancy most of the things are in very good condition, for Hitchcock only came out about 4 months ago. Of course, the clothes are nothing like new, but at any rate they are in a very much better state than those of anyone who came out here 3 months ago. I have ordered them all to be sent to my quarters, where, of course, you will take up your abode till something is settled about you, which will probably be this evening. In that case, you will have quarters allotted to you tomorrow." "Thank you very much. I shall devote the best portion of this afternoon to trying to get rid of as much of this stain as I can, at least off my face and hands. The rest does not matter one way or the other, and will wear off gradually, but I should like to get my face decent." "Well, you are rather an object, Stanley," he said. "It would not matter so much about the colour, but all those tattoo marks are, to say the least, singular. Of course, they don't look so rum now in that native undress, but when you get your uniform on, the effect will be startling. We'll have a chat with the doctor. He may have something in his medicine chest that will at least soften them down a bit. Of course, if they were real tattoo marks, there would be nothing for it, but as they are only dye or paint of some sort, they must wear themselves out before long. I'll try anything that he'll give me. I don't care if it takes the skin off." On returning to the quarters of Captain Cook, Stanley was introduced to the other officers of the regiment, among them the doctor, to whom he at once applied for some means of taking off the dye. "Have you asked the man you brought down with you?" the surgeon said. "You say that he put it on, and he may know of something that will take it off again." "No, I have asked him, but he knows nothing. He used some of the dye stuffs of the country, but he said he never heard of anyone wanting to take the dye out of things that had been coloured." "Well, if it were only cotton or cloth," the doctor said, "I have no doubt a very strong solution of soda would take out the greater part of the dye, but the human skin won't stand boiling water. However, I should say that if you have water as hot as you can bear it, with plenty of soda and soap, it will do something for you. No doubt if you were to take a handful or two of very fine sand, it would help a great deal, but if you use that, I should not put any soda with the water, or you'll practically take all the skin off, and leave your face like a raw beefsteak, which will be worse than the stain, and indeed, in so hot a sun as we have, might be dangerous and bring on erysipelas. So you must be very careful, and it will be far better for you to put up with being somewhat singular in your appearance for a bit, than to lay yourself up by taking any strong measures to get rid of it." After an hour spent in vigorous washing, and aided by several rubs with very fine sand, Stanley succeeded to his great satisfaction in almost getting rid of the tattoo marks on his face. The general dye had faded a little, though not much, but what with the marks had been made was evidently of a less stable character, and yielded to soap and friction. Before he concluded the work, 2 trunks arrived, and finding that his face was now beginning to smart a good deal, he abstained for the time from further efforts, and turned to inspect his purchases with a good deal of interest. The uniforms consisted of 2 undress suits, one with trousers, the other with breeches, and high boots for riding. There was also a suit of mess jacket, waistcoat, and trousers, 3 suits of white drill, half a dozen white shirts for mess, and as many of thin flannel, and a good stock of general underclothes, a pair of thick boots, and a light pair for mess. There was also the sword, belt, and other equipments, in fact, all the necessaries he would require for a campaign. Before beginning to dress, he began to free his hair from the wax with which it had been plastered up. He had obtained from the doctor some spirits of turpentine, and with the aid of this, he found the task a less difficult one than he had expected, and the regimental barber being sent for by Captain Cook, his hair was soon shortened to the ordinary length. "You'll do very well now," the major said, as he went down into the general room. "You have certainly succeeded a great deal better than I thought you would. Of course you look very brown, but there are a good many others nearly as dark as you are, for between the rain showers the sun has tremendous power, and some of the men's faces are almost skinned, while others have browned wonderfully. I am sure that many of them are quite as dark as yours, so you will pass muster very well." Before beginning to wash and change, Stanley had given Meinik the clothes he had carried down with him, and when he went out to take a short look round before tiffin, for which the servants were already laying the cloth, he found the man, now looking like a respectable Burman, standing near the door. He walked slowly past him, but the man did not move, not recognizing him in the slightest degree in his present attire. Then Stanley turned and faced him. "So you don't know me, Meinik?" The Burman gave a start of surprise. "Certainly I did not know you, my lord," he said. "Who could have known you? Before you were a poor Burmese peasant, now you are an English lord." "Not a lord at all, Meinik. I am simply an English officer, and dressed very much the same as I was when your people knocked me on the head at Ramoo." "I know your voice," Meinik said, "but even now that I know it is you, I hardly recognize your face. Of course the tattoo marks make a great difference, but that's not all. I think it's the hair that has made most difference, Meinik. You see, it was all pulled off the brow and neck before, and it will be some time before it will grow naturally again. I had great trouble to get it to lie down, even when it was wet, and it will certainly have a tendency to stick up for a long time. The dress has made a good deal of alteration in you, too." "They are very good clothes," Meinik said. "I have never had such good ones on before. I have had money enough to buy them, but people would have asked where I got it from, and it never does to make a show of being better off than one's neighbour. A man is sure to be fleeced if he does. So what can I do for my lord?" "Nothing at present, Meinik. I am going to lunch with the officers here, and to dine with the general and sleep here. Tomorrow, I daresay, I shall move into quarters of my own. You had better buy what you want for today in the market. I don't know whether it is well supplied, but as we saw some of your people about, there must be food to be obtained." "They gave me plenty to eat when I came in," he said, "but I will buy something for supper. No, I do not want money. I have plenty of lead left." "You had better take a couple of rupees, anyhow. There are sure to be some traders from India who have opened shops here, and they won't care to take lead in payment. You must get some fresh muslin for your turban, and you had better close it up at the top this time. It will go better with your clothes." Meinik grinned. "I shall look quite like a person of importance. I shall be taken for, at least, the headman of a large village." He took the 2 rupees and walked off towards town, while Stanley went in to luncheon. There were a good many remarks as to his altered appearance. "Do you know, Brooke," one of the young lieutenants said, "I did not feel at all sure that Cook was not humbugging us when he introduced you to us, and that you were not really a Burman who had travelled, and had somehow learned to speak English extraordinarily well." "Clothes and soap and water make a wonderful difference," Stanley laughed, "but I shall be a good many shades lighter when the rest of the dye wears off. At any rate, I can go about now without anyone staring at me." After tiffin, Stanley had to tell his story again at a very much greater length than before. "You certainly have gone through some queer adventures," the major said, when he had finished his relation, "and there is no doubt that you have had wonderful luck. In the first place, if that bullet had gone half an inch lower, you would not have been one of the 4 white survivors of that ugly business at Ramoo. Then you were lucky that they did not chop off your head, either when they first took you, or when they got you to Ava. Then again, it was lucky that Bandoola sent a special message that he wanted you kept as an interpreter for himself, and that the official in charge of you turned out to be a decent fellow, and aided you to make your escape. As to your obtaining the services of the man you brought down with you, I do not regard that as a question of luck. You saved the man's life by an act of the greatest bravery, one that not one man in 10 would perform, or try to perform, for the life of a total stranger. I hope that I should have made the effort, had I been in your place, but I say frankly that I am by no means sure that I should have done so. The betting was a good 20 to 1 against its being done successfully. If the brute had heard your footstep, it would have been certain death, and even when you reached him, the chances were strongly against your being able to strike a blow at the animal that would, for a moment, disable him, and so give you time to snatch up one of the guns, which might not, after all, have been loaded. It was a wonderfully gallant action, lad. You did not tell us very much about it yourself, but while you were getting the dye off, I got hold of one of the traders here, who happened to be passing, and who understood their language, and with his assistance I questioned your fellow, and got all the particulars from him. I say again, it was as plucky a thing as I have ever heard of." A few minutes later, an orderly came in with a note from the general, asking the major and Captain Cook also to dine with him that evening. Stanley was very pleased that the 2 officers were going with him, as it took away the feeling of shyness he felt at the thought of presenting himself in staff uniform at the general's. Sir Archibald Campbell put him at ease at once, by the kindness with which he received him. Stanley began to apologize for his dress, but the general stopped him at once. "I intended, of course, that you should wear it, Mr. Brooke. I am sure that you would not find a dress suit in the camp. However, we will make matters all right tomorrow. Judging from what you said, as you cannot join your uncle at present, you would be willing to remain here. Your name will appear in orders, tomorrow morning, as being granted a commission in the 89th, pending the arrival of confirmation from home, which, of course, in such a case is a mere form. You will also appear in the orders as being appointed my aide-de-camp in place of Mr. Hitchcock, with extra pay as interpreter. No, do not thank me. Having served as a volunteer, taken part in a severe action, and having been wounded and imprisoned, you had almost a right to a commission. After dinner, I hope that you will give us a full account of your adventures. It was but a very slight sketch that I heard from you this morning." The general then introduced Stanley to the other members of his staff. "If you had seen him as I saw him this morning," the general said with a smile, "you certainly would not recognize him now. He was naked to the waist, and had nothing on but the usual peasant attire of a piece of black cloth reaching to his knees. I knew, of course, that the question of costume would soon be got over, but I own that I did not think that I should be able to employ him for some little time. Not only was his stain a great deal darker than it is now, but he was thickly tattooed up to the eyes, and one could hardly be sending messages by an aide-de-camp so singular in appearance. but I see that somehow he has entirely gotten rid of the tattoo marks, and his skin is now very little, if at all, darker than that of many of us, so that I shall be able to put him in harness at once." After dinner was over, and cigars lighted, Stanley told his story as before, passing over lightly the manner in which he had gained the friendship of the Burman. When he had finished, however, Major Pemberton said: "With your permission, General, I will supplement the story a little. Mr. Brooke has told me somewhat more than he has told you, but I gained the whole facts from his guide's own lips." "No, Major, please," Stanley said, colouring even under his dye. "The matter is not worth telling." "You must permit us to be a judge of that, Mr. Brooke," the general said, with a smile at the young fellow's interruption of his superior officer. "I beg your pardon, Major Pemberton," Stanley stammered in some confusion. Only you would rather that I did not tell about your struggle with the leopard. I think it ought to be told, and I am pretty sure Sir Archibald Campbell will agree with me." And Major Pemberton then gave a full account of the adventure in the forest. "Thank you, Major. You were certainly quite right in telling the story, for it is one that ought to be told, and, if Mr. Brooke will forgive my saying so, it is one of those cases in which it is a mistake for a man to try to hide his light under a bushel. You see, it cannot but make a difference in the estimation in which we hold you. Most young fellows would, as you did, have joined their countrymen when threatened by a greatly superior enemy, and again most would, if prisoners, have taken an opportunity that offered to effect their escape. Therefore, in the brief account that you gave me this morning, it appeared to me that you had behaved pluckily and shrewdly, and had very well earned a commission, especially as you have a knowledge of the language. You simply told me that you had been able to render some service to the Burman who travelled down with you, but such service might have been merely that you assisted him when he was in want, bound up a wound, or any other small matter. Now we find that you performed an act of singular courage, an act that even the oldest shikari would have reason to be proud of. Such an act, performed too for a stranger, and that stranger an enemy, would of itself give any man a title to the esteem and regard of any among whom he might be thrown, and would lead them to regard him in an entirely different light to that in which they would otherwise have held him. I think that you will all agree with me, gentlemen." "Certainly." There was a chorus of assent from the circle of officers. His narrative had, as the general said, shown that the young fellow was possessed of coolness, steadiness, and pluck; but this feat was altogether out of the common, and, as performed by a mere lad, seemed little short of marvellous. "You will, of course, have Hitchcock's quarters," the quartermaster general said to Stanley, as the party broke up. "It is a small room, but it has the advantage of being watertight, which is more than one can say of most of our quarters. It is a room in the upper storey of the next house. I fancy the poor fellow's card's on the door still. The commissariat officers are in the lower part of the house, and they occupy all the other rooms upstairs, but we keep this for one of the aides de camp, so that the general could send a message at once, night or day." "Of course I shall want a horse, sir." Yes, you must have a horse. I will think over what we can do for you in that way. There's no buying one here, unless a field officer is killed or dies. Oh, by the way, Hitchcock's horses are not sold yet. They were not put up yesterday. I have no doubt that some arrangement can be made about them, and the saddlery." "Oh, that would be excellent, sir. As I told the general this morning, I have some rubies and other stones. I have no idea what they are worth. They were given me by those men I was with in the forest. They said that they were very difficult to dispose of, as the mines are monopoly of the government. So when my man Meinik proposed it, they acceded at once to his request, and handed a number of them over to me. I have not even looked at them. There may be someone here who could tell me what they are worth." "Yes, I have no doubt some of these Parsee merchants, who have lately set up stores, could tell you. I should only take down 2 or 3 stones to them, if I were you. If they are really valuable, you might be robbed of them, but I am rather afraid that you will not find that they are so. Brigand fellows will hardly have been likely to give you anything very valuable." "Oh, I don't think they looked at them themselves. They were the proceeds of one day's attack on a number of merchants. They found them concealed on the merchants, and they were so well established, satisfied with the loot they got, in merchandise that they could dispose of, that I doubt whether they even opened the little packages of what they considered the most dangerous goods to keep, for if they were captured and gems found upon them, it would be sufficient to condemn them at once." "Do you speak Hindustani? If not, I will send one of the clerks with you." "Yes, sir, and 3 or 4 other of the Indian languages." "Ah, then you can manage for yourself. When you have seen one of these Parsees, come round to my office. I will have seen the paymaster by that time, and have talked over with him how we can arrange about the horses. I should think that the best way would be to have a committee of 3 officers to value them, and the saddlery, and then you might authorize him to receive your extra pay as interpreter, and to place it to Hitchcock's account. You will find your own staff pay more than ample here, as there are no expenses whatever, except your share of the mess." "Thank you very much indeed, Colonel." In the morning, Stanley took one of the little parcels from the bag and opened it. It contained 30 stones, of which 20 were rubies, 6 sapphires, and 4 emeralds. They seemed to him of a good size, but as they were in the rough state, he had no idea what size they would be when cut. There were 3 of the Parsee merchants. The first he went to said at once that he did not deal in gems. The next he called on examined the stones carefully. "It is impossible to say, for certain," he said, "how much they are worth until they are cut, for there may be flaws in them that cannot be detected. Now, if I were to buy them like this, I could not give more than 100 rupees each. If they are all flawless, they would be worth much more, but it would be a pure speculation, and I will not go beyond that sum." Stanley then visited the third store. The trader here inspected them a little more carefully than the last had done, examined them with a magnifying glass, held them up to the light. Then he weighed each stone, and jotted down some figures. At last he said, "The stones are worth 5,000 rupees. If they are flawless, they would be worth double that. I will give you 5,000 myself, or if you like, I will send them to a friend of mine at Madras. He is one of the best judges of gems in India. He will say what he will give for them, and you shall pay me 5% commission. He is an honest trader, and you can ask any of the officers from Madras." "I will accept that offer, if you will make me an advance of 1,500 rupees upon them, and will pay you at the rate of 10% per annum interest, till you receive the money for them." The Parsee again took the gems and examined them carefully. "Do you agree to take the jeweller's offer, whatever it is?" "Yes, that is to say, if it is over the 5,000. If it is under the 5,000, I will sell them to you at that sum." "I agree to that," the man said, "but do not fear. If the 2 largest stones are without a flaw, they alone are worth 5,000. "Well, let us draw up an agreement at once," Stanley said. And accordingly the terms were drawn up in Hindustani, and were signed by both parties. The Parsee then went to its safe, unlocked it, and counted out the rupees to the value of £150. These he placed in a bag, and handed them to Stanley, who, delighted at the sum that he had obtained for but a small portion of the gems, went to the Quartermaster General's office. "We have just finished our business," Colonel Adair said as he entered. "Major Moultrie, the paymaster, Colonel Wall, and I have examined the horses. I know that Hitchcock paid £60 apiece for them at Calcutta. They are both Arabs, and good ones, and were not dear at the money. Our opinion is that, if they were put up for auction here, they would fetch £40 apiece, and that the saddle and bridle, holsters, and accoutrements would fetch another £20. There are also a pair of well-finished pistols in the holsters. They were overlooked, or they would have been put up in the sale yesterday. They value them at £8 the brace, in all £108. Will that suit you? The Major will, as I propose, stop the money from your pay as a first-class interpreter, that is 250 rupees a month, so that in 4 months and a half you will have cleared it all off." "I am very much obliged to you, Colonel, but I have just received an advance of 1,500 rupees on some of my gems, which the Parsee is going to send to a jeweller of the name of Burmese at Madras." "Well, I congratulate you, for I hardly hoped that they would turn out to be worth so much. Burmese is a first-rate man, and you can rely upon getting a fair price from him. Well, that obviates all difficulty. By the way, I should recommend you get a light bedstead and bed, and a couple of blankets at one of the Parsee stores. Of course, you did not think of it yesterday, or you might have bought Hitchcock's. However, I noticed in one of the Parsee's shops a number of light bamboo bedsteads, which are the coolest and best in a climate like this. If you lay a couple of blankets on the bamboos, you will find that you don't want a mattress." "Oh, I don't know what my duties are, sir, or whether the General will be wanting me." "He will not want you today. Anyhow, he will know that you will be making your arrangements and moving into your quarters. By the way, Hitchcock brought a syce with him. You must have a man for your horses, and I have no doubt he will be glad to stay on with you." 2 hours later, Stanley was installed in his quarters, a room some 12 feet long by 8 wide. A bed stood in one corner. There was a table for writing on, 2 light bamboo chairs, and an Indian lounging chair. In the corner was a small bamboo table, on which was a large brass basin, while a great earthenware jar for water stood beside it, and a piece of Indian matting covered the floor. He learned that the staff messed together in a large room in the next house, and that he would there get a cup of coffee and a biscuit at 6 in the morning, breakfast at 8:30, lunch and dinner, so that he would not have to do any cooking whatever for himself. He had given Meinik a small sum to lay out in cooking pots and necessities for his own use. The syce had gladly entered his employ. Stanley had inspected the horses, which, although light to the eye, would be well capable of bearing his weight through a long day's work. They were picketed, with those of the general and staff, in a line behind the house devoted to the headquarters. After lunch he went into the general's and reported himself as ready for duty. "I shall not want you this afternoon, Mr. Brooke. Here's a plan showing the position of the different corps. You'd better get it by heart. When it gets cooler this afternoon I should advise you to ride out and examine the position and the roads, so that even at night you can, if necessary, carry a message to any of the regiments. The Burmese are constantly creeping up and stabbing our sentries, and sometimes they attack in considerable force. When anything like heavy firing begins, it will be your duty to find out at once what's going on, and bring me word, as it may be necessary to send up reinforcements. In the morning it will be your duty to examine any prisoners who have been taken during the night, and also natives who have made their way into the town, in order to ascertain whether any date has been fixed for the next attack, and what forces are likely to take part in it. You can make your man useful at this work. By the way, I will tell Colonel Adair to put him down on the list of the quartermaster's native followers. He need not do anything else but this. But it is likely that the natives will speak more freely to him than they would to a white officer, and he may as well be earning 30 rupees a month and drawing rations as hanging about all day doing nothing." Thanking the general, Stanley took the plan and, going back to his quarters, studied it attentively. He told Meinik of the arrangement that had been made for him, with which the Burman was much pleased. 30 rupees a month seemed a large sum to him, and he was glad that he should not be costing Stanley money for his food. 3 hours later one of his horses was brought round, and he started on his ride through the camp. There were 2 roads leading through the town to the great pagoda. Both were thickly bordered by religious houses and pagodas, the latter for the most part being in a state of dilapidation. Houses and pagodas alike had been turned into quarters for the troops, and had been invaluable during the wet season. The terrace of the great pagoda was occupied by the 89th Regiment and the Madras Artillery. This was the most advanced position, and was the key to the defence. Leaving his horse in charge of his syce at the foot of the pagoda hill, Stanley went up to the terrace and soon entered into conversation with some of the British officers, who at once recognized him as having been, that morning, put in orders as the general's aide-de-camp. As he was unknown to everyone, and no ship had come in for some days, there was naturally much curiosity felt as to who the stranger was who had been appointed to a commission, and to the coveted post of aide-de-camp, all in one day. After chatting for 2 or 3 minutes, they conducted Stanley to the colonel's quarters, a small building at the foot of the pagoda. "This is Mr. Brooke, Colonel, the gentleman who was gazetted to us this morning." "I am glad to see you, Mr. Brooke, but I should be more glad still if you had been coming to join, for we have lost several officers from sickness, and there are others unfit for duty. When did you arrive?" "I arrived only yesterday morning, sir. I came here in disguise, having made my way down from Ava." "Oh, indeed. We heard a report that a white man had arrived, in disguise, at the lines of the 45th Native Infantry, but we have had no particulars beyond that." "I was captured at Ramoo, sir, while I was acting as an officer of the native levy. Fortunately, I was stunned by the graze of a musket ball, and, being supposed dead, was not killed, as were all the other officers who fell into the hands of the Burmese. Their fury had abated by the time I came to myself, and I was carried up to Ava with some 20 sepoy prisoners. After a time I made my escape from prison, and took to the forest, where I remained some weeks, till the search for me had abated somewhat. Then I made my way down the country, for the most part in a fishing boat, journeying only at night, and so succeeded in getting in here. Fortunately, I speak the Mug dialect, which is very closely akin to the Burmese." "Well," the colonel said, "I hope that you will consider the regiment your home, though I suppose that, until the campaign is at an end, you will only be able to pay us an occasional visit. You are lucky in getting the staff appointment. No doubt your being able to talk Burmese had a good deal to do with it." "Everything, I think, sir. The general had no one on his staff who could speak the language, and unless he happened to have with him one of the very few men here who can do so, often had to wait some time before a prisoner could be questioned." He remained chatting for half an hour, and then rode back to the town, taking the other road, and which he had before traversed. End of Chapter 7, On the Staff. Recording by Mike Harris. Chapter 8 of On the Irrawaddy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. On the Irrawaddy by G. A. Henty. Chapter 8, The Pagoda. 2 days later, a prisoner was captured when endeavouring to crawl up the pagoda hill, having slipped past the outposts, and was sent into headquarters. Stanley questioned him closely, but could obtain no information whatever from him. Telling him to sit down by the house, he placed a British sentry over him. "Keep your eye," he told the sentry, "on the door of the next house. You will see a Burman coming out. You are to let him talk with the prisoner, but let no one else speak to him. Don't look as if you had any orders about him, but stand carelessly by. The fellow will tell us nothing, but it's likely enough that he will speak to one of his own countrymen." "I understand, sir." Stanley went into his house and told Meinik what he was wanted to do. "I will find out," Meinik said confidently, and a minute or two later went out and strolled along past the prisoner. As he did so, he gave him a little nod, and returning again shortly, saluted him in Burmese. The third time he passed, he looked inquiringly at the sentry, as if to ask whether he might speak to the prisoner. The soldier, however, appeared to pay no attention to him, but stood with grounded musket, leaning against the wall, and Meinik went up to the man. "You are in bad luck," he said. "How did you manage to fall into the hands of these people?" "It matters not to you," the Burman said indignantly, "since you have gone over to them." "Not at all, not at all," Meinik replied. "Do you not know that there are many here who, like myself, have come in as fugitives, with instructions what to do when our people attack? I am expecting news as to when the soothsayers declare the day to be a fortunate one. Then we shall all be in readiness to do our share, as soon as the firing begins." "It will be on the 4th day from this," the Burman said. "We do not know whether it will be the night before or the night after. The soothsayers say both will be fortunate nights, and the Invulnerables will then assault the pagoda, and sweep the barbarians away. The princes and Woongees will celebrate the great annual festival there, 2 days later." "That is good," Meinik said. "We shall be on the lookout, never fear." "What are they going to do to me? Will they cut off my head?" "No, you need not be afraid of that. These white men never kill prisoners. After they are once taken, they are safe. You will be kept for a time, and when our countrymen have destroyed the barbarians and taken the town, they will free you from prison. There are some of the white officers coming. I must get away, or they will be asking questions." As he walked away, the sentry put his musket to his soldier, and began to march briskly up and down. A moment later, the general stepped up to him. "What are you doing, my man? Who put you on guard over that prisoner?" "I don't know his name, sir," the sentry said, standing at attention. "He was a young staff officer. I came to the guard tent and called for a sentry, and as I was next on duty, the sergeant sent me with him. He put me to watch this man." "All right. Keep a sharp lookout over him." "I wonder what Brooke left the fellow here for, instead of sending him to prison," the general said to Colonel Adair. "We examined him, but could get nothing out of him, even when I threatened to hang him." "Well, I'll just run up to headquarters and ask him, sir." Just as he entered the house, Stanley was coming down the stairs. "The general wants to know, Mr. Brooke, why you placed a prisoner under a guard by his house, instead of sending him to the prison, as usual." "I was just coming to tell him, sir." "Oh, well, he's outside, so you can tell us both together." "Well, Mr. Brooke, what made you put a sentry over the man and leave him here? The men are hard enough worked without having unnecessary sentry duty." "Yes, sir. I only left him for a few minutes. I was convinced the man knew something, by his demeanour when I questioned him, and I thought I might as well try if my man could not get more out of him than I could. So I put a sentry over him, and gave him instructions that he was to let a Burman, who would come out of this house, speak to the prisoner, but that no one else was to approach him. Then I instructed my man as to the part that he was to play. He passed 2 or 3 times, making a sign of friendship to the prisoner. Then, as the sentry had apparently no objection to his speaking to him, he came up. At first the man would say nothing to him, but Meinik told him that he was one of those who had been sent to Rangoon to aid when the assault took place, and that he was anxiously waiting for news when the favourable day would be declared by the astrologers, so that he and those with him would be ready to begin their work, as soon as the attack commenced. The prisoner fell into the snare, and told him that it would be made either on the night before or on the night of the 4th day from this, when the Invulnerables had undertaken to storm the pagoda. It seems that the date was fixed partly because it was a fortunate one, and also in order that the princes and the head officials might properly celebrate the great annual festival of the pagoda, which falls, it seems, on the 6th day from now. "Oh, excellent indeed, Mr. Brooke. It's a great relief for me to know when the assault is going to take place, and from what point it will be delivered. But what made you think of the story that the Burman was one of a party that had come in to do something?" "It was what Colonel Adair mentioned at dinner last evening, sir. He was saying how awkward it would be if some of these natives who have come in were to fire the town, just as a strong attack was going on and most of the troops engaged with the enemy. It was not unlikely that, if such a plan had been formed, the prisoner would know of it, and that he might very well believe that my man said that some men had been sent into the town, with that or some similar intention." "True enough. The idea was a capital one, Mr. Brooke, and we shall be ready for them, whichever night they come. Will you please go across to the guard tent, and tell the sergeant to send a corporal across to the man on sentry, with orders to take the prisoner to jail, and hand him over to the officer in command there. When you have done that, will you ride out to the pagoda and inform your colonel what you have discovered? It will be a relief to him and to the men, for as the date of the attack has been uncertain, he has been obliged to largely increase his patrols, and to keep a portion of his force all night under arms. He will be able to decrease the number, and let the men have some sleep as they can for the next 2 nights. The clouds are banking up, and I am very much afraid that the rain is going to set in again. They say that we shall have another 2 months of it." After seeing the prisoner marched away, Stanley rode to the pagoda, and, saying that he had come with a message from the general, was at once shown into the colonel's quarters. "Any news, Mr. Brooke?" "Yes, Colonel. The general has requested me to inform you, at once, of the news that I have obtained from a prisoner, namely, that either on the night of the 30th or the 31st, your position will be attacked by the men who are called the Invulnerables." "Well, we will give them a chance to prove whether their title is justified," the colonel said, cheerfully. "That's very good news. The men are getting thoroughly worn out with the extra night duty caused by this uncertainty. You think that there is no doubt that the news is correct?" "None whatever, sir. I could do nothing with the prisoner, but Buy Merman pretended to have a mission here, to kick up a row in the town when the attack began, and the man, believing his story, at once told him that the attack will be made on the pagoda, by the Invulnerables, on the early morning of the 4th day from this, or on the next night, the astrologers having declared that the time would be propitious, and also because they were very anxious to have the pagoda in their hands, in order that the princes and the Wongees might celebrate the great annual festival that is held, it seems, 2 days later." The colonel laughed. "I am afraid that they will have to put it off for another year. The general gave no special orders, I suppose?" "No, sir. He had only just received the news, and ordered me to ride over at once to you, as he was sure that you would be glad to know that it would not be necessary to keep so many men on night duty for the next 2 days." "Thank you, Mr. Brooke. Will you kindly tell the general that I am very pleased at the news? No doubt he will be up here himself this afternoon or tomorrow." Stanley rode back fast, and was just in time to escape a tremendous downpour of rain, which began a few minutes after he returned. He went in at once to the general's, but was told that he was engaged with the quartermaster and adjutant generals. He therefore went into the anteroom, where Tollemache, his fellow aide-de-camp, was standing at the window looking out at the rain. "This is a beastly climate," he grumbled. "It's awful to think that we are likely to get another 2 months of it, and shall then have to wait at least another before the country is dry enough to make a move. You were lucky getting in just now, before it began." "I was indeed," Stanley agreed, "for I had ridden off without my cloak, and should have been drenched had it begun 2 minutes earlier. I saw you gallop past, and wondered what you were in such a hurry about. Was it like this when you were out in the woods?" "Oh, no, not in the least. There is very little rain near Ava, though the country is a good deal flooded where it is flat, from the rivers being swollen by the rains in the hills. We had lovely weather all the time." "I should like to see a little lovely weather here. The last week has been almost worse than the rain. The steamy heat is like being in a vapour bath. If it were not that I am on duty, I should like to strip and go out and enjoy a shower bath for half an hour." Stanley laughed. "It really would be pleasant," he said. "I don't think that I gained much by hurrying back, for the gallop has thrown me into such a perspiration that I might almost as well be drenched by the rain, except that my clothes won't suffer so much." "Ah, it's all very well for you," the other grumbled. "Of course, after once having wandered about in the forest, painted up like a nigger, you feel cheerful under almost any circumstances. But for us who have been cooped up, doing nothing in this beastly place, it's impossible to look at things cheerfully." "Have you heard that the enemy are going to attack on Tuesday or Wednesday night?" "No!" the other exclaimed with sudden animation. "The general only came in a quarter of an hour ago, and as he had the 2 bigwigs with him, of course I did not speak to him. Is it certain? How did you hear that?" "Oh, it's quite certain. That is, unless the Burmese change their mind, which is not likely. The princes and the Wongees want to celebrate the great annual festival at the pagoda on Friday, and so the Invulnerables are going, as they think, to capture it either on Tuesday or Wednesday night. I have just been up there to tell the colonel. As to your other question, how did I learn it? Well, I got it, or rather my Burman did, from that prisoner we were questioning this morning. He would not say anything then, but my man got round him, and believing that he was a spy or something of that kind, the prisoner told him all about it." "Are they only going to attack at the pagoda?" "That I cannot say. That is the only point that the man mentioned. I should say that it would only be there." Why should it only be there? Because I should imagine that even the Burmese must be beginning to doubt whether they could defeat our whole force, and as they particularly wish to occupy the pagoda on Friday, they would hardly risk an attack on other points which might end in disaster, while what with the propitious nature of the day, and the fact that the Invulnerables have undertaken to capture the pagoda, no doubt they look upon that as certain." "Yes, I suppose you are right, Brooke. Well, I do hope that the general will let us go up to see the fun." "What, even if it is raining?" "Of course," the other said indignantly. "What does one care for rain when there is something to do? Why, I believe that if it was coming down in a sheet, and the men had to wade through the swamps waist deep, they would all march in the highest spirits, if there was the chance of a fight with the Burmans at the end of the day. However, I am afraid that there is no chance of our getting off, unless the chief goes himself. There may be attacks in other places. As you say, it is not likely, but it is possible. Therefore, of course, we should have to be at hand to carry orders. Of course, if he takes his post at the pagoda, it will be all right, though the betting is that we shall have to gallop off just at the most interesting moment." Presently the two officers left the general. The latter's bell rang, and Stanley went in. "You saw the colonel, Mr. Brooke?" "Yes, sir, and he begged me to say that he was extremely glad to get the news, and much obliged to you for sending it so promptly. There is no occasion for you and Mr. Tollemache to stay here any longer now, but at 5 o'clock I shall ride out to the pagoda. At any rate, should I want you before then, I shall certainly know where to send for you." This was the general order, for in the afternoon there was, when things were quiet, a hush for 2 or 3 hours. The work of the aides de camp was, indeed, generally very light, for as there were no movements of troops, no useless parades, and very few military orders to be carried, they had a great deal of time on their hands, and usually took it by turns to be on duty for the day, the one off duty being free to pay visits to acquaintances in the various camps, or on board ship. During the rainy season, however, very few officers or men went beyond shelter, unless obliged to do so, and from 2 till 4 or 5, no small proportion passed the time in sleep. Stanley had intended to pay a visit to the Larne, as Captain Marryat, who had dined at the staff mess on the previous evening, had invited him to go on board, whenever it might be convenient to him. The Larne had performed good service in the operations against the stockades, and her boats had been particularly active and successful. Her captain was one of the most popular, as well as one of the most energetic officers in the service, and was to become as popular with future generations as the brightest of all writers of sea stories. However, the day was not favourable for any excursion on the water. Stanley therefore went back to his room, where, divesting himself of his jacket, he sat down at the open window and read up a batch of the latest newspapers from England that had been lent him by Colonel Adair. At 5 o'clock Meinik came in to say that his horse was at the general's door. Stanley hastily put on his jacket and cloak and sallied out. The general came down in a few minutes, following by Tollemache, and, mounting, they rode to the pagoda. Here Sir Archibald had a talk with the colonel of the 89th, and the officer commanding the battery of the Madras artillery. Both were of opinion that their force was amply sufficient to resist any attack. The only approach to it from the forest was a long road between 2 swamps, which, a short distance away, had become lakes since the wet weather set in. "Had they taken us by surprise," the colonel said, "some of them might have got across before we were quite ready for them, and might have given us some trouble, but as we shall be prepared, I don't think that any of them will reach the foot of this hill, and if they do, none of them would reach this terrace. If an attack were made from the other side, it would of course be a good deal more serious, as the ground is firm, and they could attack all along the foot of the hill. But as they cannot get there until they have defeated the rest of the army, I consider that, even without the assistance of the guns, we could hold the hill with musket and bayonet against any force that they are likely to bring against us." "Very well, then, I shall not reinforce you, Colonel. Of course, we shall keep a considerable number of troops under arms, in case they should attack all along the line, at the same time that they make their principal effort here. I rather hope that the rain will keep on until this affair is over." The colonel looked surprised. "I am much more afraid," the general went on, "of fire in the town than I am of an attack without. The number of natives there is constantly increasing. No doubt the greater number of those who come in are natives of the place, who have managed, since we cleared out their war galleys from some of the creeks and channels, to escape from the authorities and to make their way in, either on foot or in fishermen's boats, but some of them may be sent in as spies, or to do us harm. I have been having a long talk over it with Colonel Adair this afternoon, and he quite agrees with me that we must reckon on the probability of an attempt to fire the town. It would be a terrible blow to us if they succeeded, for the loss of our stores would completely cripple us. They would naturally choose the occasion of an attack upon our lines for the attempt, for in this place most of the troops will be under arms and drawn up outside the town. and in the second place, the sight of the place on fire would cause much confusion, would inspire our assailants, and necessitate a considerable force being withdrawn from the field to fight the fire. If the rains continue, we need feel no uneasiness whatever, though, for there would be no getting anything to burn. Whereas in dry weather, a man with a torch might light the thatch as fast as he could run along, and a whole street would be in a blaze in 2 or 3 minutes. And if a wind happened to be blowing, it might make a sweep of the whole place, in spite of all our efforts. Yes, I see that, sir. I own that I never gave it a thought before. I shall come up here, Colonel, unless we obtain sure news before the time arrives that the attack is going to be a general one. Indeed, it is in any case the best place to post myself, for I can see over the whole country and send orders to any point where the enemy may be making progress, or where our men can advance with advantage. The line of fire flashes will be as good a guide at night as the smoke by day. I'll get a cot rigged up for you, General, as we don't know which night it's to be. Thank you. Yes, I may just as well turn in, all standing, as the sailors say, and get a few hours' sleep, for in this climate one cannot keep at it day and night, as we had to do in Spain. The 2 aides-de-camp were kept in suspense as to what the General's intentions were, and it was not until the morning of Tuesday that he said to them, "I am going up to the pagoda this evening, Mr. Tollemache, and you had better, therefore, put some provisions and a bottle of brandy into your holsters." At 9 in the evening they rode off. The rain had ceased. The moon was shining through the clouds. "It will be down by midnight," Tollemache said. "I should think most likely they will wait for that. They will think that we shall not be able to take aim at them in the darkness, and that they will manage to get to the foot of the hill without loss." When they reached the platform in front of the pagoda, their syces took their horses. Meinik had begged Stanley to let him take his groom's place on this occasion, and laying aside the dress he ordinarily wore, he assumed the light attire of an Indian syce, and had run behind the horses with the others. He had a strong desire to see the fighting, but his principal motive in asking to be allowed to accompany Stanley was that, although greatly impressed with what he had seen of the drill and discipline of the white and native regiments, he could not shake off his faith in the Invulnerables, and had a conviction that the pagoda would be captured, and therefore wished to be at hand to bring up Stanley's horse at the critical moment, and to aid him to escape from the assailants. Fires were burning as usual at several points on the terrace. 2 companies were under arms, and were standing well back from the edge of the platform, so as to be out of sight of those in the forest. The rest of the men were sitting round the fires. Their muskets were piled in lines hard by. When he alighted, the general proceeded to the battery. "Have you everything in readiness, Major?" he asked the officer in command. "Yes, sir. The guns are all loaded with grape, and as it will be very dark when the moon has set, I have pegged a white tape along just under each gun, so that they can be trained upon the causeway, however dark it may be." "That is a very good idea," the general said. "There is nothing more difficult than laying guns accurately in the dark." The colonel now arrived, a soldier having brought the news to him as soon as the general reached the platform. "I see that you are well prepared to give them a hot reception, Colonel." "I certainly hope so, sir. I have a strong patrol out beyond the causeway. My orders are that they are to resist strongly for a minute or two, so as to give us time to have the whole of our force in readiness here. Then they are to retreat at the double to the foot of the hill, and then to open fire again, so that we may know that they are out of the way, and that we can begin when we like. We have been making some port fires this afternoon, and I have a dozen men halfway down the hill, and directly the outposts are safely across, they are to light the port fires, which will enable us to take aim. These white tapes will be guide enough for the artillery, but my men would make very poor shooting if they could not make out the muzzles of their guns. Anyhow, I don't think that it is likely that the enemy will get across the causeway, however numerous they may be." "Oh, I don't think they will, Colonel. Certainly, so far, they have shown themselves contemptible in attack, and have never made a successful stand, even for a minute, when we once entered their stockades; though they defend them pluckily enough, until we have once got a footing inside. Still, these fellows ought to fight well tonight, for if they are beaten, it will be a death blow to their reputation among their countrymen. Besides, many of them do believe in the power they claim, and, as we have found before now in India, fanatics are always formidable." After taking a look round at the colonel, the general accompanied him to his quarters, while the 2 aides-de-camp remained on the terrace chatting with the officers, and then, after a time, went with some of them to the mess tent, where they sat smoking and talking until midnight, when all went out. The troops were formed up under arms, and all listened impatiently for something that would show that the long delayed assault would take place that night. At 12:30 there was the sound of a shot, which sent an electrical thrill through the troops. It was followed almost immediately by others. The troops were at once marched forward to the edge of the platform. A babel of wild shouts went up at the sound of the first shots, followed by a burst of firing. The two aides de camp had taken their places close to the general, who was standing in the gap between the infantry and the guns, and was looking intently through his night glasses at the forest. "They are in a dense mass," he said. "I cannot see whether they are in any regular order, but they are certainly packed a great deal closer than I have ever before seen them. Those in front have got lanterns. They are coming along fast." As yet the enemy were half a mile away, but the lanterns and the flash of their guns showed their exact position, while the fire of the outposts was kept up steadily. As the latter fell back along the causeway, the interval between the two forces decreased, and then the fire of the outposts ceased as, in accordance with their orders, they broke into the double. The uproar of the advancing crowd was prodigious. Every man was yelling at the top of his voice imprecations upon the defenders of the pagoda, who were standing in absolute silence, waiting eagerly for the word of command. Suddenly the firing broke out again at the foot of the hill, and immediately a bright light shot up from its face. The edge of the dense mass of Burmese was now but some 50 yards from the wall that surrounded the foot of the hill, and the causeway behind was occupied by a solid mass of men. Then came the sharp order to the artillerymen, and gun after gun poured its charge of grape shot into the crowd, while at the same moment the infantry began to fire, by companies, in steady volleys. For an instant the din of the assailants was silenced. Then their shouts rose again, and after a moment's hesitation they continued their advance. But not for long. None but the most disciplined soldiers could have advanced under that storm of grape and bullets, and in 10 minutes they fled in wild confusion, leaving the causeway thickly covered with the dead. Again and again the British cheers rose, loud and triumphant. Then the infantry were told to fall out, but the guns continued their fire until the fugitives were well into the forest. Between the shots the general listened attentively, and examined the country towards the town through his glasses. "Everything is quiet," he said. "It is probable that if those fellows had carried the hill, they would have made a signal, and there might have been a general attack. As it is, the affair is over for the night, and the Invulnerables will have some difficulty in accounting for their failure and loss. Now, gentlemen, we may as well have up the horses and ride back. We hardly expected to get away as soon as this." "Well, Meinik, what do you think of your Invulnerables now?" Stanley said, as the Burman, after picketing his horse, came up to his room to see if he wanted anything before lying down on his bed in the passage. "I don't know," the Burman replied gravely. "They may be holy men, and proof, perhaps, against native weapons, but they are no good against your cannon and muskets. I understand, now, how it is that you beat us so easily. Your men all stood quiet and in order. One only heard the voices of the officers, and the crash as they fired together. Then your guns are terrible. I have seen ours firing, but though our pieces are smaller than yours, your men fire 5 shots to our 1. I stood by while they were loading. It was wonderful. Nobody talked, and nobody gave orders. Each man knew what he had to do. One did something, and directly another did something, and almost before the smoke of the last shot was out of the gun, it was ready to be fired again. It is clear to me that we have not learned how to fight, and that your way of having only a few men, well taught, and knowing exactly what they have to do, is better than ours of having great numbers, and letting everyone fight as he pleases. It is bad, every way. The brave men get to the front and are killed, and then the others run away. You were right. We shall never turn you out of Rangoon till Bandoola comes. He has all our best troops with him, and he has never been beaten. All the troops know him, and will fight for him, as they will not fight for these princes, who know nothing of war, and are chosen only because they are the king's brothers. When he comes, you will see." "No doubt we shall, Meinik. And you will see that, although they may make a better fight of it than they have done tonight, it will be just the same in the end." For the next 2 months the time passed slowly. No attacks were made by the enemy after the defeat of the assault upon the pagoda. Peasants and deserters who came reported that there was profound depression among the Burmese troops. Great numbers had left the colours, and there was no talk of another attack. The troops being, therefore, relieved of much of their arduous night duty, the English took the offensive. The stockades on the Dalla river, and those upon the Panlang branch, the principal passage into the main stream of the Irrawaddy, were attacked and carried, the enemy suffering heavily, and many pieces of artillery being captured. The rains continued almost unceasingly, and the troops suffered terribly in health. Scarce 3,000 remained fit for duty, and the greater portion of these were so emaciated and exhausted, by the effects of the climate, that they were altogether unfit for active operations. 3 weeks after the fight at the pagoda, a vessel came up the river, with a letter from the officer in charge of the troops assembled to bar the advance of Bandoola against Chittagong, saying that the Burmese army had mysteriously disappeared. It had gone off at night, so quietly and silently that our outposts, which were but a short distance from it, heard no sign of movement whatever. The Burmese had taken with them their sick, tents, and stores, and nothing but a large quantity of grain had been found in their deserted stockades. The news was received with satisfaction by the troops. There was little doubt that the court of Ava, finding that their generals had all failed in making the slightest impression upon our lines, and had lost vast numbers of men, had at last turned to the leader who had conquered province after province for it, and had sent him orders to march, with his whole army, to bring the struggle to a close. The soldiers rejoiced at the thought that they were at last to meet a real Burmese army. Hitherto they had generally stood on the defensive, and had to fight the climate rather than the foe, and it seemed to them that the campaign was likely to be interminable. The march of the Burmese from Ramoo to Sembeughewn, the nearest point of the river to the former town, must have been a terrible one. The distance was over 200 miles, the rains were ceaseless, and the country covered with jungles and marshes, and intersected by rivers. No other army could have accomplished such a feat. The Burmans, however, accustomed to the unhealthy climate, lightly clad, and carrying no weight save their arms and 16 days' supply of rice, passed rapidly over it. Every man was accustomed to the use of an axe and to the formation of rafts, and in an incredibly short time rivers were crossed, deep swamps traversed on roads made by closely packed faggots, and but a few days after hearing that Bandoola had started, the general learned from peasants that the news had come down that he and a portion of his army had arrived at Sembeughewn. Almost at the same time, other parties who travelled down along the coast reached Donabew, a town on the Irrawaddy, some 40 miles in direct line from Rangoon. This had been named as the rendezvous of the new army, and to this a considerable portion of Bandoola's force made their way direct from Ramoo, it being the custom of the Burmese to move, when on a march through a country where no opposition was to be looked for, in separate detachments, each under its own leader, choosing its own way, and making for a general rendezvous. Travelling in this manner, they performed the journey far more rapidly than they could have done moving in one body, and could better find shelter and food. Other forces from Prome, Tanu, and other quarters were known to be marching towards Donabew. It was soon reported that the dejected forces around Rangoon had gained courage and confidence at the news that Bandoola and his army were coming to their aid, and that the deserters were returning in large numbers from their villages. The British sick were sent away in the shipping to Mergui and Tavoy, 2 coast towns of which we had taken possession, and both of which were healthily situated. The change had a marvellous effect, and the men who would have speedily succumbed to the poisonous exhalations of the swamp round Rangoon rapidly regained their strength in their new quarters. End of Chapter 8. The Pagoda. Recording by Mike Harris. Chapter 9 of On the Irrawaddy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. On the Irrawaddy by G. A. Henty. Chapter 9. Victories. In the meantime, negotiations had been going on with Siam, between which state and Burma there was the bitterest enmity. It had been thought that Siam would have willingly grasped the opportunity to revenge itself for the many losses of territory that it had suffered at the hands of Burma. This there was no doubt that it would have been glad to do, but our occupation of several points on the coast of Tenasserim roused the fears of Siam, and inclined it to the belief that we might prove an even more dangerous neighbour than Burma. The court of Ava had, on its part, also sent urgent messages to the King of Siam, when misfortunes had to some extent lowered its pride, calling upon him to make common cause with Burma, and to join it in repelling an enemy who would doubtless be as dangerous to him as to Burma. Siam, however, determined to steer a middle course. An army was assembled in readiness for any contingency, but Siam believed as little as Burma itself that the British could possibly be victorious over that power, and feared its vengeance if she were to ally herself with us, while, upon the other hand, Siam had a long sea coast, and feared the injury our fleet might inflict upon it were it to join Burma. The king, therefore, gave both powers an assurance of his friendship, and marched his army down to the frontier of the province of Martaban, which bordered on the great Salween River on the Tenasserim coast, and lay some 200 miles from Rangoon, across the Gulf of Martaban. The intentions of the king being so doubtful, the advance of the Siamese army in this direction could not be regarded with indifference by the British. The town of Martaban was the centre of the Burmese military power in Tenasserim, and the advance towards it of the Siamese army would place it in direct communication with that of Burma. On the 13th of October, therefore, a force consisting of a wing of the 41st Regiment and the 3rd Madras Infantry sailed from Rangoon against the town. The expedition was delayed by light winds, and when it arrived at the mouth of the river found that every preparation had been made for an obstinate defence. They learned from a peasant that strong works had been erected on every eminence round the town, and that the road from the coast had been cut and stockaded. Approach by this route was impossible, for there were 20 miles of country to be traversed, and much of this was under water from the inundations. It was therefore determined to go up the river, although this was so shallow and full of shoals that the navigation was extremely difficult. At last, after great labour, incurred by the ships constantly getting ashore, they succeeded in making their way up to Martaban, and anchored off the town. A heavy cannonade was carried on for some time between the ships and the enemy's works. Then the troops were embarked in boats, which rowed for the shore under a very heavy fire from the enemy. As soon as they landed and advanced to attack the stockades, the Burmese lost heart and hastily retreated, while the inhabitants received the troops as they entered with the warmest welcome, for they were, for the most part, natives of Pegu, and still entertained a deep hatred for the Burmese, because of the long oppression that they had suffered at their hands. Throughout the rest of Tenasserim, however, and indeed throughout the whole country traversed by the troops later on, the inhabitants appear to have entirely forgotten their ancient nationality, and the conquest of their country by the Burmans, and to have become completely absorbed by them. Throughout the whole time that we occupied Martaban, the people gave no trouble whatever, and indeed offered to raise a force for service with us, if we wished it. At the end of October, the rain ceased, to the intense delight of the troops, and the cold season set in. November was, however, an exceptionally deadly month, the occasional days of fine weather drawing up the exhalations from the swamps, and the number of deaths was greater than they had been at any previous time. There was, too, no prospect of a forward movement at present. The expedition had come unprovided with boats or other means of transport, making sure that an abundant supply would be obtained in a country where the whole trade was carried on by the rivers. The promptness with which the native authorities had, on the first appearance of the fleet, sent every boat away, had disappointed this anticipation, and although the opening of some of the other rivers had enabled the local fishermen to bring their boats to Rangoon, where fish were eagerly purchased, the British troops were still, up to the end of November, without the means of sending 100 men up the river, save in the boats of the fleet. The Indian authorities, believing that when the Burmese found themselves impotent to turn us out of Rangoon, the court of Ava would be glad to negotiate, had not, until the autumn was drawing to a close, thought of making any preparations to supply the army with water carriage. They now, however, began to bestir themselves. 500 boatmen were sent from Chittagong, bringing many boats down with them, and building others at Rangoon. Transports with draft cattle sailed from Bengal, and a considerable reinforcement of troops was on its way to join at the end of December, for all the natives agreed that no movement could be made by land until the end of January. In November, even Bandoola's army was obliged to make its approach by water. Early in that month it was learned that the Burmese general had given orders for the advance, and preparations were at once begun to meet what none doubted would be a very serious attack. The reinforcements had not yet arrived, and the greatly diminished force was far too small for the length of the line that had to be defended. Redoubts were therefore thrown up, pagodas and other buildings were fortified, and 2 complete lines of works constructed, from the great pagoda to the city, one facing east and the other west. The post at Kemmendine was strengthened, and was supported by Her Majesty's sloop Sophie, a company's cruiser, and a strong division of gunboats. The retention of this post was of great importance, as it barred the river approach to Rangoon, and prevented the enemy sending down a huge fleet of war galleys and fire rafts to attack the town, and set fire to the merchant shipping lying off it. In the last week of November, smoke was seen to rise from many points in the forest. Many fugitives came in from their villages, and reported that Bandoola's army were all on their way down the river. and by the end of the month some 60,000 men, with a large train of artillery and a body of cavalry, were assembled round our position. Of this force, 30,000 were armed with muskets. They had with them, too, a great number of jingols. These little guns carried ball of from 6 to 12 ounces, and were mounted on a light carriage, which 2 men could wheel with ease. The cannon were carried to the scene of action on elephants. The cavalry were 700 strong, drawn from the borders of Manipur. The rest of the army were armed with swords and spears, and carried implements for stockading and entrenching. The force was accompanied by a number of astrologers, and by the Invulnerables, who had doubtless satisfactorily explained their failure to capture the pagoda. A great semicircle of light smoke, rising from the trees, showed that the position taken up by Bandoola extended from the river above Kemmendine to the neighbourhood of Rangoon. On the night of the 31st, the troops at the pagoda heard a loud and continuous stir in the forest. It gradually approached, and by morning great masses of troops had gathered at the edge of the jungle, within musket shot of the post. The garrison there were drawn up in readiness to repel a sudden rush, but just as the sun rose, a din made by thousands of men engaged in cutting down the trees began, and it was evident that the Burmese were going to adopt their usual plan of entrenching themselves behind stockades. During the time that had elapsed between the repulse of the Invulnerables and the arrival of Bandoola's army, Stanley's work was light, and the life dull and monotonous. An hour was spent every morning in examining the fugitives who had, by the retreat of the Burmese, been enabled to make their way back to the town, and of the women who had escaped from the vigilance of the Burmese police, and had come in from the villages where they had been held as hostages for their husbands. Once or twice a week he went off with the general to the hospital ship, to inquire into the state of the sick, and to pay a visit to the long line of cots along the main and lower deck. Almost every day he rode, in spite of the weather, to one or another of the regimental camps, and soon came to know most of the officers of the force. His previous experience on the rivers had done much to acclimatize him, and his health continued good. On the evening of the 30th he had, at the general's order, ridden up to the pagoda. It was considered likely that the attack would be delivered there in the first place, and at 3 o'clock in the morning, when it became evident that a large body of men were approaching through the forest, he galloped back to Rangoon with the news, and at 5 rode out again with Sir Alexander Campbell. Among the garrison there was much disappointment when the sound of wood chopping announced that the Burmese did not intend to attack, but the general, who had been watching the edge of the jungle through his glasses, lowered them and put them in their case with an expression of satisfaction. "I don't want them to attack, Colonel," he said. "If they do, and we beat them off, we are no nearer the end than before. That sort of thing might be carried on for months, as long, in fact, as there remains a man to bring up. What we want is to inflict such a heavy blow upon them that even the court of Ava may become convinced that they cannot hope to drive us out of Rangoon, in which case they may consent to negotiate, and we may bring the war to an end. Heaven knows that we have suffered enough loss at present, and I don't want to have to undertake such a difficult operation as an advance against Ava. I am glad to see that they have begun to construct stockades. I do not intend to interfere until they have completely finished their work, and gained sufficient confidence to make a general attack on us. Then we shall be able to give them a heavy lesson. Ah, there they are, at work." As he spoke, a roar of musketry and artillery broke out suddenly from Kemmendine, and all eyes were turned in that direction. The spot was 2 miles distant, but the forest shut out, alike, the view of the river and of the works held by us. The exact position, however, was indicated by the masts of the 2 war vessels rising above the trees. Soon great wreaths of heavy white smoke rose above the forest in and around Kemmendine, shutting out all view. The fire continued without abatement, and it was evident that the attack was a hot and determined one. Confident as all felt that the little fort would be able to defend itself successfully, the great smoke clouds were watched with some feeling of anxiety, for the garrison was, after all, but a handful. In momentary intervals of the firing, the yells and shouts of the natives could be distinctly heard, and once or twice, after a heavy broadside from the ships of war, the cheers of the British sailors could be plainly recognized. After 2 hours' fighting, the din gradually ceased. The clouds of smoke rolled away, and the masts of the ship became visible, and the garrison of the pagoda raised 3 hearty cheers, to tell the defenders that their successful defence had been watched and welcomed. Presently some heavy columns of the enemy issued from the forest on the other side of the river, and marched across the plain to Dalla, which faced Rangoon. They moved with great regularity and order, led by their chiefs on horseback, their gilded umbrellas glittering in the rays of the sun. On reaching the bank of the river opposite Rangoon, they began entrenching themselves and throwing up stockades and batteries, with the evident intention of opening fire on the shipping. Soon afterwards large bodies of men issued from the forest facing the pagoda, and, marching along a slight ridge that extended from that point to the creek below Rangoon, took up their position there, and began entrenching themselves all along the line. Thus the British position was now completely surrounded. There was, however, no doubt that the main body of the enemy still faced the pagoda. "We must see what they are doing," the general said. "This is too important a point for us to allow them to erect a strongly fortified position close at hand." Accordingly, Tollemache was sent down with an order to the 18th Madras Infantry, supported by a detachment of the 13th Regiment under Major Sale, to advance against the enemy in the jungle. The movements of this force were eagerly watched from the terrace of the pagoda. At a rapid pace they crossed the intervening ground, and a rattle of musketry broke out from the jungle as they approached. The British made no response, but charged with a cheer, and were soon lost in the sight of the trees. Their regular volleys could be heard at short intervals above the scattered rattle of the Burmese musketeers, and their cheers frequently rose loud and triumphant. In half an hour the red line emerged again from the jungle, having destroyed the stockades the Burmese had erected, captured several guns, a quantity of muskets, and entrenching tools thrown away by the Burmese, and killed a large number of the enemy. During the day the enemy made repeated efforts to send fire rafts down the river from above Kemmendine. These rafts were constructed of bamboos, upon which were placed great numbers of earthenware pots filled with petroleum. These rafts were skilfully constructed and made in sections, so that when they drifted against an anchor chain they would divide, those on each side swinging round, so as to envelop the ship on both sides with fire. The sailors from the sloops and gunboats rowed up to meet the rafts, and although a heavy fire was kept up by the enemy from the jungles lining the banks, they succeeded in towing most of them safely to shore, while the rest grounded on a projecting spit off Kemmendine. So diligently did the Burmese work at all points throughout the day, that by the afternoon their whole line of circumvallation was covered with earthworks, behind which they lay entirely hidden from sight. "If they could fight as well as they dig and build stockades," Sir Alexander Campbell remarked, "they would be one of the most formidable enemies in the world. No European army ever accomplished the work of entrenching themselves so speedily as they have done. Their arrangements have been admirable. Everything has been done without confusion, and each body has taken up the position allotted to it, as is evident by the fact that there is no gap in their lines. As to Bandoola's tactics, I cannot say so much for them. In the first place, he has divided his force into two parts, separated by a river, and incapable of helping each other. In the next place, great as are his numbers, his lines are far too extended. Well, we will let them go on for a time, and then show them the mistake that they have committed." Major Sale's reports of the entrenchments were that they consisted of a long line of holes, each capable of containing 2 men. The earth was dug out on one side so as to form a sort of cave. In this was a bed of straw or brushwood, on which one man could sleep while the other watched. Each hole contained a sufficient supply of rice, water, and even fuel for its inmates. One line of these holes had been completed, and another was being dug a short distance in advance. The Burmese do not relieve their men in the trenches. Those who occupy the line first made remain there. Fresh men dig and occupy the next line, and so the advance is continued until close to the work to be attacked. The system has the great advantage that a shell falling into one of these holes only kills its 2 occupants, instead of destroying many, as it might do if it fell on a continuous trench. In the afternoon the general returned to Rangoon, leaving Stanley at the pagoda, with orders to ride down should there be any change of importance. In the evening a considerable force of Burmese issued from the jungle, and prepared to entrench themselves near the northeast angle of the pagoda hill. Major Piper therefore took 2 companies of the 38th, and, descending the hill, drove the Burmese in confusion back to the jungle. In the morning it was found that the enemy had entrenched themselves upon some high and open ground, within musket shot of the north gate of the pagoda. It was separated from the gate by a large tank, but as their jingals and musketry were able, from the point they occupied, to sweep the plateau and the huts occupied by the troops, a party of the 38th and the 28th Madras Infantry went out and drove them off. As soon, however, as our troops fell back, the Burmese reoccupied the position, and for the next few days a constant skirmishing went on at this point, while an artillery fire was maintained by the assailants and defenders along the whole line down to Rangoon, and the enemy's batteries at Dalla kept up an incessant fire on the shipping. Kemmendine was attacked time after time, and many attempts made to launch fire rafts down the river. The work was very harassing for the troops. Night and day they were expecting an attack in force, and there was a general feeling of delight when, on the evening of the 4th, orders were issued for a general movement against the enemy. The latter had by this time brought the greater portion of their guns up from the jungle and placed them in their entrenchments, and it was therefore in the power of the British to strike a heavy blow. A division of the flotilla of gunboats was ordered up the creek by the town. These opened a heavy fire upon the enemy's flank, thus attracting their attention to that point, and after the cannonade had continued for some little time, the two columns of attack, the one 800 strong under Major Sale, the other 500 strong under Major Walker of the Madras army, issued out. The latter was to attack the enemy facing the town, the former to force his way through the centre of their position. He had with him a troop of horse that had landed only the previous day. Major Walker's force was the first to encounter the enemy. Their resistance was, for a time, obstinate. Major Walker and several other officers fell in the attack on the first line of entrenchments, but the soldiers carried it at the point of the bayonet, and as the enemy broke and retreated, followed them so hotly that the works in the rear fell into their hands with but slight opposition. Major Sale's column now began its attack on the enemy's centre. Here the resistance was more feeble, and bursting through the enemy's lines, the British drove them before them in headlong flight. Then turning, they swept along the line of entrenchments, carrying all before them until they effected a junction with the other column, which was advancing to meet them. They then drove the Burmese from every part of their works into the jungle, leaving the ground behind them covered with dead and wounded. Except at the point first attacked by Major Walker, the resistance of the Burmese was very feeble, and the British loss inconsiderable, and a large number of guns, entrenching tools, and muskets fell into the hands of the victors. The next day Bandoola rallied the troops that had been driven from the plain, and gathered the greatest part of his force in the forest round the pagoda, where they continued to push forward their works with unabated energy. The British had a day of rest given them, and on the 7th prepared to attack the enemy at this point. 4 columns of attack were formed, composed of detachments drawn from all the corps of the army. In the morning a heavy cannonade was opened upon the jungle, the artillery being assisted by several heavy guns, which had with great labour been brought up by the sailors from the ships to the pagoda. The enemy returned fire with a steady fire of light artillery, jingles, and musketry. While the firing was still going on, the 4 columns were already in motion. One had entered the jungle on the enemy's left, and another on the enemy's right. One of the central columns advanced from the foot of the pagoda hill, while the 38th Regiment descended the stairs from the north gate, and advanced, one wing on each side of the tank, against the enemy's entrenchments on the high ground. As the 4 columns approached the enemy, our artillery fire ceased. The Burmese appeared for a moment bewildered at the sight of their foes advancing against them from so many directions, but they soon opened a very heavy fire upon the assailants, and kept it up with undiminished steadiness until our troops, advancing at the charge, dashed into their entrenchments and drove them headlong before them into the thick forest behind, where pursuit, which would at any time have been difficult, was now impossible. The troops, exhausted by their 7 days and nights watching, being wholly incapable of following their active and lightly armed enemies. There now remained but the force at Dalla to cope with, and in the evening a force composed of the 89th and 43rd Madras Infantry, under Colonel Parlby, embarked in boats. The night was dark, and the troops crossed unobserved. The alarm was not given until the British actually entered the entrenchments, and opened fire upon the enemy, who were sitting, unsuspicious of danger, round their fires. Scarcely any opposition was encountered, and the whole of the works, with the guns and the stores, were soon in our hands, while the enemy were flying toward the forest. In the actions during these 3 days, the Burmese lost some 5,000 men, 240 pieces of artillery of every kind, and a great number of muskets and vast supplies of ammunition, while the British had but 50 killed and 300 wounded. Great numbers of Bandoola's men never rejoined the army, and the whole force was dispersed throughout the country. Bandoola himself was retiring toward Donabew with but a remnant of his army, when he met considerable reinforcements on their way to join him. During his operations he had left a reserve corps at the village of Kokine, 4 miles from the pagoda, and these had been busily entrenching the position which commanded the road leading from Rangoon to Donabeau. The ground was elevated, and on his arrival there, Bandoola set his troops, now some 25,000 in number, to aid in the work. In a marvellously short time the heights were completely stockaded with trunks of trees, and with a broad, deep ditch in front. Beyond this were lines of felled trees, their heads pointed outward, and each branch sharpened, forming a very formidable abattis, and, believing this to be impregnable, Bandoola waited the arrival of the British. As soon as his army had been dispersed, great numbers of deserters and of the inhabitants of the village poured into Rangoon. With the deserters were mingled a good many of the troops sent in by Bandoola himself, with instructions to fire the town. In order to lull the suspicions of the British, he caused a report to be spread that Imperial Commission from the Court of Ava would arrive, in the course of a few days, to treat for terms of peace. The general, however, determined to attack Bandoola before the commissioner could arrive, as it was evident that better terms could be obtained after the total dispersion of the Burmese than if their famous general remained, with 25,000 men, in a formidable position close at hand. He was uneasy at the presence of so large a number of natives in the town, and the precautions that had to be taken against fire, some time before, were now redoubled. Were one to break out, not only might the whole of the stores collected for the advance of the army be destroyed, but if Bandoola had his force gathered in readiness at the edge of the jungle, he might take advantage of the confusion that would be caused by the fire, and rush toward the attack of the town. Numbers of troops, and of sailors from the fleet, patrolled the streets in every direction at night, but in spite of their efforts, a week after the retreat of Bandoola, the dreaded cry of fire was raised. At a dozen points on the windward side of the town fires had been lighted by incendiaries, and as there was a brisk wind blowing, the danger was extreme. The drums beat to arms along the whole of the British lines. Orders had already been issued as to what was to be done in such an emergency, and while a portion of the troops lined the trenches, the rest were marched at once to the town and formed up between it and the jungle, to repel any attack that might be made there, leaving the troops quartered in the town and the sailors of the fleet to battle with the flames. For a time it seemed as if the whole place would be swept away, but by levelling lines of huts and beating out the flames at the barriers so formed, their progress was at length checked, but not until more than half the town had been destroyed. Fortunately this was the half farthest from the river, and with the exception of the commissariat stores for the supply of the troops of the Madras Presidency, the buildings containing the food, ammunition, and necessaries for the army escaped unharmed. What had happened once might, however, happen again, in spite of all precautions. The general therefore determined to attack Bandoola at once. Were his force once scattered, the motive for these incendiary fires would cease to operate. The difficulties were formidable. 1 or 2 light field pieces could, at the most, be taken with the column. They would have to march by a narrow and winding footpath through a thick forest, exposed at any moment to a desperate attack by the enemy. Moreover, it would be necessary to leave a strong force for the defence of Rangoon, as Bandoola would be sure to learn from his spies of the intended movement, and, having with him men intimately acquainted with every forest track, could make a rush down upon the town during the absence of so many of its defenders. The general felt it imperative, however, to attack without delay, and early on the morning of the 15th he moved out with a force of 1,500 men against Kokine. They marched without molestation through the forest, and on reaching its confines could see the truly formidable nature of the works that they were to attack. The moment they issued from the forest, a dropping fire was opened upon them by parties of the enemy, in flank and rear, and no time was lost in preparing for the assault. The 13th Light Infantry and the 18th Madras, with 60 cavalry under Brigadier General Cotton, were ordered to move round the stockade and assault it on the left rear, while the rest of the troops, some 800 strong, with 100 cavalry under the general himself, were to attack in front. The enemy's works consisted of a central entrenchment, connected with 2 large entrenched stockades on its flank, but somewhat advanced in front of it. As soon as the force under General Cotton had gained its position in the rear of the enemy, a gun was fired, and the whole force moved forward to the assault. The Burmans regarded the attack by so insignificant a force upon their works with much contempt, so they did not for some time fire a shot, but continued chanting a war song, swaying themselves to its cadence, stamping and beating time with their hands on their breasts. This delay proved fatal to them. When they opened fire their assailants were already close to the ditch, and leaping down into this were sheltered from the fire of the defenders. Scaling ladders were speedily placed, and the troops, running up them, leaped down into the entrenchment. Astonished at this sudden entry into the works they had deemed impregnable, the Burmese hesitated, and the assailants, being joined by their comrades from behind, rushed impetuously upon the enemy. The column in the rear had greater difficulty, for they had several strong stockades to carry before they reached the central work, and lost 4 officers and 8 men killed, and 49 officers and men wounded in the 13th Regiment alone. 15 minutes after the first shot was fired, the whole of the works were in our possession, and the Burmese, who gathered in a confused mass, had been decimated by our volleys. They were now in full flight, many being cut down by the cavalry before they reached the shelter of the woods. The British troops marched back to Rangoon, while the Burmese retreated to Donabew, leaving strong posts on the 2 rivers leading in that direction. Their retirement left it free to the country people to return to Rangoon, and very large numbers came in, including very many of the villagers who had been forced to fight against us. All had alike suffered from famine and hardship. Even the women had been compelled to labour in the work of stockading, and the sufferings of all had been terrible. The work of rebuilding the town began at once, and the wooden huts sprang up with great rapidity. Markets were opened, and in a short time supplies of fish, fruit, game, and vegetables poured in, sufficient not only for the native population, but to effect a most welcome change in the diet of the troops. As most of the natives were accustomed to the construction and management of boats, the work of preparing the flotilla by which the troops were to proceed up the rivers went on rapidly, and numbers of men were hired as servants and drivers for the commissariat, which the force was very insufficiently supplied, as the natives of India of that class for the most part refused, on account of their caste prejudices, to engage themselves for service across the sea. Reinforcements arrived, and Rangoon, which but 6 weeks before presented a miserable and deserted appearance, was, towards the beginning of January, a cheerful and bustling town. Preparations were being made in other quarters to assume the offensive. Some 3,000 men were driving the Burmese out of Assam, and a force 7,000 strong were marching from Sylhet to expel them from Cachar and capture Manipur, while 11,000 men were assembled at Chittagong, and were advancing into Arakan with the intention of driving the Burmese from that province, and they meant, if possible, to cross the mountains and effect a junction with Sir Archibald Campbell's force. The first part of the operations were conducted with complete success, and Arakan wrested from Burma, but it was found impossible to perform the terrible journey across the mountain and swamp, or to afford any aid to the main expedition. End of Chapter 9. Victories. Recording by Mike Harris.